Chapter 1, Crossing and Kishan. Earth, in a certain salted fish regimen. Hello everyone, I want to seal it. Krypton of 1200 stones, I finally got SSY in the last talisman. Ah! I'm so excited. Then there is a series of exclamation marks. The young man was not excited. 1200 stones cost more than $7,000. The 5 super rare servants of €1 can be drawn. The young man was almost desperate, but he did not expect to give away a few at the last event. A draw talisman won the prize. Congratulations on the shipment. Congratulations on the shipment, there should be a red envelope here. Congratulations on the shipment, there should be a red envelope here. According to the usual practice in the group, a piece of congratulations came out. Of course, there are also people who know young people. Shen-He, you paid half a month's salary. Stop talking, make me happy and happy to wonder if this question will work. Shen-He felt his heart dripping with blood. Think of him, a programmer born in a 985 school, only 3 years after graduation, and his monthly income is close to 20,000 yuan. He should have a boundless future and a chic. Why did you play this broken game? Shen-He himself couldn't say clearly. If he really wants to say it, there is probably only one real reason. Loneliness, emptiness, coldness. In this world of material desires and warm feelings, only the wife of a paper man can relieve his sorrows. Manhattan, New York. The warm spring sunshine swayed on the ground of this cosmopolitan city, bringing a little warmth to the cold concrete forest. Shen-He was sitting on a bench in the street, staring blankly at the pedestrians rushing to work on the street. No matter where they are, the rhythm of big cities is always very fast. Once upon a time, Shen-He was also one of these people, but now he is sitting leisurely, emptying his brain and enjoying the leisurely leisure of doing nothing. That's weird. The Washington Senate hearing, which was broadcast live on a huge screen on a side building, made him unable to enjoy it at all. Who is the middle-aged uncle with a mustache? Tony Stark. Nuwa Empress and Sanking Tianzun are on the top. I neither blamed the heavens or others, nor was I seriously ill, nor did I do anything bad about being struck by lightning. How could I pass through? Still crossing into the high-risk world of Marvel. Hello, dear master, the slave summoning system has been activated, welcome to use. Abruptly, a sweet and mechanical voice rang in his mind, which made Shen-He shocked. This is, the system? Am I being targeted by any superstar? Shen-He took a deep breath 4 or 5 times before calming himself down and staring at the illusory interface in front of him. Dark blue background, several simple buttons are clear at a glance. Is divided into 5 modules: Summoning Center, Copy Center, Personal Center, Follower Center, and Backpack. System, introduce yourself. No respond. Start up. No respond. Shen-He tried various methods again, but the female voice that just appeared never appeared again, and there was no voice to answer his questions. Fortunately, at least not the kind of system that can talk, chat, and sell cute. If there is really an intelligent life in my mind, it would be chilling. Shen-He opened the personal center and found that it was a 3-dimensional model of his whole body, along with his name, and level 1 in a conspicuous position. Then there is the magic content 10. Opened the backpack and, as expected, there was nothing. Open the dungeon center, there is only a button that says dungeon. Shen-He dare not mess around. Opened the summoning center, a profound magic circle appeared in front of him, and there were 2 buttons beside it. Low-level summons, high-level summons. Closing his eyes slightly, Shen-He digested the situation before him. He passed through, and brought a system. This is definitely not an accidental phenomenon in the natural state. There must be human factors, but the situation is obvious. No matter what kind of mind the people behind the scenes plan all this, he cannot resist. In that case, it's better to come here, then settle down, life is only a mere 100 years, and living a wonderful life is also a profit. I just feel sorry for my parents in my hometown. I can only ask my brother. After calmed down, Shen He stared at the summoning center in front of him with some excitement. The familiar interface and the name of the slave summoning system made him look excited. Look at the low-level summons first. There are also 2 buttons below the low-level summons, one summons once, and one summons 10 times. There is a number 10 beside the 2 buttons. Haha, I still need to ask, just draw a miracle, and 10 consecutive guarantees. I want a guarantee. The 10 draw button suddenly turned grey, and the mysterious magic circle slowly flowed, bursting with a dazzling silver-white light. Objects flew out one by one, flying very slowly, allowing Shen He to see everything clearly. USDX1000, USDX1000, USDX100, Giant Doll X1, Pineapple Bread X2, USDX500, USDX2000, Coffee Pudding X4, Hey 8X1, USDX500. After drawing the card, there is a 20-hour countdown next to the Shillion button, and a 2-hour countdown next to the single draw. The entire 10 card draws are automatically stored in the backpack. There is no follower, except for a gust of wind, which is obviously a guarantee. Everything else seems to be just ordinary items. Although the low-level lottery draws cannot draw anything good, the number of draws will automatically recover over time. Shen He muttered to himself. With a thought, a white and transparent card appeared in his hand. On it was a tornado-shaped picture with 2 Chinese characters for the wind. When held the card, a message came into his mind. Hate Wind, from the world of the card girl Sakura, the holder can summon Hate Wind for use in a short time, and it can be given to others. Interesting. Shen He stared at the card in his palm, his heart getting more and more excited. The information age gave him an endless fantasy world, but did not give him the hope of contact with fantasy, so he could only work honestly and step by step to support himself. He was tired of that kind of unchanging life. Next, look at the premium draw. The same interface, the only difference is that next to the summon button is not the count, but the sparkling summoning stone, which also has 10. Novice gift packs are often the most European. Look at the reincarnation of the Emperor of Europe. The bottom is guaranteed. Shen He widened his eyes and pressed the 10-stroke button fiercely. In that instant, the golden light filled the entire interface, and the sound of the celestial voice was pleasing to the ear. Ding! Congratulations! Successfully summoned a 5-star super rare servant, Chi Munang Siang. Fug! Shen He stood up abruptly, blurted out a classic Chinese curse, ignoring the shocked eyes of the pedestrians around him. Chi God! It turned out to be Kishan. Is this an invincible rhythm at the beginning? Ding! The follower has rejected your call. You have 10 minutes to recover. The call will be closed when the timeout expires. Chapter 2, Qi Shen's Journey to Another World. My name is Nang Xiang Kimu, and I am a superpower. Telepathy, perspective, mind power, teleportation, foresight, clairvoyance, reading, and writing. If you get serious, there are 34 ways to destroy all mankind in an instant. If you think I was born with everything, the happiest man in the world, then you are wrong. Because everything I want to do can be done through superpowers, I have been deprived of too many things in my life: joy, tension, sadness, anger, and even pain. That's why it is my creed of life to seal superpowers, inconspicuous, and not related to others. Ding! You have received a call request from the Lord of Another World. For an instant, the voice that appeared in his mind stopped Chi Munang Siang. The glasses used to conceal the petrification ability reflected green light, and his figure suddenly appeared in the outer space outside the earth. The sound just now is a hallucination. No, the probability of my hallucinations is less than 1 in 100 million. Ding! Do you respond to the call? The voice appeared again. Is it useless to teleport to outer space, in that case? I reject. Whether he is called to a different world to become a brave or a demon king, Chi Munangxiang is not interested. Even in another world, he doesn't want to reveal the identity of superpowers, let alone being conspicuous, not to mention that he is not ordinary enough. Please find someone else for the plot of the protagonist. Ahem. Change to a male voice this time. That, can you hear me? No, I can't hear you. I know you don't like trouble, but I really need your help here, please. People all over the world need my help, so it won't work. Well, I have prepared 4 cups of premium coffee pudding for you. Really, I even know my preferences, it seems I can't leave it alone, let's find out what's going on. Kimukujuo helped his eyes and agreed to call. In just an instant, his surroundings changed. Appeared directly on the streets of modern cities. So it's not a different world, just a different country? What? The harsh scream suddenly sounded. Pedestrians around avoided one after another, watching this suddenly appear in horror, with pink hair and 2 mysterious tentacles like arcade game sticks on his head. How is this going? There was also a moment of awkwardness in Kimukujuo's head. Because of his telepathy ability, he listens to the voices of the people around him. How did this person appear? What is the same thing as the tentacles on his head? Call the police. A strange person appeared. That's right, everyone around him was terrified of him because of his appearance and the sudden appearance of him. But this is impossible, because the ability mind control can change things that are unnatural to others into a mode that will feel natural after seeing it, which is a low-key and necessary ability. Chi. God. Shen He stared at the man who appeared before him in a daze. This familiar shape, this paralyzed expression, can't be wrong, it's really Kishan. Hello, you. Shen He quickly stood up and stretched out his hand. I am your master, thank you very much for agreeing to the call. This is the summoner? Chi Munangxiang reviewed it quickly. Ordinary social elites. No matter what, leave here first. Kimukujuo's palm rested on Shen He's shoulder, and his teleport ability was activated. Brush. Appeared on another road 2 kilometers away. What? There was another piercing scream, and the sound of the vehicle braking suddenly. Chi Munangxiang clearly wants to teleport to the uninhabited area of Shenangjia. Come again. Brush. S figure disappeared again, and this time he appeared directly in a restaurant with a crowd of families. Is still no more than 2 kilometers away. Kimukujuo finally understood that it was not that there was a problem with his ability, but he was weakened. And why no one screamed this time? Follow me. Shen He also recovered, grabbed Chi Munangxiang, rushed out of the restaurant, and ran towards a small alley. Well, this kind of small alley usually won't come. Shen He took a breath, stood up straight, introduce myself again, my name is Shen He, a Chinese, and I am your current master. What's the matter with my ability? Chi Munangxiang did not speak, but the voice appeared directly in Shen He's mind. I think, I know why. Shen He looked helplessly at the virtual panel in front of him. After was successfully summoned, a 3-dimensional image of Kimukujuo appeared on the panel, with a clear level 1 in the obvious position. And click the strengthen button on the side, it will display insufficient dog food. Well, it's the lack of strengthening stones. That's it. Kimukujuo has already got the answer from Shen He's heart. In other words, he realized that he already had certain basic information in his mind, about the summoning system, about the Lord in front of him. Obviously, this time the protagonist is not him. That. Shen He calmed down after his initial excitement. Let's find a place to eat coffee pudding first, and talk about other things slowly. Is a way of socializing for adults. Saigi Kujuo said, lead the way. The last 2 people looked for the rooftop of the tall building. While Kimukujuo enjoys his favorite coffee pudding, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com Shen he is also introducing the current situation. That's it. I know the story of this world. In a few years, half of my life will die because of an alien. Shen he raised his head and stared at the white clouds in the sky. I am not this people in the world, if they insist, there is nothing necessary to save others' consciousness, but, I am different from you. What I want now is a wonderful life. He knew very well that Chi Munangxiang could hear his heart, so there was nothing to hide. Now that you have come to such a world and possess such abilities, you should cherish it. Chi Munangxiang has eaten the last cup of coffee pudding, and can't help the aftertaste. The mellow aroma of coffee beans perfectly meets the sweetness of milk, plus the smooth taste. I have to admit that this is the best he has ever eaten. Delicious coffee pudding. It's a pity that I have finished eating. How can I terminate the contract? Kimukujuo turned his head. There is no way. Shen he sighed, you are my first ultra-rare follower and the only follower at the moment. If you don't care, my start will be very difficult. At this time, the remaining 9 high-level summons have been summoned, no servants appear again, and the summoning stone has no reset countdown, which means that before finding a way to obtain the summoning stone, you can only rely on Kishin. As the master, he can have the opportunity to force an order once a day, and he can accumulate up to 3 times. It's just that there is no other way. He really doesn't want to do this. This is obviously the worst choice. I just don't want to be noticed. Chi Munangxiang heard Shen He's heart clearly, he turned his head and looked behind him, the trouble is here now. Chapter 3, The Persuasion of Painstakingly. Behind the two, a group of people in black suits and sunglasses are quietly pouring out. With Chi Munangxiang's ability, he should have been teleported away directly before they reached the rooftop, but now he is not a full-level god, but a first-level little cute new. So even the range of reading telepathy has been greatly reduced. But Kimukujuo doesn't hate the ability to be weakened, because it is quiet. This is also normal, after all, I just used power directly on the street. Shen he was not surprised at all, he looked at Chi Munangxiang, what should I do now? It's up to you. Shen he was a little surprised after hearing this, but he quickly figured it out. Qi Shen is just afraid of trouble. He pondered for a moment and asked, do they have any intention to attack? They are waiting for someone called Agent Carlson. Kimukujuo's voice usually appeared directly in his mind. Well, Carlson, one of the novice village chiefs who traveled through the Marvel Universe. According to incomplete statistics, Carlson, Tony, and Parker, these 3 Marvel novices who cover nearly 80%, first encounter plot characters. Shen he hesitated. Under normal circumstances, it is not wise to have a relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. on the first day of crossing, but as a black household, he does not think that he can avoid the tracking of S.H.I.E.L.D. unless he goes to a deep mountain in the old forest. It's purely asking for hardship. Then wait, I have no identity here. Although I am rich, it is troublesome to stay in a hotel. Shen he finally said that there is nothing wrong with the novice village chief. And the current SHIELD bureau has almost no supernatural power. Although it is very powerful and tall among ordinary people, there is no need to be too embarrassed to have Qi Shen around. Coulson is indeed on his way. He was not in a good mood, because he originally thought that a billionaire who likes to fly in the sky wearing armor and the big green man made by the army would be enough trouble. Now there are 2 more special characters who openly use their abilities on the street. Sir, we may have been found. The subordinate's voice came over the radio. I hope you don't tell me that they have disappeared with Aishu. Collison's tone has always been more relaxed. No, they still haven't moved. Then you guys don't move either. Collison's tone suddenly became uncomfortable. Found himself surrounded by a group of people and still indifferent, there is only one possibility, absolute confidence in his own strength. Looking at the red light in front of him, Collison pressed the button a few times, and the car slammed into the fire road. He hurried all the way. After 10 minutes, he came to the building. Are they still on top? Yes, the sniper is already in place, equipped with an anesthesia gun. Don't worry about this, show me the information you collected. Collison glanced at his mobile phone, and there was no email sent. We did not find any information. Any? Collison was taken aback. Yes. The subordinate nodded. We compared the global information database and found no traces of these two people, and we checked the surveillance on the street. At first, the yellow-skinned Oriental man appeared on the street suddenly. Sir. They are like aliens. Alien. Ordinary people may think that aliens are just unrealistic fantasy. But as a senior agent of SHIELD, Collison knows very well that some traces of aliens have indeed been found in this world. For example, some ancient ruins that are completely incomprehensible, and various mysterious events. What are they doing now? Collison and some of his subordinates walked into the elevator. They, are looking at each other affectionately. Shen He is still bitterly persuading Kishan. Because it is troublesome to speak out, he directly stared at Qi Shen with sincere eyes, and then thought in his mind. I know you only want to live an ordinary life. There is nothing wrong with it. After all, what you don't have is the most precious, but it's difficult for you to do it, isn't it? Most of your abilities are flawed, and you can't control it well. It will bring you pain, but maybe I can help you. The biggest advantage of Shen He, who has watched the animation, is that he knows exactly what Qi Mu Nangxiang wants. Can you help me? Sai Mu Kuzuo expressed disbelief. Of course. Shen He nodded fiercely. Your ability is so powerful that you have to rely on the instrument on your head to restrain it in order to avoid disaster to others, but now, your ability is already it has been weakened many times, and I believe that even if you remove the thing on your head now, you can still control it. Kimu Kuzuo fell silent slightly. This is indeed the first time that he has encountered a situation that can perfectly suppress his ability to this level. According to my guess, I can use this thing called the strengthening stone to continuously strengthen your current abilities. It can be seen that Qi Shen is a little excited, and Shen He keeps on working hard, and you can continue to train and control it in the process. Just imagine, if one day you can perfectly control your abilities, reading www.yuyuganshu.com will not be forced to hear those noisy voices, and you will not have to worry about hurting others one day. What Shen He tells is the truth. He didn't conceal his own thoughts either. He does need Qi Mu Nangxiang's power. Now the only thing that the entire summoning system has not tried is the dungeon center. Just looking at the name, you know that fighting is indispensable. Also, dog food, props, and even precious drawing stones can only be obtained from the dungeon center. Collison has reached the rooftop at this time. He saw the two sitting there at first glance, and as his subordinates said, they were indeed looking at each other with affection without saying a word. According to the agent's habits, he first observed the two people through micro-expressions. It seemed that the relationship was very tacit. One's eyes seemed to be anxiously speaking, and the other's eyes were a little moved and hesitant. Looking around again, there are a few garbage that looks like a dessert box. Thinking about the surveillance on the street I was watching before, Collison made a bold guess. This is a couple. They accidentally exposed their superpowers because of a quarrel. The sweet-haired young man who likes desserts should be affected, and he can even make a deep guess. If you think about it again, I will let you become a female from the inside out. Abruptly, a voice suddenly appeared in Collison's mind. His face changed suddenly. Telepathic? Memory read? Thinking intrusion? Oops, there are too many secrets in his head. Well, Qi Mu, don't scare him. Shen He stood up, his expression a little excited. At the price of 2 boxes of coffee pudding a day, Qi Mu Nangxiang finally promised to help him to a certain extent. Chapter 4, Bring a copy of Kishan. Coelson thinks the situation is terrible now. It is not that he has not participated in the event of having special abilities, but he has never encountered such an ability to read people's hearts. But the basic qualities of being an agent made him empty his brain for the first time, not thinking about all confidential information. I can only read the thoughts on the surface, but cannot see the heart. Oh, this is really reassuring. Coulson doesn't know where to complain, you can even see through my worries. However, the task still has to be continued. In his heart, he has listed these two people as high-level key figures. 2. I'm from the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Coulson, Phil Coulson, right, I know you guys. Shen He interrupted the other party, thinking quickly in his mind, I didn't intend to have contact with you so soon, but since I met, I can save a lot of things, I need 2 legal IDs. Sir, this is illegal. If you are smuggling here, I think we can help contact the Immigration Bureau. Coulson smiled his signature. Well, since you are not willing to help, you can only find someone else, Chi Mu, let's go. Shen He raised his eyebrows, Chi Mu, who knew his mind, put his hand on his shoulder just right. Please wait a minute. Coulson's mouth twitched, I just remembered that we also have a part of the Immigration Authority, or we can help you. With the teleportation ability already demonstrated by the opponent, he really wanted to leave. After all, he didn't dare to order a sniper to attack 2 people with unknown depth. But it seems that these 2 people have a certain understanding of them, which is very important. SHIELD is a special organization hidden from ordinary people. It is impossible for some mutants who suddenly awaken to know about SHIELD. Don't worry too much. Shen He patted Coulson on the shoulder as if he was familiar, formally introduce myself, I am the Lord from Chaldea, Shen He, the ancestral home of China, this is my follower, Chi Mu Nangxiang. Chaldea. Coulson quickly searched in his mind, he had never heard of the name. Don't even know if this is an organization or a place name. However, the other party does not seem to be malicious, if you are so cooperative, then you should understand it first. I wonder if I can have the honor to invite both of you to visit our headquarters. Next time. Shen He refused without hesitation. No matter how confident he was, he would not be so stupid to go directly to other people's base camp. In fact, his eyes have drifted to the center of the copy on the system. We have more important things to do now. You can monitor the bench where I first appeared. If I want to find you next time, I will go there. After leaving this sentence, he decisively activated the only button in the center of the dungeon. Underground City. Just for a moment, the bodies of the 2 people in front of Coulson suddenly shattered and disappeared into tiny bits. Coulson was stunned by this strange sight. He immediately notified the headquarters. Not long after, a stealthy Kun-type fighter flew from high in the sky, and then a large group of experts with various instruments and agents with live ammunition came down to completely wrap the roof and try to detect some residual traces. Coulson headed to the headquarters with important information. Mysterious and unfathomable. What exactly is Chaldea? What is the purpose of their sudden appearance? Coulson has a feeling that his career as an agent may be getting harder and harder. Shen He is not feeling very good now. With this broken system, the experience of teleportation is too bad. It's like sitting in a roller coaster and there are more than a dozen consecutive rotations of more than 360. And Qi Shen's teleport are not comparable at all. Is this a copy? Seiki Kuzuo's voice appeared in his mind. Forcibly suppressed the belly of the river and the sea, Shen He raised his head and looked around. Shows the light blue walls and sky guards, occupying the entire field of vision, just like a mysterious castle in the Middle Ages, and like an endless underground labyrinth. Crossroads, fork roads, walls, neat roads, dilapidated downhills. This looks like a real world. Shen He touched the wall with his hand. There are even traces of moss plants on the fingers, and the air is also mixed with the smell of dust. Dungeon, dungeon. Could it be that world? Goo goo. A cute dog head suddenly appeared in front of Shen He. Cute ghost. Shen He jumped back in shock, but the monster with a dog head and a goblin-like body in front of him also swooped up with his claws. Kimukujuo kicked the monster flying. After hitting the wall, it turned into black and grey with a bang. At the same time, a gentle clear current poured into Shen He's body. There are no corpses left, this is really just a game. Seiki Kujuo picked up a gleaming gem the size of a thumb from the place where the monster disappeared. No. Shen He swallowed, there is a world setting like this, besides, we are surrounded. I don't know when, on the surrounding walls, underground, and even on the ceiling of the ceiling, more and more of the same monsters came out, and the murmurings continued. Are all such dog-headed monsters? Shen He opened his own summoning system. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is still very simple, except for the title of dungeon on the interface of the copy center. There is only an hour countdown. We are going to fight here for an hour. Shen He slowly stretched out his hand, and a pistol with a pitch-black background and a mysterious sky-blue rune carved on the surface appeared in his hand. Weapon, Dominator. From, Psychographer. Evaluation, a weapon that looks cool and is actually useless. Is actually a bit useful, at least the bullets are unlimited, isn't it? In the high-level draw just now, only this seemed to be a long-range weapon. Coming! Shen He screamed, and handsomely raised his pistol. Bang bang bang! 3 shots all empty. You can watch from the sidelines and leave the battle to me. Chi Munangxiang stepped in front of Shen He, raising his leg to kick the 3 monsters. Is just a clear smile on the corners of his mouth, which I can't hide. Wow, you actually laughed, the legendary smile of Chi God actually appeared like this. Shen He did exaggerated movements and expressions, to hide his embarrassment. I never touched a gun during the military training in the university. This thing seems simple, but it is so difficult to use. But... Thank you. Shen He raised his pistol again. Thank you for helping me. Of course, I also need to work hard. This is what he said in his heart at this time. If Chi Mu did not exist, or Chi Mu refused his call, one can imagine how difficult it would be for him to face such a copy. Kimukujuo did not reply, but the smile at the corner of his mouth did not disappear. Such a feeling, he doesn't hate it. Chapter 5, Upgrade and Attack. Things like dungeons, especially early low difficulty dungeons. Has a strong teammate, basically you can lie down. Shen He feels like this now. The kobolds in front of him stared with innocent big eyes, one by one suspended in mid-air, while Shen He raised his pistol and practiced shooting continuously under the guidance of Kimunangxiang. The reason why can be so relaxed is simple. Chi Mu Kujuo has removed the superpower suppressor from his head. The refresh rate of monsters is too slow, can't you go to higher level dungeons? Kimukujuo sat on the ground, expressionlessly using his mind to control the newly appearing dog-head monster, and then let Shen He shoot it. Didn't you just try it? As long as you get to the border, you can't move forward. It should be waiting for me to upgrade. Shen He meditated silently on the 3.1 line and shooting posture formula, while observing his own 3-dimensional image on the system interface. 100 experience points are required. Killing a monster only raises 1 point. Now there are 6 points left to reach the second level. Has just done a lot of experiments, whether it is the monster killed by the slave or by yourself, the experience value obtained is the same, but the experience value of Kimukujuo has not changed, and it can only be strengthened by using the primary strengthening stone dropped by the monster. Strengthening needs to consume mana. 10 primary strengthening stones consume a little mana. Shen He has a total of 10 mana. Chi Munangxiang needs 150 primary strengthening stones from level 1 to level 2. In other words, even if the dog food is full, the magic power is not enough. Fortunately, the drop rate of strengthening stones is almost 100%, but this kind of mobs can only drop primary strengthening stones. The last point of experience. Shen He narrowed his eyes slightly and aimed his pistol at a mob with fixed mind power 5 meters away. Boom! The same clear stream poured into the body. The difference is that this time it seems that all the clear currents obtained before have been mobilized, and Shen He felt that his body suddenly became lighter. Tried to wave his arms a few times, obviously stronger than before. It is a pity that the three-dimensional model has no physical fitness information, so I have to find a time to test it. All the magic power was restored, and the upper limit rose to 15. Besides, the dungeon in the center of the dungeon has become dungeon 1 to 5 floors. Suddenly, Chi Mu Nan had a big thought, and all the monsters were pinched to death by him directly. This is... Suddenly there was an exclamation sound beside. A few people wearing armor and armed with weapons appeared on the back passage. After a rough scan, several of them are obviously not humans, such as the brawny man with cat ears on his head. This piece of earth spirit has been cleared. SHHH, it should be an advanced adventurer who is bringing newcomers. Let's change a place. What these people said is not in Chinese, but I don't know why, both Shen He and Chi Mu Nangxiang can understand. When they turned around and planned to leave, Shen He suddenly stopped each other. Which family are you from? Minus family, my lord. The strong man with cat ears stopped to answer. It's okay, I'll just ask. Shen He said with a smile. Your heartfelt voice tells me that this is also a story world. After these people left, Chi Mu Nangxiang's voice appeared in Shen He's mind. That's right. Shen He nodded with emotion. He just tried it out, but now he can basically determine where this copy is. Animation, is it wrong to seek an encounter in a dungeon? There are true gods in this world, there are more than one, there are many. Let's go, our hunting range has increased, and there is still half an hour left. Shen He put these aside for the time being, the top priority is to strengthen his strength as soon as possible. Okay. After half an hour, the two young men returned to Manhattan. Seems to have some special protection. Although they still appeared on the street, they did not cause the riots like Chi Mu Nangxiang. Shen He and Chi Mu Nangxiang looked at each other, there was an indescribable excitement in their eyes. For half an hour, he went directly from level 2 to level 4. Qi Shen frantically swept a half of the hunting map by himself, and even collected the fortified stones that were dropped. Those wild adventurers had their eyes rounded, and they couldn't believe that such a powerful advanced adventurer would even become a novice. District Robs. Sorry, we are newbies. Besides, he finally knew how to obtain the most important summoning stone. The instance time is refreshed once a day at midnight, and a summoning stone for advanced summoning will be automatically given after completion. Chi Mu, don't you go back first. Shen He turned to look at Chi Mu, the servant can return to the original place. After responding to the call and establishing a contract, I can call you out at any time. These information should also appear in Kimukujuo's mind. It doesn't matter, I return to the world of belonging, my ability will be restored, and time can travel to the point of disappearance. That's it, then I... Squeak. The harsh tires interrupted Shen He's words. A large ambulance passing by the side of the road suddenly skidded and hurriedly ran into the place where the two of them were. There are pedestrians and children around. There was a soft sound, and the ambulance crashed into a soft protective shield of mind power. Accident. Shen He was a little surprised. He has never seen the scene of a car accident in his life, and was hit by a car as soon as he crossed. It's not an accident. Chi Mu Nangxiang left this sentence in Shen He's mind. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com disappeared instantly when everyone around was attracted by the car accident. On a high-rise hotel 800 meters away, a man in simple casual clothes is packing up his things. spear, sniper lens, and trachea. It's a smart way to shoot glass shards into the tires with an air gun to create the illusion that a flat tire will cause an accident. The sound that suddenly appeared in his mind made the man jump up abruptly, drew his gun and fired wildly at the person who suddenly appeared in the room. However, all the bullets were still around Qi Shen. With a light tick with his finger, the man floated uncontrollably. It's really a world with a different style of painting. This is the first time I was shot by a gun, but Qi Munangxiang's gaze narrowed. You dare to attack my friend, how can you die? Ha ha! The man sneered hard and bit the poison hidden in his tooth sac. Cut off one head and grow two heads, long live the Hydra! The deadly poison spread all over the body in a short time, and the man's vision began to blur. However, back in time, Kimukujuo's palm glowed, but for a moment, the man's body went back 10 minutes. Is really dangerous, this ability can't save the dead. Using the power of mind to pull out the poison in the man's mouth, Qi Munangxiang got a little troubled. This is not his world. He won't say that he faints with a boom on his neck. He can't grasp the strength of the stun, and if he teleports back with this person, it will attract the attention of the people around him. Regardless, the other party may have accomplices. At the same time, Shen He is also in trouble here. Chapter 6, Tony Stark. Although the ambulance did not hit anyone because of Kimukujuo's mind. But the heart patient who was transporting inside was frightened all of a sudden, and myocardial infarction occurred. Please, can anyone help my husband? The patient's accompanying family members cried like a tearful person. No. He must be sent to the emergency room of the hospital within 3 minutes. The accompanying doctor carried out a series of rescues, but in the end he was helpless and couldn't save the man with the equipment on the ambulance. Shen He squeezed to the patient's side from the crowd, and quickly searched the backpack in the system to see if there was anything useful. Why are these weapons and living utensils? And Qi Shen is not around yet. Is there anything I can help? Shen He could only ask the doctor next to him. Only God can help him now. The doctor shook his head. Well, then God has come. Suddenly, a slightly frivolous voice came. The sound of engine jets came from the sky, and a sloppy red and gold armor flew down. It's Iron Man! Iron Man is coming! The people around him suddenly cheered. This is the world's leading figure in the past 6 months. Well, fans, get out of the way, Jarvis, scan the patient. Myocardial infarction, the heart has stopped beating, the blood supply to the brain is insufficient, sir, he only has 1 minute, you can't save him. Try a pacemaker. Tony squatted down, pressing 2 mechanical palms on the patient's chest, 240 volts. Crisp sound. No response, sir. 360 volts. Dopamine in the armor. Tony opened the helmet directly, revealing a well-known face of Uncle Mustache. The cheers around suddenly became silent. Watching Iron Man keep pressing the patient's chest, but he didn't react at all. Do not. The patient's wife is weak and limp. This kind of hopelessness is the cruelest. Sir, the patient's brain has been damaged. Go on. 360 volts. Tony gritted his teeth, the palm of his hand is still pacing the heart without stopping the voltage. Sir, the probability of your successful rescue is 0%. Enough, enough, Iron Man. The patient's wife suddenly grabbed Iron Man's armored arm and cried heartbreakingly, You are not God, you can't save him. I'm sorry. Tony's eyes were a little blank. He is indeed not God, he can't save the person in front of him, he can't even save himself. Go on, don't stop. Shen He suddenly grabbed his other armored arm, no matter whether there is hope or not, at least it must be held until the last moment. As long as it can be delayed until Qi Munangxiang returns, even at the last second, there is hope. Go on, Jarvis. Tony took a deep breath and continued to press with both hands. Sir, the brain is damaged by more than 30%, and it can be judged that the brain is dead. Don't worry. Go on. Tony's forehead has blue veins. He is Tony Stark. It's Iron Man. How can you succumb to this fate? Sir, the patient has. Back in time and space. The pink-haired Kimukujuo appeared unexpectedly. A miracle happened. The man who had already turned blue, his pupils collapsed, and even medically regarded as a dead man, in a short moment, his face turned ruddy again, and his silent chest rose and fell again. The patient is out of danger, sir, the heart is beating again, and the brain damage is repaired. Call. Shen He breathed out a long breath. Qi Shen finally arrived at the last minute. Great! Awesome! Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! The cheering people around kept shouting the name of Iron Man. What's going on? Jarvis! Tony had a dreamlike feeling. He really gave up at the moment just now, just insisting on the willpower to stick to the last moment. There is a 97% probability that it is because of the man with pink hair and green clothes who suddenly appeared next to you. Tony searched around and quickly found Shen He and Chi Munangxiang, who were planning to leave secretly while the crowd cheered. Hey, please wait a moment. The kick at his feet started, and Tony flew over the crowd and stopped in front of Shen He and Chi Munangxiang. Kimukujuo also carried the Hydra Slayer with ropes in his hands. What's the matter? The hero Iron Man. Shen He looked at the people around him helplessly. Just now, do you have time to have a cup of milk tea? I'll treat you. Tony also noticed that this is not a place to talk. Well, go to the rooftop there. Shen He looked up and pointed at the top of a tall building. Since I met one of the village chiefs of Novice Village, there is nothing to talk about. The incident just now gave him a good impression of the billionaire. He may be arrogant, but he is indeed worthy of the word hero. Chi Mu didn't want to stay here for a long time. He took Shen He's figure for a moment, and disappeared directly. Wow, Jarvis, what did you find? Tony exclaimed. Nothing was found, sir, they just disappeared. The red steel body flew upwards, but Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com first ran to a milk tea shop to order some desserts, and then landed on the rooftop. I don't like him very much. Chi Munangxiang was still expressionless. It's normal, he is a POO who wants to show off all his talents. Shen He shrugged. Chi Munangxiang didn't like to be paid attention to, and the last thing Tony lacked was attention. Hey, do you want some? Honestly, I just came back from the hearing and I was a little hungry. Tony put the dessert box beside him, took one and put it in his mouth. How did you save that? Human, superpower? Or something else? I have never heard that people with brain damage can recover so quickly. We can't save you, Tony. Shen He's expression was serious. Tony's movements stopped suddenly. Then the corners of his mouth were pulled twice, and he laughed twice. I'm Tony Stark. It's Iron Man, how come I need someone else to help me? Your physical condition is very bad. Chi Mu's voice suddenly reached Tony's mind. If you continue to use the energy source on your chest, you will only be able to live for a few months at most. Oh, my goodness! Tony clutched his head. What is this, telepathy? I hate that people get into my head, especially men. Haha, just get used to it. Shen He followed Tony's awkward way of changing the subject and continued. Of course he can tell Tony where is the way to save him, but Shen He does not intend to do that. Because this is the experience of Iron Man. Once lost, crazy, and relieved, this middle-aged uncle with billions of fortunes will truly become the hero of the earth, Iron Man. Chapter 7, Mecha is the romance of men. I have an idea. Tony touched his waist subconsciously and found that he was wearing armor without a business card. Well, I don't know if the two are interested in working at Stark Industries. The salary will definitely satisfy both of you. I, the CEO of, may need some outstanding bodyguards. If there is no money someday, I will. Shen He shrugged. If you haven't obtained the slave summoning system, and have not summoned Kishan, then it may be a good choice to go to Stark Industry for a meal. But now his vision is no longer ordinary people. After all, it is more or less a sense of superiority to travel to a world familiar with the plot and characters. Well, you should know where to find me. Yes, just watch TV. Tony put on the mask again. Are just two people with some special abilities. Since they can't solve the problem of palladium poisoning and don't want to be his employees, then just chat. Shen He glanced at the person in Nangxiang Kimu's hand, thought for a while, and stopped Tony, who was about to fly away. Can you call Agent Coulson for us? I know you have his contact information. No problem. Tony didn't stop for a moment, and flew away. Let's wait here, the Hydra matter will be handed over to SHIELD to get a headache. By the way, I will remind you of the identity problem, and then I will rent a high-end apartment and play games with a copy. These are Shen He's plans. His cheat system does not require participation in the plot. Low-level card draws can also draw US dollars, so you don't even have to find a job. Also, the card is drawn to the kitchen game. When there is no activity, the salted fish keeps in good health, and the liver can't be saved even if you think about it. Say there will be activities in this system, will there be? Even if you ask me, I don't know. Chi Mu Nangxiang looked at Shen He. You seem to adapt quickly. What are you referring to? Are you right about crossing this matter? Shen He pointed to his head. Perhaps because I have always been reluctant to believe that fantasy is just fantasy. What happened today did not give me too much unreal. It feels like it will naturally take out the adaptability of being a social elite. How do adults cope? Kimu Kuzuo was slightly pensive. There was a crisp sound. What's wrong? Shen He fixed his eyes and gasped. A golden bullet stopped near the back of his head, and he would be dead without the spirits. It's a sniper. Seiki Kuzuo's eyes suddenly turned into cross-eyed eyes, and he activated his clairvoyance ability. Wait, they may have accomplices. Shen He immediately grabbed the Kimu Kuzuo who wanted to teleport away. Was almost at the same time, and there were two soft shots, this time two consecutive sniper bullets fired from different directions. Go to the corner over there first. Shen He and Chi Mu Nangxiang ran to the corner of the roof together and hid against the corner. There was a blind spot, and there were things blocking them in all directions. They have a lot of people, at least a dozen snipers, nearly 100 enemies, and some heavy weapons. Chi Mu Nangxiang's eyes are still clairvoyant. Unlike the killer just now, they seem to be gangsters. Even though he is only level 2 now, ordinary people and ordinary weapons are still not enough to pose a threat to him, but it is difficult to protect Shen He well. The gangster? I haven't even arrived for a day when I came here. Why was the gang attacked so frantically? Shen He was speechless, and other travelers had never seen it like this. If this crazy blow continues, even if you don't get killed, you will be annoyed to death, so how can you brush a copy of the follower? Could it be the cause of this person? Chi Mu Nangxiang pointed to the captured Hydra killer on the side, one of the two bullets just pointed at him. That's how it is. As if there was a flash of light, Shen He suddenly wanted to understand. According to the plot, the Hydra at this time is still lurking, and the previous car accident is likely to be just a test. However, Chi Mu Nangxiang has directly captured a prisoner. If the SHIELD Bureau's bittern head knows that the Hydra, which should have perished decades ago, still exists, an investigation will inevitably be launched. So the real target of the opponent should be this Hydra killer, kill him, and stop all clues to the gang group controlled by Hydra. Would you like to hand him over? Kimu Kuzuo also knew the cause of the matter through Shen He's heartfelt voice. Of course not. Shen He opened his system and put his gaze on a certain powerful defensive weapon in his backpack. The weaker you are, the more arrogant the enemy, Chi Mu, since he came over and exposed his particularity, then just do it. The backpack in the backpack is the only 4-star rare weapon other than Chi Mu Nang Xiang in the previous 10 consecutive high-level draws. Mirage Tower comes from the rebellious world of Lelich, the strongest mecha of the protagonist Lelich. Is equipped with a druid system and an absolute guardian domain system, with a defense comparable to that of a competition level, and a flight system. Take this thing out, it will be troublesome in the future. Chi Mu Nang Xiang heard Shen He's plan. Now the troubles are constant, Chi Mu. Shen He's thoughts were very clear, I am not a dime, I have a personality to occupy everything, and as long as I show my strength, I am qualified to find allies and make the enemy dare not dare. Act rashly, this is for our salted fish life. Okay. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Kimukujuo hates to show off, if he can, he just wants to live the life of an ordinary high school student. But since I have promised to help, there is no way. Who? With a harsh whistling sound, a rocket hit the place where the two were staying. Boom! Amid the violent explosion, a giant machine rushed into the sky from the billowing smoke. The main black tone and the golden armor at the joints, coupled with the tall figure and slender body ratio, make the entire Mirage large mecha look only one word: cool. Ha ha ha! Mecha is really a man's romance. Shen He couldn't help laughing out loud, but as soon as he sat in and touched the controller and the keyboard, there was a kind of ambition and fighting spirit surging in his heart. Is the same as the previous hate, just touch and there is a basic operation method that floods my mind. Although it is only a basic operation, the Mirage itself is designed in the direction of high-intensity defense and heavy weapon attack mode. What is that? No, something has fallen off. Run! People on the street below were attracted by the explosion, but the concrete falling from the sky quickly caused panic. Even an egg falling from a height of several hundred meters can be a weapon for killing. Not to mention the broken stones and glass. However, the large mecha that flew into the high air made a dashing turn around and landed straight into the low air. Luminous, absolute defense field, start. Shen He suddenly crossed the arms of the mecha, activated the pink defensive position, and blocked all the falling objects from high altitude. Chapter 8, Chaldea. Get out of here! Shen He used the megaphone to disperse the crowd while controlling the mecha. At this time, New Yorkers had not been exposed to the war, and their ability to respond was far less than that in the future, and many people were frightened. The sound of a crashing vehicle came, and Shen He swept away with the light, and several black trucks rushed over. In the opened rear compartment, Gatling and other heavy weapons were impressively equipped. Very good and powerful, a gangster is so powerful. Worthy of being marvel. But now is not the time to complain. Shen He opened the aiming system according to the instructions in his mind, and raised his palms abruptly. Several shots of the ball-shaped hadron cannon blasted out from the inside of his hands, hitting the enemy accurately under the automatic locking system. For a time, the originally peaceful streets were like battlefields, with charred fragments and hot flames torn apart, explosions and screams intertwined with each other, and the air was filled with the smell of iron and burnt black smoke. Civilian injuries are inevitable. Shen He's original playful mind was reduced a bit, but more and more gangs came in. These bastards! The absolute defensive force field of Mirage Tower can only defend the body in front of it due to energy problems. Moreover, Shen He is still a novice, he is very clumsy in control, and the opponents are also thugs who use rocket launchers as pistols. Only in an instant, Shen He made a decision. Mainly to protect civilians, and postpone until Kimukujuo solves those people in the tall buildings. After all, I am a master, what am I doing when leaving the follower and running in front of the enemy? Everyone runs here. Hammered open the glass door of a tall building next to him, and the huge Mirage Mecha expanded the pink defensive position to the maximum, blocking the oncoming bombing, and bringing a safe position to this chaotic street. Wait! Is that a missile? Several newly appearing enemy trucks are surprisingly equipped with warheads with a diameter of 30 or 40 centimeters. This is not good. Even if blocked, the explosion will turn the surrounding into hell. Just when Shen He was in trouble. Boom! A white light flashed, and the gang who was about to launch a missile was accurately hit by a small tracking bullet. How is this going? The red and gold armor landed from high in the sky. But Iron Man, who had left, ran back. Tony, I will protect the civilians, and you will get rid of those gangs. Shen He looked happy. Gangsters? You mean these are gangsters? Really not terrorists? And where does your mecha come from? Tony heard Shen He's voice. While attacked, his attention was suddenly attracted by the Mirage. Sir, that is a powerful defensive force field that has never been seen before. Well, it seems that those two people have a big secret. Jarvis, look at where this group of gangsters came from. Tony was a little unhappy because he found that the Mirage looks more, his armor is even cooler. Yes, sir, the signs on them indicate that they are from Brooklyn's Skeleton Gang. The old-fashioned name sounds like a horror comedy for children at 9 o'clock in the evening. With the addition of Tony, Shen He's pressure is greatly reduced, and he can even save a few more people easily. What he doesn't know is that this cool mecha has been photographed by many people and posted on the internet, all over the world for a while. Crazy circulation within. Kimunang Xiang also dealt with his enemies, teleported to Shen He's side again, and used his mind to help secretly. Sir, you have a phone number that says it is the chief of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, who was searching for the remaining enemies, suddenly heard such a reminder. Okay, connect. Tony. Fury's voice sounded very angry. Now, take your friends back to your villa, right away, if you don't want to be detained by the police. Wait, they are not my friends. Tony was hung up before he finished speaking. Okay, he hung up my phone? He actually hung up Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony was babbling, but he still flew to Shen He's mecha. Hey, big man, come with me, I'm quite interested in your armor. Let's follow, Chi Mu, the sun is about to go down. Shen He looked at the sky, and controlled the mecha to follow. If there is any place in this world that can avoid trouble, Tony's residence is one. As a well-known big tyrant, billionaire, and Iron Man, most people really dare not invade his residence casually. Before leaving, Shen He glanced at the ruins of the street below. Some confused people were trying to find lost partners. It was real and cruel. In such a world, ordinary people do not have the ability to determine their own destiny at all, they are only supporting roles to embellish heroes' achievements. This is your villa, it's really luxurious. Shen He controlled the mecha to land on a helicopter lifting platform. In front of him was a luxurious villa full of modern art. It covers an area of more than thousands of square meters. It has a swimming pool, a large underground garage, and a helicopter landing platform. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Everything you can think of can be found here. To be precise, it is one of the villas. Tony also took off his armor, perhaps you should think about how to face them. In front of the lifting platform, two men in black suits are walking towards this side, one of them is Collison, the other is a bald black man with a one-eyed eye patch, undoubtedly the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick F.O.Rui. Gentlemen, maybe I want to say, welcome to the United States, but are you going to give me an explanation? Fury strode to the front of Shen He. You treat a whole street as a battlefield in the world. Show your giant mecha in front of you. Do you know how many civilians were injured? Do you want to explain? Shen He slapped the mecha beside him. And the bound-tight man fell out from it. This is the explanation, a Hydra agent, is it enough, Director Fury? Agent Hydra. Fury was obviously taken aback. It's impossible, they were kicked by Captain America decades ago. Shen He took Fury's words and shook his head, it's so naive. Hydra has never been wiped out. They have been hiding by your side for decades. Obviously, we found evidence of their existence accidentally, and that's why such an attack would be caused. Who are you guys anyway? Fury's expression became serious. These two people who suddenly appeared are too mysterious. They not only possess incomprehensible superpowers, they look very advanced mechas, but they also know SHIELD, his name, and even Hydra. Didn't I say it? Shen He smiled slightly, we are from the Human Security Agency, the Chaldeans. It is not just you who have been protecting the world in the dark. Chapter 9, Firm Qi Zhao Dang. Chaldea. This is the second time Fury has heard the name, the first time it was from Collison. And now there is more detailed information. Human Resources Protection Agency. If you have been protecting the world, why I have never heard of it? Naturally, Fury would not believe it so simply. SHIELD has the world's most comprehensive database of information, as long as it is something that humans have explored. There are records. Because in most cases, we are just observing. Shen He stretched out his hand to pat the mecha behind him again. This time, the huge mecha disappeared out of thin air. What to observe? Fury asked in a deep voice. In any case, the magical means displayed by the other party are not trivial. This kind of huge mecha alone must have powerful resources to build. Observe you. Shen He pondered for a while, seeming to be organizing language. The purpose of Chaldea was to ensure the long and strong continuation of human history. We have no interest in the internal struggles of human beings. No intention to protect world peace, because war has long been an inseparable part of human beings. The earth has many guardians, so most of the things we have done so far have been observed and recorded. A lot of guardians. Fury caught the point from Shen He's words for the first time. The Asgard Protoss protects the Earth from alien threats, while a group of hermit mages defend against dark creatures from different dimensions. Honestly speaking, SHIELD is an organization that protects the Earth. The most useless one. Shen He stretched out and began to think about how to end this topic. There was so much dry stuff in his head, and it was all covered at once. How to play in the future. What about you? Fury's only one-eyed one stared sharply at Shen He. Since you are only observing, why does it appear again? And he didn't hide his whereabouts. No matter how you look at it, openly taking out a giant mech to fight on the street, it is not a behavior that a hidden organization should do. Shen He narrowed his eyes slightly, are you sure you want to know? Of course. Fury's tone was firm. Well, our prophet predicted a huge disaster, and the guards were powerless, so we had to go out in person. Don't talk about clichés. Shen He lifted his foot over the braised egg head with a hoop. Live on Tony's shoulder, hey, let's discuss something. You give us a few rooms in your villa, and I will let you study how my mecha is. Are you willing to let me study your mecha? Tony was taken aback. These mysterious organizations one by one should not be very important to their own technology. Of course, but don't break it. This mecha is the only defensive weapon I brought over. Shen He smiled, by the way, I can tell you a good news. In our prophet's prediction, you have the future important scene, and I seem to be attending your wedding, so work hard. Oh, my goodness. Tony pointed to himself incredulously. Me? Wedding? I must be dying to get married. Just say whether you can agree or not. Shen He shrugged. The deal, I need that kind of defensive force field, and your mecha doesn't seem to fly by jet, anti-gravity technology. Tony still agreed. If what Shen He said was true, then he wouldn't die so easily, so he was also interested in researching some brand new technologies. Fry looked at the two people who started talking over there, and after being silent for a while, he picked up the Hydra agent without saying a word, turned and left. Chief Collison followed Fury. We need to investigate some things first. If Hydra hasn't died, it won't be that simple. On the other hand, Shen-He and Tony didn't care about the Bitternhead leaving. He pulled Chi Mu Nangxiang happily, planning to choose his own room. I have to say that such a house is really too big, and the internal facilities are extremely luxurious. It has everything you need, and you are dazzled by it. As for Tony, he got the mecha and went into the laboratory. I don't plan to live here. Chi Mu Nangxiang's voice appeared in Shen-He's mind. Really, are you planning to go back? Shen-He's interest suddenly weakened a lot. Well, it looks safe here, you can call me anytime you encounter any danger. Kimukujuo was worried about the danger of Shen-He before, but now it seems that there is no need to worry about it, and even if he can travel to the time of leaving, he does not want to leave home for too long. This is very uncomfortable for a person who is keen on squatting at home. Okay. Shen-He nodded, and then suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, I just saw a full set of equipment for making coffee pudding in the kitchen. I will make something for you to take back. Do you still make coffee pudding? Chi Mu Nangxiang was a little surprised. That is, my cooking skills are quite good. I didn't want to go out very much when I was working. I just relied on this interest to reward myself. Shen-He turned and walked towards the kitchen. By the way, your world, now the plot is in progress. Which step is it? Plot, there are also plots in funny comics. Chi Mu Nangxiang followed Shen-He to the kitchen with a little expectation. You reading www.youkansha.com. Of course. Shen-He took out a strawberry from the refrigerator. I'll just ask, do you still drink the strawberry milkshake that Zhao Qiaozinmei has drunk? Kimukujuo has a black question mark on his face. Well, it seems that the extra plot hasn't arrived yet. Shen-He gave a smirk. Then have you hugged Tara Qiaozinmei in the public? Or the princess hug? Kimukujuo could not speak. Because from Shen-He's heart, these are all true. Do you only remember these? Haha, I am a determined Qi Zhao Dang. Shen-He said with a smile while continuing the movements in his hands. The kind of self-guided girls and some little narcissistic girls are actually super cute, aren't they? You know my situation. Love is not for me. Kimu Nangxiang shook his head. He was cursed by a superpower, and he might never know what it's like to be in love in his life. Do not be silly. Shen-He suddenly stopped his movements, turned around and patted Chi Mu Nangxiang the shoulder, with a serious expression. Didn't you always pursue the ordinary? Ordinary high school students will fall in love, family, friends, and the happiness of ordinary people. Just among these, or is it that you, like some people guessed, that the one who really loves Shen Haiteng is actually the second boy in the middle? No, please allow me to deny it firmly. That's not it. Shen-He turned around and continued to make coffee pudding. You will be able to perfectly control your ability one day. That is what I promised you, so please cherish the feelings of ordinary people. Chapter 10, Furious Anxiety. Kimu Nangxiang was silent. No one has ever said anything similar to him. But this is also normal. As the protagonist of the funny comic, there is no normal person around, not to mention the fact that Chi Mu Nangxiang has been trying his best to hide the fact that he has superpowers. It's done, let's taste it. Shen-He held a cup of coffee pudding in a cup, and said, there are even quick refrigeration equipment here. The taste should be good. Chi Mu Nangxiang recovered from his thoughts, took the cup in the expectant eyes of Shen-He, and took a sip of it. Well. His eyes widened slightly. It's delicious. It's better than the 2,950 yen coffee pudding. Shen-He glanced at the world's top materials placed aside. Forget it, just delicious. I'll get some more for you to take back. Shen-He turned around and continued, by the way, the refresh time of the dungeon is 1 o'clock in the morning every day. After all, you still have to go to school. The time to refresh the dungeon is up to you. In addition, if not in an emergency, I will notify you before calling, lest you suddenly disappear in front of the crowd. Said something one after another, basically thinking about Chi Munangxiang. Shen He has already begun to bring in and adapt to his status as the master. No problem. Finally, Chi Munangxiang carried a bag full of coffee pudding, and asked to return in his mind according to the instructions. The system virtual interface opened by Shen He also popped up a prompt, waved his hand, and agreed. He was the only one left in the entire kitchen. Such a big house, but empty. Jarvis. Shen He returned to his room. Guest, do you have any instructions? The voice of artificial intelligence Jarvis appeared in the room. As Tony's residence, it is naturally not only as simple as it seems on the surface, but also hides all kinds of high tech. The smart housekeeper Jarvis can monitor every corner of the house all the time. This is why Tony let Shen He live in without worry. I want to search for something on the internet, can you help me? Yes, guest. After hearing the reply, Shen He's eyes flickered slightly. First of all, we must figure out which Marvel universe is here. The most important setting of Marvel, the big IP of the former home world, is to have many parallel universes, movies, comics, and animations, each with a different plot and even a world view. Judging from the previous hearing, this is the most likely movie universe. At the same time, other parts of the world have also changed because of the appearance of Shen He. A large group of heavily armed special police rushed into the most chaotic area of Brooklyn under the command. Except for the skeleton gang, which had been hit hard, other gangs were also attacked frantically. This group of gangsters who seem to be arrogant on weekdays are not worth mentioning in front of the serious Secret Service forces. The fierce gun battle lasted only half an hour, and a field agent in a black suit walked out of it to Carlson's side. Sir, the skeleton gang boss is dead and committed suicide by taking poison. We have not found any useful information. It's still a step late, where did their weapons come from? Carlson's expression was a bit heavy. Hydra, the mortal enemy of Captain America, his fans as Captain cannot be unclear. They are fierce, fanatical, unscrupulous, and extremely cunning. From the mouth of the captured young man, it seems to be related to the police chief in Brooklyn. The chief of the police station. Carlson was taken aback, but quickly reacted, you don't need to apply for a search warrant, just go and arrest it. But the agent's subordinates were embarrassed. We just received the news that the chief of the police department was also dead and committed suicide by taking poison. They are really decisive. A police chief said to throw it away and throw it away. Carlson shook his head, let's go back and give the credit to the special police. When Carlson reported back to SHIELD headquarters, Fury had already received the news. Coelson, what do you think? Fry sat on the chair, looking unusually calm, but Carlson, who was familiar with his officer, knew very well that this was an expression of his suppressed anger. Decisive and cruel, leaving no clues, it's like Hydra's method. Carlson told the truth, but it is not ruled out that other organizations imitate the Hydra's methods, and even Shen He himself has self-directed and self-acted. Suspicion. Directed and acted by myself, hey. Fury sneered and threw a document directly onto the table. We used Verita serum on the Hydra agent they caught. Guess what we know? That agent is a hidden agent of SHIELD. And it's level 5. Are we all in charge of auditing shit? Or when do we allow agents to work part-time outside and receive 2 salaries? Carlson picked up the interrogation file, flipped through it twice, and couldn't help but gasp. This is really terrible. The interrogation document stated that the Hydra agent had been trained at the base of Hydra since he was a child, and then he was recruited into the SHIELD agency as an agent. And this is obviously seriously inconsistent with his resume in SHIELD. This kind of situation will happen, or it is because Hydra concealed the fraudulent resume too well, or even concealed the investigation by S.H.I.E.L.D. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Either, there is also a Hydra undercover in S.H.I.E.L.D., and the position is not low. I am willing to accept Veritaserum review. Collison was in the first schedule. He knows very well that the occurrence of this kind of thing means that S.H.I.E.L.D. is no longer credible. Fury's only one-eyed one stared at Coulson for a long time before slowly speaking, "No, if I don't even believe you, then no one can believe it. Coulson, this matter, you will rot in your stomach first." "Director, you mean?" Collison seemed to understand something. "Well, I didn't bring the Hydra agent back for interrogation. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., we didn't know that we had discovered the tip of the iceberg. At most, we only suspected. We need time and a secret investigation." Fury knocked on the table lightly. "The two of the Chaldeans cannot be Hydra. They don't have to expose themselves, and our plan needs to be advanced." For 4 whole days, Shen He has been living in Tony's villa, brushing his copy, and enjoying the luxury of the rich. It also started from level 7 and the difficulty of leveling became more and more difficult. He was unable to level up at all if he was brushed in the 10th floor area of the dungeon every day. Qi Shen was fed dog food by Shen He every day. Upgrade to level 4. The main reason is that the use of strengthening stones requires magic power, and Shen He's natural magic power to return to the body every day is only 60 points, resulting in a lot of dog food in his hands, but no magic power to feed. As for the summoning stones, 1 a day, all of them sink into the river and save them for 10 consecutive draws. Such a life of salted fish continued until Tony's beautiful secretary, Little Pepper, walked into the villa angrily. Chapter 11, Messy Plot. Behind every successful man is an excellent woman. For Playboy Tony, this woman is undoubtedly the shrewd and charming female assistant Little Pepper, Pepper Potts. So if Tony is afraid of someone angry, Pepper can count as one. "Are you joking?" Pepper dragged a box directly into the laboratory with a trailer, and his angry voice could be heard from far away. "What are you thinking? Lost your company, lost your job, and stayed in the laboratory for 4 days without going out. Do you know how messy it has become outside? The door of the company is crowded with reporters every day." Okay, calm down first." Tony raised his hand subconsciously. "Jarvis, search for the latest news about Stark Industries all of a sudden." "Yes, sir." On the projection control interface installed around the laboratory, the first thing that emerged was the battle scene on the street that day. The main shots have always been placed on the Mirage, and various reports have been published continuously. "Sir, the news these days are mainly about your guests. All reporters are guessing the true identity of the pilot of the large mecha and his relationship with you, because a drone shot the large mecha finally landing in your residence." Jarvis collected all the information and selected the most typical ones. "So what's the matter with that mech? Oh my goodness, is this the mech?" Pepper didn't notice the Mirage that was placed in a prominent position in the laboratory until this time. Yes, I have been researching these days." Tony shuts down the news. He doesn't care about it at all. "So what about the driver inside? Did you leave her here?" Pepper subconsciously felt that it was not that simple. Is it really the same as the media said? The driver inside is actually a beautiful blonde woman? That's why I can so long in Tony Stark's villa. "Oh, if you mean he is behind you." Scare. Pepper turned around in shock. Because a man is holding a wine glass, the man in pajamas is indeed standing at the entrance of the laboratory. "Hello, Ms. Potts, this is Shen He." Shen He walked in and greeted him. "I am a guest here for now." "Yes, it's that simple." Tony manipulated his fingers on the virtual projection. Floating around are the structural data about the Mirage. "Pepper, don't care what the media say, they always like to fear that the world will not be chaotic. I'm making up some news, you see, I'm very busy, really very busy. So you stay here just to study this mecha? Potts suddenly seemed discouraged. She knew how much Tony loved mechas. Once she devoted herself to the research, it was normal to not show up for several days like this. What's more, there are still outsiders present. Even if there is a stomach of complaints, she will still save Tony some face in front of unfamiliar strangers. Of course, this is not an ordinary mecha. When it comes to work, Tony's look is also a little excited. He stood in front of the Mirage with amazement. Although it can't be compared with my Mark, the operating system is a mess, but the defensive field is very powerful. Give me another week and I will be able to shrink it and load it on the new generation of Mark armor. Well, that is to say, you won't go to the cocktail party 3 days later. No, you can go for me. Tony waved his hand indifferently. Me? I'm just a secretary. That reception was all CEOs of big companies. Pepper took a deep breath before suppressing the anger in his heart. Really? Tony didn't turn his head. Then you too. Pepper froze on his face with some angry expressions. What did you say? I said, from now on, you are the new CEO of Stark Industries. Tony turned around and looked at the secretary who had been working at Stark Industries since his father was still alive. Perhaps still there are legal matters, but you know, I have the right to decide my heir, and that's you. Congratulations, you can scream now or go to a promotion party. But I. Pepper didn't know what to say at once. But the smile on her face couldn't stop. She looked at Tony, and Tony looked at her too. At this moment, Pepper felt that all the efforts he had made for such a long time were worthwhile. He stood by, sipping the wine, feeling like he was fed a mouthful of dog food. But he is more concerned about another thing. If his information these days are not checked correctly, the cocktail party after 3 days seems to be a plot point. There will be a racing competition that day. Tony, who feels he is dying, will go to the car to indulge himself, and then meet this for the first time. The villain of a movie. And now, Tony is not planning to go to the reception. That poor villain, what will Ivan Vank do? Okay, this matter is so settled. Tony seemed to have made a major decision. The whole person was a little more relaxed. He then looked at the box that Pepper was dragging over. You read www.yuyugonshu.com. What's in it? It looks heavy, and the fan sent it. A present? No, Agent Collison asked me to bring this to you. Pepper still didn't get over the surprise, but replied subconsciously, listen to him, that this is your father's relic. My father's relic? Tony was taken aback. Why did they give me my father's relic? Okay. He was still stunned. It's messed up, it's all messed up. Tony's birthday party is half a month later, and he got his father's relic from SHIELD, and the plot to find a solution to the palladium poisoning should be at a later point in time. Is this the so-called butterfly effect? He sighed in his heart, and interjected, your father, Howard Stark, is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. He is a great man, Tony, you are also his greatest pride. What did you say? Tony looked at Shen-He in disbelief. In his impression, he has never been loved by his father. His father was just busy with work all day, until he suddenly died in a car accident on an unmanned road. Everything you want to know is in this box. Shen-He looked at the box on the ground. He gave you the greatest achievement in his life, and this has become the key to saving you, Tony. Your father, he is not good at expressing his love for his children, which is the same as that of fathers of many people. It sounds like you know my father better than I. Tony squatted down and opened the box. It looked like something old. Didn't I say it? Shen-He shrugged, we have been observing, whether it is the past or the future. Chapter 12, The European spirit of card drawing is exploded. Tony Stark has found his father's relic, and is about to obtain the dragon-slaying sword, to dominate the rivers and lakes. And the big villain Ivan Vank is a bit bleak. In order to make revenge props, he ran out of all his money, and after a lot of hard work, he was finally fully equipped, and he was about to get revenge, but he was stuck in the last step. He couldn't find Tony. Tony did not appear at the reception in the media reports, and Tony did not join in the racing game. Ivan Vank squatted outside Tony's villa for 3 days and never saw Tony come out. He had to sleep in the park like a tramp, looking for food in the trash can. But the sea of blood and vengeance has been raging in his heart. Even if he eats leftover hamburgers from others, even if he sleeps on a cold chair, he is only strengthening his belief in revenge. Until I was knocked a sap. Snapped. The incandescent lamp that was suddenly lit was a bit too dazzling for Ivan Lai, who had been blindfolded all the time. He shook his head with a splitting headache, and from the gap of his eyes, he could faintly see a person sitting in the shadow in front of him. Ivan Vank. There was a slightly hoarse voice, obviously using a voice changer. Ivan tried to shake his body. He was firmly tied to the chair. The binding technique was very professional. And the equipment he worked so hard to build was placed on the table in front of him. Do you know? When my people found you, what was my first feeling? The man in front of me stretched out his hand and brushed lightly on Ivan's equipment. Surprise, huge surprise, because we finally discovered a genius no less than Tony Stark. Ivan's movements to try to escape are a little smaller. He squinted at the man in front of him. The shadow completely covered his face, but he could still see the fat figure. Tony said that no one can make his weapon in 10 years, and you are just in a dilapidated room, using dilapidated equipment, to make such a charming thing. The man slowly vomited with a sigh of relief. It seemed to calm his excitement. Ivan, we checked your information. The only difference between you and Tony is that your father has not beaten his father. And now, you have a new father, that is. The man in the shadow aroused a smile. Hydra. Shen He on the other side also ushered in an important moment on this day. Draw time. It is the 10th day since I came into this world. Since getting up in the morning, Shen He washed his face 10 times, his hands 20 times, kept smiling, and then put a few sticks of incense on the Queen Mother Guanyin Bodhisattva. Tony has been living in the laboratory for the past 6 days. In addition to studying mechas, he also studied his father's relics. It still seems to have found nothing. And the hotel and racing game as the plot point, without the protagonist to participate, also passed without surprise. In other words, Shen He has no idea what will happen next. You have been looking in the mirror for 20 minutes, don't you want to start? Chi Munang sighing on the side couldn't help but complain. Because he knew that today was the time to draw the card, he didn't rush back after swiping the dungeon, but stayed to see what he would get. What do you know? Shen He carefully sorted out his clothes. Whoever has possessions must be sincere and respected. If you work together to wash your clothes, burn incense, and pray, you will be able to move the gods. This sentence has always been my criterion for drawing cards. Suan Buchang Fi everything is fake. In the final analysis, the card draw probability of this system is inherently weird, and the probability of a follower appears to be very low. But it's normal. After all, there is no treasure system, and it is impossible to draw duplicate followers. If the probability is still high, wouldn't it be possible to form an army of followers soon? Call. Shen He exhaled a long breath, then slowly closed his eyes. It's now. 10 consecutive draws guaranteed. The summoning interface of the system in front of it flows slowly, and the summoning speed of advanced card draw is very slow. But when he saw that the magic circle that circulated for the first time did not gleam with a golden halo, Shen He's heart was cold. However, ding, congratulations, successfully summoned the 3-star follower. Is this a follower? Shen He's disappointed expression suddenly turned into joy. Even if it's just a Samsung follower, it's not bad, anyway, it's all about feeding dog food. But I don't even know the name, How can I get the other party to agree to the call? Shen He was a little at a loss, and suddenly realized that a sack appeared in front of him. Looking at the interface in front of him, it has been shown that the follower agrees to the call. Chi Mu. Shen He drooled. He noticed the creeping of the sacks. Although he said that the servant could not harm the master, there was still a chance of absolute order. But how can I say it, because I was too nervous, but I was a little confused. Kimunang Siang nodded, stretched out his hand, and read the power to untie the rope of the sack. At the moment of opening, a girl's face appeared in front of the two of them. She was wrapped in something that looked like a rag made of inferior leather and animal hair, and an iron collar was clasped around her neck like a death row. An indescribable stench filled the room. It was caused by dirt. The smell of blood, rain, and mud mixed together. Dirty, skinny, like a vagrant slave. But when Shen He put his gaze on the girl's face, he couldn't help but stop breathing. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. She is so beautiful that she is thrilling. Any language is indescribable, even dust and mud can't hide the radiance of that messy blonde hair. Although the face is covered with large and small bruises and even scratches, it does not affect the look of the angel. It was amazing, and what really shocked Shen He was the sky blue eyes that were looming under the messy hair. It was as calm as a beautiful lake, and it seemed to contain amazing agility. The girl's eyes looked around, then looked directly at Shen He, motionless, her delicate face calmly like a machine. I can't hear her voice. Chi Mu said slowly. Shen He looked at the summoned item displayed at the bottom of the system screen and clicked on it. A three-dimensional image of the girl appeared in front of him. She looked only 11 or 12 years old, and her name was still 4 question marks. However, there are comments. Weapon, this is the qualitative nature given to her by everyone. There is no emotion, no thinking, just a command, she is the who is responsible for ruling death. However, the red, yellow, and brown dead leaves swirled around her like a dance. The flawless and elegant girl who is as bright as a full moon. Who is? Weapons, beauty, blonde hair, sky blue eyes. Shen He kept thinking in his mind, and a name seemed to be blurted out. And at this moment, the dazzling golden light suddenly shining in the summoning array interrupted his thinking, and a squishy sound surrounded his ears. Ding! Congratulations! Successfully summoned the 4-star rare servant, 2 rituals. This is, oh, the European spirit is bursting. Chapter 13, The Battlefield. Shen He panted, suppressed his breathing, clenched his fists, his heart pounding. Turned out to be 2 rituals. The second follower actually got 2 ceremonies. Could Shen He say that he had spent more than 10,000 yuan before crossing it for Man Base He sister? Could it be that he collected all the novels, comics, and even bought 4 sisters' figures? Calm down, be calm. He took a deep breath. First of all, I don't know what period of Shiji will be drawn, but no matter what period it is, the possibility of refusing to call is very high. Unless, it's that special state. Shen He, who was thinking like this, suddenly felt his arms sink. This is a short-haired girl in a white medical suit. Her delicate face has her eyes closed. She looks only 18 or 19 years old, and her soft body naturally relaxes as if she is asleep. Shen He's heart suddenly calmed down. Just glanced at it, and he knew that these were the 2 rituals that had gone through the accident and fell into a deep sleep for 3 years. He carefully picked up the girl and put it on the bed, moving very lightly, as if he was holding the most precious treasure. Chi Munang Siang stood aside and didn't speak. He felt a heavy responsibility in Shen He's heart. Okay, the card draw is complete, full of European spirit. I am really the happiest lord in the world. Shen He smiled contentedly, then turned and walked towards the little girl who was called out first. First, she had to take her to take a shower. Just walked 2 steps, and suddenly stopped. An elegant girl with blonde hair, weapons, as bright as a full moon. Shen He thought of a possibility. Could this be the war girl who was put in a sack and was given to the Major by Major Gilbert's brother Dieter Follett? Violet Evergarden. At the moment when Shen He highlighted the name, the three-dimensional image of the summoning interface suddenly changed. As the question mark became a name step by step, there was another golden star behind the 3 stars. New information also appeared in Shen He's mind. Real name Liberation, potential upgrade. Turned out to be Violet from childhood. The heroine from Violet Evergarden. This wave of 10 consecutive draws has turned over the profits. River, River? Are you there? I need you to help, I found out. Tony, who ran over with excitement, opened the door and was stunned. In his sight, Shen Hejin raised his hand with a smile on his face to press on the head of a dirty little girl, while lying on the bed was a girl who was simply dressed and looked drowsy. Oh my God! I only stayed in the laboratory for a few days. Are you actually doing this kind of kidnapping a girl? An angry Tony rushed over and pushed Shen He hard. Do you know that in this country, crimes against minors are absolutely unforgivable crimes? Just as Tony's finger was about to touch Shen He, the dirty girl suddenly moved. She jumped up like a wild cat, her pale and thin fingers pierced Tony's eyeballs. The fast and amazing agility, and the unhesitating attack, made people no doubt that this blow could pierce Tony's straight head. Stop it! And Shen He's command also worked at the same time, and Chi Munang Xiang's motivation for thinking. Tony looked pale and took a few steps back. In just a moment, he really felt like he was going to die. She, what kind of monster is she? The skills and speed that are completely inconsistent with the body. In addition, even Tony has never seen a killing without the slightest emotion. She was sent here by my colleague, helper. Shen He gently hugged the girl who was fixed in midair by Nian Mo, a special girl picked up from the battlefield. She is now like a weapon that only obeys orders. I will change her. So you have to leave her in my villa. Tony's voice was a bit sharp. She almost killed me just now. Tony is not afraid of death. If he is afraid, he would not be Iron Man, but no matter what, a billionaire cannot be indifferent to the person who almost killed him. I'm sorry. Shen He hugged the girl's hand slightly harder. We will move out of here and won't cause you trouble. Tony didn't know what to say. He had to look at another girl who was put on the bed. What about this? It's also the helper sent by your colleague? You Chaldeans, do you pick up people everywhere and send them to you? Yes, but she had an accident and is now unconscious like a vegetative. Shen He looked at Sister Shi who was lying on the bed, and indeed he couldn't go down the salty fish like before. What kind of relationship should be between the master and the follower, Shen He is still unclear, but he is very clear that he has the responsibility to protect these people who are called into this world by him. So you have to take a girl who will violently kill at any time, and a patient who is unconscious, run outside. Tony spread his hands helplessly. Okay, I am really lucky for you. I will find some excellent doctors and nurses for your friends, but as a prerequisite, people who are optimistic about you. If she makes any aggressive behavior, you read www.yuyuganshu.com, then me will really kick you out, understand? Although he and Shen He have only known each other for 10 days, they are actually quite good at talking. Shen He seems to know him well and knows many things about him, so in front of Shen He, Tony feels that he doesn't need to hide his heart. Of course, Violet is actually very good. Shen He smiled and touched the girl's head. If it weren't for you to push me suddenly, it wouldn't happen at all. By the way, what did you say you found? Is the new element your father left for you? You know. Tony's eyes widened. You know, but you don't tell me. Let me watch the video for 6 days. Haha, isn't this to make you understand your father's love for you more deeply? Shen He laughed twice. You have a reason for everything. Come and help. I need to build a particle pair collision to create new elements. In these 6 days. Tony really feels that the feelings that have been suppressed in his heart have been relieved, and the whole person seems to be born a lot easier. Let Chi-Mu help you, I want to take a bath for Violet. Shen-He waved his hand. Although Tony agreed to let them continue to live here, what just happened gave him a wake-up call. As more and more followers will be summoned in the future, he must have a base of his own, even a force. No matter how good it is, it will still be someone else's place. It's just how to do it and what plot can be used. When Shen-He pondered this question, he suddenly felt something pulling his sleeves. Violet still looked at him expressionlessly in her arms, as if observing his every move with those big sapphire eyes. Forget it, let's take a bath first. Chapter 14, SHIELD Remuneration. Shen-He doesn't know much about Violet. After all, the main line of the original animation is the story of Violet when she grew up. At that time, she had a fascinating beauty and simple but shocking emotions. As for Violet as a child, all the information Shen-He knew was obtained from Baidu Encyclopedia. Is probably because of its special combat power and the meticulous execution of commands like a machine, it has always been used as a weapon, but even if it is a weapon, don't those people know how to take good care of it? Shen-He's voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. After taking off that layer of rags that could not be called clothes at all, what he saw was a body covered in cuts and bruises. Knife wounds, bruises, and even bullet holes. It seems that almost all the wounds were produced during the battle. The wounds are full of dirty dust and mud, and blood is still oozing in many places. If it weren't for the girl's toughness with her physique, a bacterial infection can easily kill her. No. The group just wanted her to die on the battlefield. Not only hopes to use her to kill, but also fears her killing. Can you talk? Shen-He carefully cleaned her wound with warm water and a soft towel, while trying to talk. However, there was no response, and Verla just looked at him with big blue eyes. Well, Vioria, this is your name, a very beautiful name. One day, you will grow into a girl as beautiful as this name. Do you know the meaning of having a name? That means you are no longer a weapon, no longer a tool. What the am I talking about? Shen-He smiled helplessly. He really rarely feels this kind of helplessness. Viola's eyes did not leave Shen-He for a moment. Even if the warm water flowed into her eyes, they were still open. She didn't even blink. She listened to Shen-He saying some commands that she didn't understand, somehow, in her mind. Suddenly something inexplicable emerged. Driven by those things, she slowly opened her mouth. Master. Shen-He's movements stopped suddenly. God, he actually had the feeling of a girl speaking for the first time. What else would you say? Shen-He's cleaning action is softer. Master. I only say this? What about your own name, Violia? Master. No, it's not this, just follow me, Violia. Shen-He never knew that he was so patient before, but no matter what he said, Vilia just kept repeating the word master, as if she wanted to strengthen her memory in this way. It was not until after washing for a full hour that Shen-He looked at Violia wrapped in a bath towel with satisfaction. The scattered blonde hair was straight and smooth like silk. Although there were still many scars and bruises on the milky white skin, it revealed a radiant and healthy complexion, coupled with sapphire-like clear and moving eyes. Is too cute to resist. You should be hungry. Shen-He ran to the refrigerator and took a piece of strawberry cake, and handed it to Verla. Viola's delicate nose moved like a small animal. She stretched out her small fingers to grab a small piece and put it in her mouth. The sudden delicacy made her eyes widen and she glanced at Shen-He. After confirming that this was his own food, he buried his entire face all at once and swallowed. Eat slowly. Shen-He stroked the girl's back with pity and amusement. Did he raise a girl or a pet? But it's all the same, just cute. Got up and covered the sheets for Shizi on the bed, and Shen-He asked Jarvis to open a virtual light screen to surf the internet, intending to see where he should get some money. Although the low-level summons can draw a lot of dollars, it is only enough for daily expenses, and buying a house is not enough, let alone for power development. Searched for a short time, and Shen he could only helplessly shook his head. This is the world of the movie Marvel. To be precise, it is the world of the Avengers movie Marvel. Spider-Man will not appear until after the First New York War. The Osborn industry does not exist at all, but there is Dr. Lizard. But that's after the appearance of Spider-Man, it's useless for now. Unless violent control of the gangsters, but with Kimu's character. I have no opinion. Shen he was taken aback and turned around. Found that not only Kimu Kujuo, but also Collison was also in the room. When did you come? I have been here for a short time, I think you are too fascinated to watch. Collison put his gaze on the virtual light screen, children's educational books, lady training manual, bear puppets. Mr. Shen, is this your daughter? No. Shen he closed the shopping website a little bit uncomfortably. After explaining the identities of Verla and the two ceremonies, he took a napkin and read the book www.yu. While wiping the crumbs from her mouth and face, Com asked Collison, Shield does nothing but goes to the Three Treasures Hall. Fairy asked you to come, do you want to know something? But I can't say too much, after all, the future is not static. How did this girl eat the cake onto her eyelashes? Actually, our chief doesn't really believe in predicting the future. I came this time because I wanted to ask Mr. Shen for help. Collison looked at the warm scene in front of him with a smile, there may be something inside S.H.I.E.L.D. The problem is that we are seriously short of reliable manpower, and recently, there is a clue about Hydra that we must check, of course, we are also ready to pay. Reward. Shen he was a little interested, the reward that can impress me is not low. Collison took out a tablet from his handbag and handed it to Shen he. On it was a photo of an elderly Chinese man, as well as information. This is a wealthy Chinese businessman living in Chinatown. He has no children and only one adopted stepson. Recently, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness and died soon. Therefore, he wanted to leave all his property to his family in China. Nephew son, Mr. Shen, this was originally a hidden identity reserved by our S.H.I.E.L.D. for internal personnel, so it is necessary for Mr. Shen to leave an establishment in S.H.I.E.L.D. The meaning of Collison is already very clear. As long as Shen he helps, he can take over these properties. Shen he looked at the information. This is a well-known businessman in the Chinese circle. The total assets add up to about 3 to 4 billion US dollars. This is really sleepy. And I send pillows. Zheng Zhou has no money to raise a daughter, oh no, the supporter, SHIELD sends back such a gift. Your chief is really interested. Shen he handed the tablet back, tell me, what kind of thing is it? Chapter 15, Can you kill people? What Collison said is actually very simple. After further investigation, they suspected that the weapons used by those gangs before were likely to have flowed directly from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arsenal. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arsenal is partly developed by internal scientists, and part is purchased through military channels. This part of the purchase has always been the 9th level agent Maria Hill in charge. So, do you suspect that Agent Hill is a Hydra? Shen he understood. No, we will not doubt Agent Hill. Collison shook his head. We think Agent Hill's subordinates may have been infiltrated, and the military may be involved, so we cannot act rashly. I'm not good at investigation. Shen he was slightly silent. Judging from his memory, although many high-level members of SHIELD are Hydra, Agent Hill is not. Besides, this matter is not in the plot, which makes him hesitate. We will send another trustworthy agent to assist. Collison tried to dispel the worries of Depression River. And the task is not difficult. You only need to sneak into the place we found and check whether there is arms inside. If there is, destroy it as much as possible, I think it will be very easy for you. is indeed very relaxing. Blink in, check it again, and blink out if the situation is not right. There are Chi Mu, and there are not many weapons that can pose a threat to them. I need to think about it. If I think about it clearly, I will get back to you tomorrow. In the end, Shen He could not immediately agree. Collison looked at Shen He's eyes. He knew very well that when a person showed such eyes, he was not so easily shaken, so he didn't say anything. What are you worried about? After Collison left, Chi Mu Kuzuo's voice appeared in Shen He's mind. He could sense that Shen He was very excited about the reward, but he could not understand the reason for the hesitation. Of course I am worried about you. Shen He raised his head and looked at Chi Mu, thinking in his mind, Chi Mu, this world is very dangerous and cruel. It's not your world full of ease and all kinds of incredible. I just asked in one sentence, can you kill? Kimu Nangxiang did not speak because he was a little confused. In his world, he is absolutely invincible, and no one can threaten his safety. So killing people, how can funny comics be so bloody? When I was a kid, my father taught me to fight and run if I didn't win. Shen He paused, and then said. In this world, even the Tony has killed many people with his own hands. Of course, he can say that they are all murderers, terrorists, and deserved the crime, but in my opinion, this is just a fight. The question of fight if you have to win. When Shen He said this, he patted Violet's head lightly, and then looked at Chi Mu Nangxiang. Among all my friends, I am the least worried about Violet because she is more comfortable than anyone else. In the war, I only worry about you, but unfortunately, you are the one I depend on most now. These 10 days of salting fish have also buffered Shen He from the change of identity. He is no longer an ordinary office worker before, but a master who holds power and wants to survive in this chaotic world. But Nangxiang Kimu can't. The reason is very simple, the style of painting is wrong. If you kill someone, I can't do it. Chi Mu Nangxiang finally shook his head. When you kill your classmates and parents, it's as easy as moving your fingers, the matter of killing will change. Very scary, so please put me in a defensive position as much as possible, master. Shen He suddenly squinted his eyes and laughed, smiling very happily, you have not abandoned me, I am already very grateful. His servant is not a fantasy character, nor is it an NPC that executes his orders, but a person who has flesh and blood and insists on his own. Shen He is extremely grateful for this. Because when Kimu Kuzuo, who wanted to be an ordinary high school student, was able to go to the chaotic and exciting place for him, the kind of inner touch, pride, and fulfillment was something that I couldn't experience when I was an ordinary office worker. So Shen He finally decided to agree to the employment of SHIELD Bureau. He has to grow up to be able to respond to the expectations of the followers as soon as possible. Tony is a little proud of the spring breeze these days. First solved the problem of palladium poisoning, which was about to die soon, and then through researching Shen He's mecha, a powerful upgrade was made to the new generation of Mark's armor, plus the birthday is approaching, the good things seem to be all together. So he plans to hold a luxurious birthday party to celebrate his new life. I especially invite you as an important guest at my birthday party. Tony came to Shen He's room with a burger and wine, his mustache was about to curl up. Since you came, the goddess of luck seems to have fallen in love with me. Of course, it has nothing to do with you, after all, I am loved by everyone. Tony Stark, hey, I've made some upgrades to your mecha. Then we can have a duel in front of the beauties. Of course you can't beat me. A duel. Shen He glanced at him with slanted eyes, should we take off the armor, let's have a fight with our bare hands. Ha, ha ha. Tony laughed dryly, that's a reckless behavior, how can it reflect my wisdom? The last time he occasionally saw Shen He testing his physical fitness, the indicators of UU reading www.yuncha.com were nearly 7 or 8 times that of a brawny man, and fools only beat them with bare hands. Your birthday is 5 days later. I had something to do that night. Shen He thought for a while, then spread his hands indifferently, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you must have an all-night party. I will soon be able to come back. Well, you are always so mysterious, but I won't leave you beautiful women. Tony picked up the wine glass and touched Shen He, for the rebirth of Tony Stark, cheers. Cheers. Shen He took a sip, but he was thinking of other things in his heart. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Tony's birthday happened to be the mission date agreed with S.H.I.E.L.D. But there is nothing to care about, after all, there is an 8th level Kimu, who teleported a few times and returned. In the following few days, Shen He still used the copy to teach Violet to talk and make snacks. The rest of the time, he stayed in the medical room in the villa, beside the 2 ceremonies. Even if the medical standard in this world is much higher than that of the 2 rituals, the same conclusion is still true. She may wake up or sleep like this for a lifetime. So Tony asked the best nurse in the world to take care of her. Of course, Shen He was sure she would wake up, and looked forward to that day very much. In addition, he also took Violet to the dungeon, and cut off Kimu's dog food to feed her. I don't know if it is the reason for the potential upgrade, her talent in battle is even better than that shown in the animation. There is also horror, which is a ruthless, precise, and mechanical slaughter. Shen He believes that even if the enemy standing in front of her is not a monster, but a living human, the same result will be achieved. Chapter 16, Come to Fight. The moon and the black wind are high, it is the night of murder. Shen He took Violet's little hand, and Chi Munang Siam came to a warehouse in the suburbs of New York early. He was a little nervous, and a little irritating. It was the first time for him to do something like this. SHIELD agents haven't arrived yet. Shen He arrived at the agreed meeting place, and then looked around, but no one was seen. She has arrived. Seiki Kujuo looked at the back of an abandoned container. As long as there is a mentally active person, it is impossible to escape his detection. Seems to know that he has been discovered, a slender body walks out from the hidden place. Leather jacket, thin waist, snowy skin, tall and plump body. It turned out to be you. Shen He smiled slightly. The famous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, is really beautiful and moving, more mature and charming than the actor in the original world movie, but unfortunately it is not my own dish. Shen He prefers soft girls. You really know a lot of things. Natasha walked over with her slender waist and stretched out her hand to Shen He. Natasha Romanoff, I have been ordered to assist you in completing the task. Shen He also stretched out his hand to hold it. He suddenly felt that the other party's little fingers seemed to slip over his palm intentionally or unintentionally. He glanced at Natasha thoughtfully, and then withdrew his hand without hesitation. Sample, I have been single for so many years, but I rely on hard power, and I will never eat unappetizing dishes no matter how delicious. Tell me about the specific content of the mission. Shen He turned and looked at the warehouse on the other side that was exposed to bright lights. That's the mission location, right? It looks like some gangsters. The gangster is just an illusion. Just a second, Natasha put away her smile, she took out a tablet from behind, and there was a diagram of the entire warehouse on it. Here, to here, everything is just a peripheral illusion created. On the surface, it seems to be just a warehouse of the Japanese Yamaguchi group in the New York branch, but here. Natasha drew a circle in the center. The defense here is extremely tight. There are at least 100 heavily armed special operations personnel and fort-level defense facilities. We guess that should be the entrance to an underground secret area. Shen He looked at the structure on the flat panel. The area marked as the center position was almost densely packed with red dots representing the enemy. Not to mention many places with red marks such as heavy machine guns and grenade guns. So many things have been found out, this is obviously a problem. Shen He couldn't help but complain, it would be great to just order a missile to blow this place into the sky. Our main purpose is to find out the source of the weapon. Natasha gave a deep glance. You are so easy to get $400 million. I have been an agent for so many years, and my savings are less than 1% of yours this time. Well, Chi Mu, what did you find? Shen He looked at Chi Mu. Seiki Kujuo's eyes have long turned into clairvoyant crosscock eyes. There are not so many people. What? Shen He didn't understand all of a sudden. There is indeed an underground secret space there, but there are only 3 or 4 people defending whether it is the entrance or the inside. I can directly take you to teleport in. Kimu Nangxiang put away his cross-eyed eyes. So what are you waiting for? Shen He shrugged, let's go. And many more. Natasha hurriedly stopped. If there were only such a few people, she would have sneaked in easily last time, so why ask Shen He to help? However, Chi Mu Nangxiang could see clearly, and directly led a few people to initiate a teleport. The surrounding environment suddenly changed, and he was already in a place that seemed to be a processing factory. The few remaining defenders did not make a sound, they were stunned by Chi Mu Nangxiang with ease. Even the alarm here was not activated during the whole process. $400 million is indeed very profitable. Shen He raised his hand and opened a wooden box on the ground, which was filled with guns and bullets. Is this the task completed? As expected, Kishan is in hand. I have the world. I want to hack into their central control system to find weapons transportation information. Natasha found a computer to get busy. She didn't know what to say. When she came here last time, the defense here was 100 times tighter than it is now. She had some doubts whether she had leaked the news, and the people here evacuated early. Shen He was idle. He wandered around in this slightly dark place. Suddenly, he found a place that seemed to be a large operating platform. Some of the broken cables and transmission lines sag and sway randomly, and many of them even flashed with electric lights. He seems to have seen something like this in Tony's laboratory. They are building Tony's armor. Natasha stood up from the computer behind her suddenly. This is not a weapon warehouse, this is an experimental base. They found a Tony armor that can make Tony's armor. People. Shen He widened his eyes. Ivan Vank. He got together with Hydra. Not good. Damn it. It's Tony's birthday party. Shen He directly raised his hand with a wave, and the huge body of the Mirage appeared directly in this small space. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Suddenly, the alarm buzzed, but he couldn't control that much. Because the 2 ceremonies are still in the villa where Tony held the banquet. Chi Mu, you take Violet. Let's go back soon. After Chi Mu gave an order, Shen He got into the mecha directly. This mech has been modified by Tony, and the current internal operating system is the same as Mark's battle armor, and it is impossible to squeeze into the second person. Boom! Fierce flames exploded from this warehouse, and huge mechas rushed into the sky from the flames, and flames jetted from the soles of their feet toward the distance. Kimu followed Violet with him, although the flight speed was slightly insufficient, but coupled with teleportation, he was able to keep up. Shen He has only one thought in his mind now. Sister Shishi, don't have anything to do. At this time in Tony's villa, Tony is wearing battle armor, standing on the stage singing and dancing. Music and the screams of the beauties filled this dazzling place, all of which made Tony really enjoy. Beauties and gentlemen. Tony shouted with the microphone, do you want to see the mech war? Do you want to? Miss you. Below the invited beauties twisted their arms vigorously. This is the most exciting show today. Iron Man, will have a man-to-man duel with Mecha Man. Tony was already a bit drunk, shaking his body, and suddenly saw a cluster of bright lights on the horizon. Huiguang suddenly smiled excitedly, he's back. Cheers, beauties, the showdown is about to begin. No, sir, that is a Viper missile. Jarvis's voice sounded, I suggest you leave here immediately. Chapter 17, Villa Wars. What? Tony's whine woke up most of the time. Was scared awake, because Xiao Chili was also in the crowd. Fortunately, the mecha was on his body. At the moment he raised his arm, a palm cannon was fired. Boom! The palm cannon accurately hit the incoming missile, and a fierce flame exploded in mid-air. But even the aftermath shattered all the glass. What? The scream suddenly overwhelmed the music. The girls ran around without an image, only Pepper rushed from the crowd to Tony on the stage. Tony! Are you okay? I'm fine, I will take you out of here right away. Tony took Pepper and rushed out of the villa, but in the instant they had just rushed out, 2 rockets shot into the villa from not far away. Boom! With the loud noise, Tony's birthday stage became fragmented. Then a large number of heavily armed teams rushed in from the truck that arrived, and for a while, gunshots broke out. Oh my God! Pepper covered his mouth without a master. Those girls who were invited were slaughtered in front of her. Send you to a safe place first. Tony panted, his heart filled with raging anger. Someone dared to attack his home like this. Stark! Just as Tony was about to send Pepper away, a flashing whip suddenly flew out from below, wrapped around his feet, and the flames burst into light. Fortunately, Chili was thrown out by him in an instant, otherwise the battle armor full of electric current on the surface would instantly kill Chili. But it's not much better now. Do not! Tony screamed feebly, but he could only watch the little Pepper fall into the raging flames. He felt that he had encountered the most desperate moment in his life. The huge figure in the Mirage Tower swept across like a black shadow, firmly grasping the little Pepper in his hand. Chi Mu! Shen He yelled with the largest loudspeaker. She's okay. Chi Mu Nangxiang's voice appeared in Shen He's mind. He had already teleported to the medical room where the 2 ceremonies were located. The rocket attack just now did not reach here, and the enemies who rushed just arrived outside the door. Shen He put the little Pepper on the ground in the distance without saying a word, and controlled the mecha to fly up, looking at the villa in front of him in the fire and gunshots. An angry command resounded throughout the audience, kill. This is like releasing a forbidden curse of the devil. The girl who was brought back to the medical room by Kimukujuo suddenly moved like an automatic robot doll. She lowered her body and approached the door, holding her weapon tightly in her hand. A long axe longer than the height. At the moment when the door was violently knocked open, the long axe in his hand swung so fast that the naked eye could hardly catch it, and hit the forehead of the first enemy impartially. The red blood surged like a river bursting a bank. After coming out, she fell powerlessly before even screaming. The girl's petite body was just covered by the large corpse. In an instant, everyone screamed and fell to the ground. All their calves were cut off. The girl dropped the long axe, took out 2 daggers from her body, and stabbed the fallen enemy again and again. Knife is deadly. Her movements are so sensitive and swift. Her expressionless and delicate face looks like a cold-blooded and patient hunter. Everything is just flashing. The nurse in the medical room saw the girl alone holding a sharp knife. Standing among a group of corpses, the snow-white princess dress and compliant long golden hair were dyed red with coquettish blood. They will never forget this scene. The beautiful girl is like a fairy from hell. However, this is just the beginning. Violet picked up the gun from the dead corpse on the ground. Her body, strengthened by dog food, was galloping like an elegant cheetah. She leaped lightly and slaughtered every enemy she saw with precision and mercilessness. Petite body shape and rapid speed are the biggest advantages. No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Go away! Go away! She's not a human! She's not a human! Retreat! Retreat! These brawny men who have not been able to say that they have experienced many battles collapsed. They either swept around with their guns, or dropped their guns and turned and ran, which brought more convenience to Violet's slaughter. She simply threw away the heavy and awkward guns, took the dagger that Shen He gave her, and easily caught up with the fleeing enemies, jumped up and grabbed their hair, gently turned the dagger, and cut them away skillfully like a butcher dealing with chickens and ducks. She didn't care about the blood being sprayed on her neck, she just carried out the orders she received one by one. Shen He knows all this. Of course he knew that Violet had shown that full of talent for murder when he was in the dungeon. He just listened carefully to the screams coming from the villa, and killed every enemy outside trying to break into the villa with the weapons installed on the mecha. He tried to control his emotions, including killing intent and anger, as well as fear and pity. He just tried to calmly see this as something he had to do, nothing more. The target of these people is not just Tony, but also the armor in the villa, and perhaps the armor information. Because of the successive defeats, the enemy not only did not retreat, but instead dispatched a real trump card. A whole line of battle armor. These are only mass-produced. The crude copies of UU reading www.yunsha.com are the product of the combination of Yvonne Vank's wisdom and Hydra's financial resources. Naturally, they cannot be compared with Tony's armor, but Shen He saw it. It is clear that the large number of heavy weapons carried on it is enough to razing the entire villa to the ground. Tony, open the defensive position. Shen He controlled the mecha to fly high, and an unknown thing with a tail flame and thick smoke sprayed out from the middle of his chest, followed by a purple beam of thunder, which was in the middle of the thing sprayed before. At that moment, the dazzling light captured everyone's sight. The terrifying light beam scattered and rotated in mid-air, ruthlessly cutting the large space in front of them. Whether it was imitation mechas, trucks, or the enemies that continued to flow in, everything was destroyed under the power of this ultimate. Is the diffusion tectonic phase shift cannon carried by the Mirage in the original animation. After this dazzling attack, in the entire fan-shaped area in front of the Mirage, only Tony, who opened the absolute defense field, and Yvonne Vank, who sacrificed 2 mecha calves, survived. Let me see who you are. Tony stepped on Ivan's body and lifted the thick helmet. Yvonne, whose mouth was full of blood, seemed to have just recovered from the attack, and then looked at the enemy in front of him, suddenly grinning, with endless resentment. Stark, your family are all butchers. You don't deserve to have everything you have now. Now, it's time to suffer retribution. Tony originally felt the crisis, but the long whip flashing with electric lights in the opponent's hands suddenly entangled his mecha, and the energy source in his chest suddenly flashed rapidly. Chapter 18, Follow-up and Card Draw. Not good. He is going to blow himself up. This is the first thought in Tony's mind. Then he tore the long whip wrapped around his body vigorously, activated the jet on his feet, and rushed Yvonne towards the sky with him. Under the vast starry sky, Tony, who is shining with electric light, seems to be one with the starlight. The picture is full of heroes' tragic sacrifices. Kidding. Chi Mu. Shen He yelled faintly, then jumped out of the mecha and walked towards the villa without looking back. Seiki Kujuo was just a teleport, cut open the long whip, glanced at Yvonne, who was already dead and warped because of the high voltage current, and threw him high with the power of thought. Boom! It's really a firework that ended this time. Violet in the villa slaughtered all the enemies, still wandering around with the dagger, looking for the remaining breath, lying on the ground waiting for the enemy of death, and then making up the knife one by one. Most of the nurses who survived fainted in horror, and there were only 2 rituals in the entire villa still sleeping peacefully. Stop! Shen He gave orders to the girl. Villia put away her dagger and sat directly in the thick pool of blood, her thin lips constantly adjusting her breathing and regaining her strength. She was already completely bloody, and the smell of blood was so strong that she was like a butcher who worked 3 days and 3 nights in the slaughterhouse. Shen He walked over the corpse and picked up the girl, not caring that her clean hands and clothes were stained. Blood. The tap water system in the villa was completely broken. He went to the cabinet to find some clean towels and carefully wiped the blood on the head and face for the girl. Violet just stared at Shen He with big blue eyes, with some doubts. She is asking if there are any orders. It's over. Shen He gently patted Violet's head like a reward. So the girl's body really relaxed, leaning against Shen He's arms like a doll, motionless. Soon, Tony, who found the pepper, brought 2 bottles of champagne and walked in. These are the last 2 bottles in the wine cellar. I don't know which lost a grenade in it. Tony threw one of the bottles into Shen He's hand, glanced at the violet, and asked a little hesitantly. These are all she doing? Okay. Shen He simply nodded his head and pried open the wine bottle cap with his thumb. He does need some alcohol now to maintain his apparent calmness. Okay, thank you for saving little Chili. Tony, a middle-aged uncle who is close to 40 years old, was full of fear in his eyes. If something happens to Chili, then I really want to become a lonely person. What are you going to do in the future? Shen He looked at Tony. This won't be the last time. From the time you put on your battle armor and decide to be a superhero, you will be targeted for yourself and your family. Being threatened. What to do? Tony raised his head and poured himself a sip of wine. I have been thinking about what to do, but I didn't know what to do until I just watched the little pepper fall into the flames. I'm Tony Stark. I'm not afraid of anyone, so no matter who tries to ruin my life, I will ruin them. It has nothing to do with heroes and standpoints. This is just revenge. I will help you. Shen He put down the wine bottle, patted Tony's shoulder with his palm. His eyes were serious. Originally, he did not intend to participate in the plot too much until the final Thanos. But now, he understands that from the moment he appears, he will be targeted. Oh! Tony smiled. This sentence makes me a lot easier. Tony's villa was attacked by terrorists. This kind of news will undoubtedly dominate the headlines. Tony, who has solved the terrorists, becomes a hero again. Although he still looks so arrogant on the camera, he includes S.H.I.E.L.D. Many of the people know that Tony now is no longer the thought of playing around before, but has the consciousness to gamble on everything. And Shen He also took Violet and the 2 ceremonies to leave Tony's temporary residence and move to Chinatown. According to the agreed remuneration, Shen He succeeded in becoming a lucky rich man who inherited billions of fortunes. Mr. Tian's most valuable heritage is this 5-star hotel, with a total of 24 floors, covering an area of 420 square meters, located in the most prosperous area of Chinatown, worth $200 million. Natasha dressed elegantly. Lady's small suit, introduced to Shen He. Her current status is the legal counsel responsible for handling the transfer of the estate. Very good, I am satisfied. Shen He looked at this building contentedly. Because the main customer is Huaxia, the decoration is biased towards Huaxia style. And the chefs, waiters, front desk, etc., all the staff are Chinese. Are you the foreman here? Shen He looked at a man in a black suit with his back shrugged. His smile on his face looked a little wretched. Of course not, I am your grandfather's adopted son, you should call me uncle. The man coughed slightly and assumed the posture of an elder. Really? Shen He was expressionless. Then, you are fired. What? The man seemed to be totally unable to believe his ears. But Shen He didn't mean to talk nonsense with him. He just turned to Natasha and said, Lawyer, I don't need such irrelevant personnel in my hotel, and I suspect that he has embezzled the hotel's public funds. It's okay to hand it over to you. Right. Corruption was told by Chi Munang sighing on the side that such a person can't keep it for the new year unless he is driven away. Of course, Mr. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Tian left all the inheritance to you. Natasha nodded gracefully. You this at number. The man rushed up with angrily cursing, and then was stunned by Natasha's straight side kick. Cool. Shen He whistled and praised. When the Black Widow with a sturdy figure shook her body drastically, she was really eye-catching. This is just a small episode. Although it is not as high-tech as Tony's residence, it is legally his own. The accommodation is more comfortable and the same luxury. There is even an indoor swimming pool on the top floor. It's just that it's inconvenient to deploy defenses, and even better agents can sneak in. So we still have to find a way to make a lot of money. It is best to buy a private luxury villa like Tony. But before that, it's the exciting card draw again. Come here, wash your hands and see what kind of servants will come out this time. Shen He prepared excitedly, then closed the door, and couldn't wait to open the high-level 10 consecutive draws under the gaze of Chi Mu and Violet. The first one drew out something like a long knife, a 3-star weapon. The second one draws out something that looks like a streamlined helmet, and comes with a metal box and 4-star equipment. The third. The fourth. Shen He's expression gradually changed from excitement and anticipation to nervousness, and he didn't even dare to gasp loudly, because one after another came out, all of them were Samsung equipment. Until the last small and exquisite pistol flew out of the light of the summoning circle. Shen He finally recalled the fear of being dominated by non-chiefs. Novice Oukimu has it. Chapter 19, Tony's Shock. Before drawing the card, Shen He was still wondering if he would draw a resourceful servant. However, the skinny reality made him realize that, after all, this is a card-drawing game with no change. This sense of expectation brought the sense of gap that was the culprit that drove Shen He's constant Krypton gold before. But I can't find the Krypton channel. Shen He looked depressed. This is also a normal probability. Kimukujuo tried to comfort, but Shen He remained unmoved. Violet suddenly pulled Shen He's sleeve, and asked her eyes if there was anything she needed to do. Wow, Violet is better. Shen He rubbed both hands on her soft and beautiful blonde hair, and her mood suddenly improved a lot. There is nothing to do if no follower is drawn. If you draw a card, there is always Oufi. Shen He put his sight on the only 4-star guaranteed equipment. Name, Virtual Reality Experience Helmet. From, Sword Art Online. Evaluation, do you want to experience the magic that you will never experience in reality? Come to virtual reality, but it is also possible to lose your life here. I didn't expect it to be a virtual gaming helmet from Sword Art Online. Shen He remembers that when he watched anime before, he was very envious of this kind of equipment that allows players to enter the virtual world and play games. He didn't expect that after crossing, he actually bought one. And many more. This is a virtual gaming helmet. Shen He jumped up suddenly. I just said how could I be a non-chief? This thing is a black technology that even the Marvel world does not have. Shen He did not rush to take this thing out of his backpack, but took a deep breath to calm himself, then took out his mobile phone and made a call. Tony, where are you? I'm at a banquet. Hey, beauties, first be quiet and turn down the music. Tony's noisy voice suddenly quieted a lot. What's the matter? Of course, you'd better come to me now, I have a super profitable project. Shen He suddenly felt a little lucky to meet Tony first. Things like virtual games, if you don't get it right, will change the entire world. If you don't have a strong partner, you will be eaten up by those chaebols as soon as you take it out, and the various commercial intrigues you face will not be hesitating. If he can handle it, he also hates the trouble. God, are you serious? Tony suddenly laughed. I thought what you were going to say, man, forget your project and bring you Chaldeans to Stark Industries. I promise you forever. There will be no shortage of money. Stop talking nonsense, come here quickly. Shen He's face was black. This guy still has such a bad mouth, and several life and death crises have not made him stop at all. However, since the last Villa War, the relationship between Shen He and Tony has become very good. For Shen He, who didn't want to participate in the plot and deliberately gain a good impression, it can only be said to be fate. Tony's efficiency is still very high. Only half an hour later, a sloppy Lamborghini sports car stopped at the door of the hotel. "Talk, Tony, Tony." The lady at the front desk stammered when she saw Tony. "This is a super celebrity, everyone in the United States knows how to come here." "Hey, where is your new boss?" "He asked me to come over." Tony took off his sunglasses and greeted him. Even though the bruise on his forehead had not subsided, he still looked suave. "Yes, on the 23rd floor." The lady at the front desk boldly asked, "Does our boss know you?" "Of course, and I don't hate shy Chinese girls." "Has anyone ever said that you are cute?" Tony left a chic back, and even the waiters couldn't help but scream quietly. But they finally realized that their new boss was not simple at all, and they were able to call Tony over, and they even began to gossip about the relationship between the two. Shen He in the living room is playing with the virtual helmet he took out of his backpack. The attached metal box looks like a computer host. "Tony is here," Chi Munangxiang said suddenly. Just when he spoke, Tony opened the door and walked in. "Happy housewarming, but in order to see your super profitable project, I turned down several billions of contracts to sign meetings." Tony learned Shen He's tone and made exaggerated moves, and then noticed the virtual helmet on the carpet. "This ugly thing is not the project you said, is it a sleep aid for the elderly? You'll know if you try it yourself." Shen He gave a smirk. "Well, is this also sent by your colleague?" Tony started to feel that something was wrong. He picked up the helmet and looked at it for a long time, only to find that it was covered with metal, which seemed to have installed a lot of signal sensors. "It looks like a microwave oven." Tony said the truth about this helmet, then took a look at Chi Mu who was aside, and put it on carefully. With Chi Munangxiang, there shouldn't be any danger. He also believes that Shen He will not harm him. The link begins. As Shen He turned on the machine switch, a gentle female voice came, "Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com." Tony felt that all other voices were cut off instantly, and his sight became dark, but then, a colorful halo began to appear in the center of his sight. His whole body rushed over as if it was suddenly sucked by the halo. Before he could scream, after the colorful light faded, a whole world appeared in front of him. "My God!" Even Tony couldn't help muttering at this moment. This is a huge grassland spreading to the whole world. Under the breeze, the green grass is swaying in circles, the sky is blue, and there are even large clouds of gold dyed in the west, and he is suspended here. In the midair of the world, there is no body, but it feels like being on the scene. The virtual frame that appeared in front of him told him exactly where it was. Belongs to the virtual world of data. Shen He looked at Tony lying on the sofa with a little nervousness. He suddenly regretted making Tony try this way. What if there is no exit button inside? Fortunately, within the validity period of Kimukujuo's time retrospective ability, Tony withdrew from the virtual world. What is the principle, sight, touch, and even gravity induction? Tony kept a shocked expression after he quit. Medicine is not his specialty, but this does not prevent him from understanding how incredible the technology is in such a small thing. "How do you feel?" Shen He shook his shoulder twice. I only have one idea right now." Tony looked at Shen He with a complicated expression. "You guy actually has more money than me." "Ha ha ha ha." Shen He couldn't help laughing. There are not many opportunities to see Tony's expression like this. Chapter 20, Hope for Shiji's sister to wake up. What kind of existence are you Chaldeans? Tony looked at the helmet in his hand. Although the initial language of this is Japanese, I can guarantee that there is absolutely no organization or any scientist in Japan that can create such a thing. Come out, it's not even a test product, but a finished product that can already be sold. Including the last Mecha Mirage, even the energy source does not seem to be a product of this world. Didn't I say that? Most of the time we are just observing more than one world. Shen He paused, then said, "It's only occasionally like now, to avoid a bad future and directly interfere. Looking at this thing, you and I are very sure that it will change your world, and what I need now is to change and make sure it is going in a good direction. I agree with this point. Tony nodded with deep feeling. People like us who have the ability to change the world do have the responsibility to ensure that change is for the better and not for the worse. Although he had been making weapons before, what he thought was to use weapons to protect the peace, including the current steel armor. Chose to close the weapons production department of Stark Industries because he believed that he would no longer be able to guarantee that his weapons would make the world better. Okay, put these aside, now, it's time to cut the cake. Shen He directly sat next to Tony. How many shares do you want in my new company? I think 10% is enough. Tony thought for a while. Although there is a finished product, no one except me can quickly crack the technology. If calculated according to the future potential, the initial investment is not at all. No matter what, so 10% of the shares are mainly the proportion of technical support and operational production. This is a very fair number, even a bit unfair, because Tony calculates the maximum value of the virtual helmet in the future, which is almost impossible in venture capital. In addition to the friendship factor, the Chaldean mystery is also one of the reasons. Tony, I have another idea. You know, I am not interested in money. Shen He flicked his hands and started his own performance. Before coming here, I have never even touched money. Money is for me. Does it make any sense? It's just a resource that I use to save the world, so let's exchange shares. Do you want shares in Stark Industries? That's right. Shen He nodded. I need Stark Industrial's influence, but it's not now. I will exchange it step by step with the development of the company. Virtual helmets may become a giant in the network industry in the future, and even affect reality, but the premise is that the world can survive those crises safely. For Shen He, what he needs is not the influence of the network industry. It is the influence of the actual industrial industry. To be precise, with such an exchange, he can now use Tony's power with peace of mind instead of relying on friendship. Even if it is a good friend, if one party asks for it unilaterally for a long time, there will be problems. Stark Industries was left to me by my father. Tony spread his hands. But I just need to ensure that its equity and the right to speak are in my hands. After my uncle died, my shares were more than wrong. So, what else is there to say? Maybe we should have a party to celebrate our becoming partners. Of course, the party is a must. Shen He was also a little excited. He has only been in this world for only 20 days, and step by step he will become one of the human beings on the top. Although it was said that this was just a routine operation with cheats, it still made him excited. Then, in the future, you will have to look a little longer, for example the upcoming Prince of Asgard, Thor, the of Thunder. As a guardian force far stronger than the Earth, Asgard was finally destroyed before the Earth. When he first watched the movie, Shen He was a bit embarrassed. Therefore, if there is any plot he wants to change, Asgard-Gad's destruction is one of them, and this is also in line with the characteristics of the Chaldean behavior he has portrayed. I was observing in the past, and now I am ready to personally intervene to save the world. So before the plot begins, he must be prepared to enhance his strength. Now his level has reached the 13th level, and Kimu will face the huge number of strengthening stones after reaching the 10th level. It is difficult to break through before the beginning of the plot, so Shen He plans to continue to train Violet with all his strength. However, reality is always not so good. Why can't it be strengthened after reaching 10th level? Shen He felt that his mood was a bit bad. Master. Violet looked up at her master. She doesn't speak much yet, but the word master has already spoken very smoothly. This is not your fault. Shen He sat on the edge of the bed in the two ceremonies, gently stroking Violet's soft long hair. In the virtual interface of the system in front of him, it showed 10 wyvern's claws that need to be strengthened. Dungeon can only have a monster like a flying dragon from the 30th floor, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com and Shen he can only enter the 20th floor. Can only strengthen the 2 rituals first. Shen he looked at Sister Shi who was lying on the bed. These days, he also tried to strengthen her, and it was also successful, but it didn't seem to help her wake up. At this time, his cell phone rang suddenly. Tony called. Tony, what's the matter? How come you sound soft? It's not like you. There are always a few days of bad mood every month. Shen he said helplessly, I have some trouble here that you can't help. Okay, then I'll give you a good news to excite you. Tony did not continue to sell Guanzi. I think this virtual helmet may help treat your girl called the 2 rituals. Are you serious? Shen he was really excited. Of course, I also specifically checked her medical examination report. Her condition is different from the traditional vegetative state. The EEG still has high amplitude waves, which means that she may just be asleep and not completely lose her thinking ability. I won't say much about the rest. I will send 2 lab-replicated helmets for you to try. Tony has been studying this helmet almost all these days. And he also knew the importance of the 2 rituals in Shen He's heart, so when he thought of this possibility, he immediately called Shen He. After hanging up the phone, Shen He couldn't help thinking about the feasibility of doing so while waiting anxiously. According to the original setting, due to the period of coma, the consciousness of the 2 rituals cannot look at the outside world, but constantly looks at the inner void. Therefore, in the style of void constantly contacting the concept of death, I woke up with the magic eye of straight death. Ability. Chapter 21, 2 Special Ceremonies. It's a terrible ability to kill the demon eye. A person with this ability can visually see the crack-like line of death on the surface of most objects. If it is cut along the line, it will cause indefensible and incurable damage to the object. The straight death eyes possessed by the 2 rituals are even the best among them, so that even illusory things such as concepts, futures, and memories can be killed. If these 2 rituals are paired with a strengthened body. Shen he exhaled a long breath to dispel the tension in his heart. The 2 ceremonies in front of him had already put on a helmet, and he also summoned Nangxiang Kimu, and finally put on another helmet for himself. Let's start. Closed his eyes slightly. The sound and sight are deprived at this moment, and then a false world is instilled. This is an endless grassland. Shen He, wearing a simple white dress, saw the girl in a crimson kimono in front of him at a glance. The nervous and restless heart suddenly calmed down at this moment. He walked over slowly, standing in front of the girl, and the other person was also watching him, with obvious blankness in his eyes. After all, just came out of that endless nothingness. Hello, 2 rituals. This is the first sentence Shen he said after seeing the idol. Where is this? Plain, even a little cold response. Very good, this is very style sister. The virtual world, the data world, or anything else is fine. You can use brain waves to transmit the information of the computer-made world to your brain. Now your body is still sleeping. I just pulled your consciousness here. Shen he paused, a little hesitant. You should know what happened. What was called? There is indeed relevant information in the mind of the 2 rituals. In that period of time that was plunged into eternal nothingness, this information was the only thing that came from the outside world. I didn't mean this. Shen he lowered his eyes slightly. I mean, your other personality. You are already alone. Form and weaving are the 2 personalities of this body, or the girl named 2 ceremonies. One represents feminine, positive, and feminine personality, and the other represents masculine, negative, and feminine personality. The male sub-personality weave, and after the accident, only style remained. The 2 ceremonies stared at the stranger in a daze. She understood what the other party was saying, but she didn't feel it. She remembers all the memories of the past, and she seems to have lost all the memories, because that memory does not match the character she should have at the moment. Looking at the past self, the present self seems to be a bystander. Even the name of the two rituals seems to be just someone else's name. There is a void in your heart now. Shen He understands her feelings at this time, and he certainly understands, in the past, you belonged to the two personalities of she and weaving, but now, only she is left, so you can't experience the various emotions that should be obtained from memory, but this is not a problem. You can use new memories to fill the void. I think this is also the wish of weaving, don't let the sacrifice of weaving in vain. Shen He didn't know whether he could understand these two rituals that he had just regained. But he has the feeling that he can't wait to say it all. He understands the current feelings of the two rituals, the self who tries to imitate the past, tries to retrieve the past, but ignores the feelings of the present. She is not even sure of the true feeling of being alive. This is a kind of unbearable suffocation. He wanted to let the two rituals come out of this depression as soon as possible. You seem to know me very well. The two rituals looked at everything around them. This is very strange, because I don't have you in my memory, or is it, this is just an illusion, you are the character I imagined. Just treat all this as an illusion. Shen He smiled slightly. He suddenly stretched out his arms. At this moment, the hearty breeze was blowing, rolling up the grass on the ground, and the whole world changed. The sound of the wind in his ears gradually turned into the sound of birds, and the flying grass formed green trees. Beautiful trees, lakes with golden halo in the sun, elegant wooden attic, and fiery red maple leaves spinning in the breeze. The two ceremonies of a kimono stand in this beautiful scene, with beautiful long hair like black silk fluttering in the wind. The beautiful environment always makes people feel happy, it is very suitable for cultivation. Shen He admired the picturesque girl. The two ceremonies originally belonged to men who are females and females who look like males. They have a dignified and over-perfect appearance. When placed in an ancient environment, that outstanding temperament will always make people feel better. Reminiscent of the beautiful and fantastic martial arts scenery with horses galloping, and this is also Shen He's favorite point before. Then, I will leave first. There are food and water in the attic. If there is any need, press the contact button in the lower right corner of your line of sight. Shen He saluted like a gentleman, I will come again. After pressing the exit button, Shen He's body slowly dissipated like starlight. The five senses returned to his body and took off his helmet. His mind still recalled the scene he had just seen. Sure enough, it's great to be able to get two ceremonies. What has changed? Shen He looked at Chi Mu beside him. Yes, her heart rate increased by 12%, her fingers moved slightly 8 times, and even one arm movement, which seemed to be about to wake up. Great! Shen He couldn't help clenching his fists. According to Tony's guess, as long as she continues to use virtual helmets for the two rituals to stimulate her thinking, she will soon be able to wake up completely from her deep sleep. After this day, Shen He has one more task every day. In addition to brushing the copy www.readaloud.com to make coffee pudding for Chi Mu Nang Siang, personally teach Violet to speak, and go to the virtual world to talk to the two ceremonies. In his words, this is adding new memories to her. Actually these days, the two ceremonies are indeed very comfortable. There is a comfortable beauty and a quiet environment. There is no one to bother, and there is no one in the memory of the past, so she does not need to deliberately disguise herself in the past. The self-proclaimed master comes here every day. He always seems to have something to say, from partners, to the reality outside, to what kind of desserts are delicious, and even changing different scenes, making her seem to travel around like the world. However, someone who can talk will not be too boring. Until this day. It's time to leave the hospital today. Shen He was on the top of Mount Tai and handed her a cup of hot tea. If this is a hospital, patients would think of ways to get sick. The two ceremonies took a sip of hot tea. This is not okay. The best hospital is for patients. You have recovered. There is no feeling of blame or command. The usual words always remind her of another teenager in her memory. They do have similarities. However, she doesn't like this tone. There is a reason why she can't tell. Shen-He, I hate your tone of voice. The two rituals are very straightforward, and they respond in a male-like tone. Shen-He smiled indifferently, but soon became serious. But I need you, your power to see death. Thor's hammer has appeared in Mexico yesterday, which means that the story of Asgard has finally appeared. Chapter 22, Ivana will kill it for you. Yes. The two rituals nodded. Anyway, I don't have a goal, I have nothing to do. Although the mood was slightly relaxed during this period, the heart of the two ceremonies was still empty, and they only strengthened their determination to live up to weaving. Then get out of here, today is a good weather, very suitable to be discharged from the hospital. Shen-He was not surprised by the reply of the two rituals. He clicked the exit button, and his figure turned into starlight and dissipated. Took off his helmet, stood up, and when the two ceremonies on the bed swayed and got up, he opened the curtains, and the soft sunlight in the morning shone into the room. Turned around and found that the palms of the two rituals were holding his helmet, shaking left and right, but couldn't take it off. Shen-He walked over with some amusement, trying to remove the helmet for her. However, the next moment, the helmet fell apart. The eyes of the two rituals are shining with fascinating blue light, but the center is as deep as a black hole. She looked at everything around her with some bewilderment. All the objects, including her palms and her body, were densely covered with dark lines like cracks. Although she had already learned about the death of the demon eye from Shen-He's mouth, when she saw it with her own eyes, only fear emerged in her heart. The only thing she couldn't bear was to fall into that darkness again. Are you fine? Shen-He also discovered that there was something wrong with the two rituals. He reached in front of the two rituals and looked at her with some worry, but suddenly, the two rituals grabbed his palm abruptly. No, not on your body. In the sight of the two ceremonies, in the whole world, only Shen-He's body is colored, not covered by the dark lines. There is no dead line. Shen-He held the small hands of the two ceremonies backhand, softly soothed, relax, you can turn off this power, and don't worry, there is no way for the slave to hurt the master. Of course, Shen-He himself will die and will be injured. If there is any reason that the two rituals cannot see the death line on him, it can only be the prohibition that the slave cannot harm the master. After the discomfort and fear at the beginning, the two rituals gradually calmed down. With deep breathing, the world full of death finally slowly faded. She looked around. It was a very simple room. On the side of the bed stood a delicate girl, her soft blonde hair gleaming in the sun. How are you feeling now? Shen-He released his hand and shook in front of her eyes, try to move around and see. Feel. The two rituals shook their arms, and the air suddenly burst into the air, this is not like my body. Because I have been helping you strengthen. Shen-He stood up with a smile, stretched out his hand, then, once again welcome you to the real world, she. At this point, the partners around Shen-He have become 3. Without much fanfare, just summon Kim Unang-Seung, plus Violet, the 4 people simply held a small party to celebrate the awakening of the two ceremonies. Shen-He personally cooked, and made a whole table of delicious food, including Kim's favorite coffee pudding and Violet's favorite strawberry cake. Of course, there is also Shen-He's favorite hot pot. Wow, sure enough, the most enjoyable thing in life is a beautiful meal. Shen-He swallowed his saliva and stared at the lamb in the pot, then turned to ask the two rituals around him, just say what you like to eat? Today you are the protagonist. I don't like spicy food. The bottom of the pot in front of the two ceremonies turned into a red-hot pot. I knew I would make a mandarin duck pot, but fortunately I was prepared. Shen-He stood up and ran into the kitchen, and when he came out again with a pot of hot chicken soup in his hand, Dang dang dang, this is my proud work. I think it was relying on the chicken soup with one hand to capture the hearts of several foodies. Shen He puts big pieces of potatoes and carrots in the chicken broth. After they are boiled, they mix with the fragrant chicken broth and bite them down. The mouth melts, and the saliva will flow out after thinking about it. The two rituals looked at Shen Fu in front of him and filled himself with a bowl of chicken soup, and finally knew the difference between him and the boy in his memory. She is very bad at dealing with this familiar type. But I took a small sip with a spoon, it was delicious. Didn't you say that there is something that needs my strength? I think it's not good just to be taken care of in this way, and the two ceremonies actively asked about work. Well, we will go to Mexico tomorrow. Only the four of us. The enemy may be an automatic armor called the Destroyer, or even a god. Shen He said while eating the lamb, but even if we don't do anything, in the end, it should be able to solve it perfectly, so let's talk about it concretely. My goal is to become an existence that is qualified to interfere in the family affairs of the king of the gods Odin. Prevent the destruction of Asgard, this is what Shen He plans to do. Regardless of its strength or structure, Asgard far surpasses the Earth. It has advanced technology, powerful warriors, and magical magic. It is even considered a leader in the civilization of the entire universe. However, it was such a brilliant civilization that was finally destroyed in the royal battle, which had to make people sigh deeply. If you want to change the future of Asgard, you have to start with Odin, a tangled family. With such a purpose, you should try to strengthen me. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Chi Mu Kuzuo's voice appeared in everyone's mind, because you will face a very powerful enemy. You can strengthen me first. The two rituals suddenly put down the spoon in his hand and said coldly, even if it is a god, I will kill it for you. Master. Violet also pulled Shen He's sleeves, the meaning in his eyes was obvious. Appeared, and the legendary servants fought for favor. Shen He waved his hand with happiness, I will train each of you well, so now, eat first. Point Antigore, New Mexico. Throughout the Marvel series of Thor the movie plot, mainly about Thor, who caused an ancient war due to reckless behavior, was deprived of his supernatural power by Odin, exiled to the mortal world, and finally learned how to be the story of the hero. This is the reason why Shen He didn't choose to come so early, because he didn't want to see the Thor who was purely a reckless man. When the four of them arrived in this western town, it was the third day Thor was banished. Learned from his younger brother Loki that Thor, whose father was alive and mad at him, fell into pain and self-blame, even frustrated, had accepted the fact of being exiled, and prepared to spend a short life as a mortal. So he started to enjoy the love life with his new girlfriend. Is this guy being exiled? Shen He couldn't help but complain. Because outside the RV not far in front of him, the brawny blonde and his new girlfriend are as gluey as they are doing barbecues. The tender eyes are full of tender eyes, and they look at each other with happiness from time to time, with a smile on his face. Exudes a strong smell of dog food. Chapter 23, One Step Forward to the Chaldeans. He still has grief in his heart. Chi Mu paused, and then said, perhaps because of his long lifespan, he is stronger than ordinary people in the face of grief. Well, let's go straight ahead. Shen He took Violet's little hand and walked straight towards that side, ready to start flicking. Hey, Thor, look! Jane arched his new boyfriend's arm. A beautiful family, they are here. Go and ask if they want something to eat. Be polite, I don't want to be told that my boyfriend is racist. Okay. Thor strode over, looked at Shen He, and then at Violet who was being led by Shen He. Man, why are your husband and wife both black-haired but able to give birth to a blonde daughter? Was she adopted? Of course. Shen He just uttered a word, and then he was stunned. How to answer this question? He should deny the husband and wife first. Only two rituals gradually conceived anger in his sight, and stared at him with slanted eyes. Cough cough. Shen He coughed dryly. Introduce myself, I am the Lord of the Chaldeans, Shen He. We have observed a war that shouldn't have happened in the course of time. The prophecy shows that it is related to you, then, Thor Odinson, the Prince of Asgard. Can you please tell me why Asgard and the Frost Giant, who signed the armistice agreement, will reignite the flames of war? Thor's face suddenly changed slightly. Jane found something wrong behind him, and just wanted to walk over, but Thor raised his hand to stop it. Jane, you get back in the car first. No. Jane trot over to block Tony. You are from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony has been released by your chief. Thor, the of Thunder, we have no malice. Shen He looked directly into the other's eyes. You should be very clear that when the war between Asgard and the Frost Giant began, the first thing that was affected was here. I want to be this planet. One of the guardians of, we have the right to know the detailed process. Thousands of years ago, the war between Asgard and the Frost Giant was started with the Earth as the battlefield. Therefore, Shen He questioned as the guardian of the Earth, as it should be. Thor's face changed again and again, and finally he was wilted. It's all my fault, and I was punished. I was deprived of my supernatural power by my father, and I was exiled forever, and I couldn't even go back to see him for the last time. So, Odin, the king of the gods, is dead. Shen He's face changed several times in just 1 second, his acting exploded, and finally he took a deep breath and asked Thor in an obviously angry tone. Do you know what it means if Odin, the king of the gods, dies before the next king can grow? It is the dusk of the gods, the demise of Asgard, and the earth will be peeped by countless legions in the universe from now on. The great planet will be caught in the endless flames of war. Countless innocent lives will be sacrificed. Civilization will not exist. Thor's face flushed with choking, but in the end he could only mutter, Rocky, my brother, he will take care of everything. Trick may work for a while, but it can only work for a while. Shen He took a slow and deep breath, seeming to calm the emotional fluctuations brought about by this shocking news. Loki will never become Asgard the king, because he did not inherit the power of Odin. You have to take the responsibility, Thor. Shen He didn't call him Thor again, and he really couldn't afford the title of Thor now. Man, if I can, I am willing to use everything to make up for my fault. Tony reached out and patted Shen He's shoulder. His eyes were sincere and full of helplessness, but as you can see, I'm just a mortal now, nothing can be done. No. Shen He shook his head, you still don't understand anything. Odin can't deprive you of your power, and he can't do it. At best, it's just a seal. If you want to follow us, I will help you find a way to break the seal. Wait, wait. He can't go with you. Jane suddenly yelled, pushing hard towards Shen He like a crazy cat. Kimunangxiang raised one hand, and the force of thought directly bound Jane, suspended her and gently placed it on the other side. He was saving her life because Violet's palm was already on the dagger. Gosh! This hand made the professor and the interns who stood behind a few people mutter speechless. Even Jane was stunned. She thought just now that some force was eyeing her new boyfriend who could be beaten and stupid, and planned to use the fairy tale to trick him away. Relax. Shen He squeezed his palm, we will not force, because the forced person cannot become the king. Jane. Thor held his new girlfriend in his arms, if there is any way I can make up for the fault, then I must do it. So, what you said is true. Jane covered her lips, trying to keep herself from crying. I want to go with you. That would be dangerous. No problem. Shen He and Thor said different things at the same time. The lover can make people understand the meaning of guardianship, and Thor, we are not going to do dangerous things. Shen He seemed to want to say something, but at this time, some black cars suddenly came to www.readaloud.com. Collison got out of the first car and strode towards Shen He in a handshake gesture. Mr. Shen, why did you come to Mexico suddenly? The reason you are here is the same, it's all for work. Shen-He and Collison shook hands and looked at Thor. It seems that you have already contacted. Do you need me to introduce it again? If you are referring to Dr. Downey, I think we had a very friendly contact. Collison looked at the two ceremonies standing beside Shen-He, and congratulations on the recovery of the two ceremonies. The two ceremonies nodded expressionlessly, even if they responded. I'm not Downey. Tony didn't seem to notice the look the professor was giving him, and said directly in his loud voice, my name is Thor, the prince who was exiled from Asgard, Thor. Collison was stunned. Although he guessed that Dr. Downey's identity was false, he did not think in the direction of the legendary god, which made him unable to help but look at Shen-He. What he said is true, he is indeed Thor. Shen-He nodded. USHIELD Bureau also have the right to know about this. Since it's all here, we can simply find a place to clarify the problem. I think we are safe there. Collison has realized that things are not that simple this time. So a group of people, even together with Jane and Jane's professors and interns, came to the simple base established by S.H.I.E.L.D. at Quake's Hammer. This is roughly the case. The crisis of the war came relatively suddenly. As soon as my colleague told me the results of the observations, I ran over, but Shen-He frowned and looked at Thor. He didn't mention the death of Odin. In theory, the severity of this incident far exceeds that of Asgard's war with the Frost Giant. Chapter 24, Thor Chapter Training Program. Thor naturally couldn't answer Shen-He's question. He only cares about one thing, you said there is a way to get me back. Shen-He just stared at this handsome blonde muscular man, staring at the furry inside him. There is indeed a way, the formula can help you break Odin's seal, and it's easy but I can't do that. Why? Thor stood up, his expression was very excited, I'm going to stop this war, it's my fault. Help me, please. Really? Then can you tell, if you get back the supernatural power, how do you stop it? Shen-He just asked faintly. Thor just said a word and got stuck. How would he stop and lead Asgard to win the war? I don't see the slightest potential for being king in your body. You are arrogant, you are reckless, and you are still very dangerous. You are not ready to become the king of the gods at all, and you don't even know about Odin's death. What kind of crisis will you face, Thor? I can't make you the king now, because you will make things worse. When Shen-He said these words, his tone was very plain, very plain. Was so plain that it didn't seem to be blaming, but just stating a fact. Then what am I going to do? Thor slowly sat back in the chair, he had never felt this kind of remorse and powerlessness. It wasn't until the news of his father's death that he realized that he was not ready to take on everything. The previous self was like a child who was complacent under the protection of his father. Thor. Jane stroked her lover's chest lightly, and looked at the reddish eyes of this big man who was close to 2 meters, and she was heartbroken. Mr. Shen. Collison couldn't help but interject, if this war starts on the earth, will we have the ability to protect ourselves? Yes. Shen-He nodded affirmatively, the earth is no longer the earth it was thousands of years ago, not to mention that the main force on the battlefield will be Asgard, but that doesn't make any sense. The world died during the Second World War. How many people will die in this war, and even if it is finally won, more enemies will come one after another, and hundreds of millions of innocent people will be sacrificed in vain. My God! Even Collison could only mutter to himself at this time, it turned out to be because of a reckless prince. He already knew that he was wrong. Jane couldn't help but yelled back. Speak this sentence to the people who are about to sacrifice innocently. Shen-He walked in front of Thor. Now things have not reached the worst point, Thor, I just ask, are you willing to blame your fault, to give everything to the billions of people on this planet, maybe even your life? If my life can save everything, then please take it. Thor suddenly raised his head. I hope you are not just talking. Shen He finally said the main purpose of coming today, I will not directly help you break Odin's seal, but I will help you prepare to become king. You have to rely on for myself, get Odin's recognition and break the seal. For this, I need you to listen to me. Thor has changed from being a little troublemaker to a hero who almost turned the tide afterwards. He has experienced broken love, death of his mother, death of his father, destruction of his homeland, death of his younger brother, death of his friends, and even being alone. But Shen He intends to try to speed up this process and shorten his growth time. No moment is easier to cultivate than Thor, who is now an ordinary person. Thor suddenly became overjoyed. I promise you, no matter what it is, I will do it. Very well, SHIELD Bureau is also here to help. Our time is very short. Shen He clapped his hands, then took out his mobile phone and made a call to Tony. Hey, Tony, I remember you have been investigating terrorists in the Middle East, I want to ask you to help. Shen He attaches great importance to this project named Thor Baby Special Training Program, and has even done a lot of work for it. He didn't know how long Thor and his new girlfriend had been crooked before the destroyer arrived. In short, the time was very tight. So they arrived at the most chaotic zone in the world at noon that day. Terrorists, extremists, gangs, government rebels. This is the world of lawless people. My friend Tony has been committed to fighting these terrorists who slaughtered civilians, and even suffered several attacks for this. Shen He tried to clean the sand in his hair, then looked at Tony dressed as a soldier in front of him. I told him asked for a job for you, Thor. I ask one last time, have you ever been on the battlefield? Of course. Thor was a little eager to try. I am the strongest warrior in Asgard. If you can give me a hammer as a weapon, it would be better. Remember what I said, your purpose is to protect these civilians, use your brain, and let me see if you have the wisdom to become a king. Shen He finished the last sentence, then waved to him and turned away. Get into a disguised truck. Then, good luck and goodbye. The truck drove away without looking back. Violet, Ritual, and Collison sat inside. Mr. Shen, do you really want to do this? Collison was still a little worried. This time, a team of heavily armed terrorists and even heavy weapons are here. Thor can't win. If something happened to Thor because of their actions, then the Earth might face a joint attack from the Frost Giant and Asgard. UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Relax, Chi Mu is here. Shen He shrugged, plus the special forces you deployed, there will never be an accident. In the past, Thor was used to being invincible on the battlefield. He enjoyed and pursued the taste of victory. He even completely forgot that the purpose of war was to protect the people. Compared with the original book, Shen He wanted to sacrifice voluntarily to protect his girlfriend. See what he would do in the face of some strange civilians he could not protect. And he also lost the hammer that gave him confidence. Thor, holding the hammer, is just the god of hammers. Only when he loses the hammer can he realize that Thor's power does not come from the hammer. I still go to the front line to see it myself. Coulson was not as easy as Shen He, and eventually he planned to go back and stare. So only Shen He and the two girls were left in the truck. He exhaled a long breath and rubbed the dough to relax himself. You're good. The thin, well-shaped lips suddenly opened slightly. What do you mean? In various senses, especially the matter of deceiving people. The eyebrows of the two rituals were twisted. You have your purpose, but I hate to deceive people. Shen He smiled helplessly. They are different from you. I will not deceive you, because I can talk to you directly what I want to say and do, but for them, if not like this, if I do, I can't change anything, and I can't just sit back and watch after knowing that there will be a disaster. You always have endless truth. The two ceremonies looked away impatiently, but turned back after a while. Shen He, in any case, you can't lie to me like you lied to them. Chapter 25, Thor the Battle. Don't want to be deceived. Simple and rude warning, very ceremonial style. Shen he just nodded, without speaking. Trust is not that easy to build, and doing is more important than saying. Although it is said that I'll take a look. Since I have been involved, I will be more or less responsible. You stay here. Shen he stopped the truck, and then took Violet down. The two rituals stared at the back of him leaving. He was angry. The eyebrows of the two rituals were screwed up again. She knew it was because of her words and deeds, but she just made it clear first. Shen he is indeed a little depressed now. He just wants to save Asgard, but he leaves a deceptive impression on the two ceremonies. Ming Ming is at best a flicker. He took off his coat, put it on Violet's head, and then came to a high place against the wind and sand. Through the binoculars, he could clearly see Thor lurking in a corner of the dilapidated village, waiting quietly. The terrorists are coming here. This is a world of superheroes. Although I used to watch movies, I was completely attracted by the special effects of Nala Feng, the battle scenes that seemed unbeatable, and the glory of saving the world. But in fact, where is the hero so easy to do? The word means protection. In the face of a crisis where everyone is desperate, stand up without hesitation, protect the weak and innocent, and bring hope and courage. This is a hero. The current Thor may not be able to do this. Thor hides behind a private house, holding the gun in his hand. Use your head, use your head. What kind of head do you use? He used to take the lead in the previous battles, rushing into the enemy's camp by himself and killing them. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he will eventually win. So his plan is to wait for the to come, take the weapon in his hand to deal with them one by one, and let Shen he see his heroic fighting posture. Maybe he will be convinced and help him regain his supernatural power. Snapped. The sound of a broken porcelain bowl. Thor turned his head and saw a little girl in grey and white tattered clothes, covering her mouth and staring at him in horror. Hush! Thor quickly put his finger on his lips, showing an amiable smile. The little girl nodded, and carefully retreated until she turned the corner. Before Thor could breathe a sigh of relief, the little girl's scream came from far away. That little kid! Thor stood up and wanted to change a place, but a large group of people with simple weapons ran over. After seeing his costume and the guns in his hand, they all roared with anger, and some even wanted to directly charge. Come up! I'm here to help you. Hey! Don't get me wrong. Thor waved his palms and shouted, but he didn't understand these people at all, nor did these people understand him. A man with a spear was so excited that he hit the ground at Thor's feet. You dare to attack Thor? Thor rushed directly, knocked the gunner to the ground with a punch, and then smashed left and right. Before the terrorists arrived, he actually fought with civilians first. What should we do in this situation? Chi Mu's voice appeared in Shen He's mind. Shen He put down the binoculars speechlessly. The scene was so embarrassing that he couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Boom! Fortunately, a ball of fire exploded in the village in time, bringing a circle of flying dust. A number of trucks rushed into the village, gunfire broke out, and everyone fled in horror. All they have is very rudimentary weapons, it is impossible to fight back. Ha ha ha! It's finally here. Thor twisted his shoulder that he didn't know who had just hit him, raised the rifle in his hand, and hit several enemies with bullets. Even if it was the first time to use a firearm, his combat consciousness as Thor still made him comfortable. The counterattack here attracted the attention of terrorists and civilians, and more civilians ran behind him. Yes! That's it! Ha ha ha! Fighting also made Thor excited, and he enjoyed the feeling of defeating the enemy. He held the gun in his hand and fought back frantically while hiding in this small village. He seemed to be returning to the invincible Thor. The enemies were easily defeated one by one, which made him feel depressed these days. To vent, he became more and more excited, and the sound of gunfire and artillery fire made his blood boil. He has died 3 times. Kimukujuo was standing on a certain roof, and his voice passed to Shen He. Tor has been completely immersed in the battle, and has forgotten the task of protecting the people. If it weren't for Chi Mu Nangxiang, let alone himself, several civilians would have died. Shen He did not speak. He could see through the telescope very clearly that more terrorists were coming here, and there was even a tank. Boom! Tank fire passed Thor and hit the house behind him. Seemed to be a deafening sound in his ears, finally let Thor slow down. No, no, no. Thor turned his head while murmured, only to realize that he had been in the middle of the enemy without knowing it. The civilians in the distance still fled around one by one, and were constantly strafed by the terrorists holding machine guns. He even saw the girl who had just found him, crying, and ran towards her fallen parents, while a terrorist not far away was aiming at them with a bazooka and grinning. Tor subconsciously threw the gun in his hand and hit the man's head. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. But just when he thought the little girl was saved, the tank exploded again, and with a bang, the little girl and her parents were swallowed by a fierce fireball. Do not! Thor roared loudly, and rushed over there. He has never felt this way. He has always been surrounded by comrades in arms. This is the first time he has defeated the enemy without feeling any joy. If there is supernatural power, if there is supernatural power! Thor's eyes flashed with a ray of thunder. Then his body flew because a cannon fire exploded beside him. Tinnitus, dizziness, pain, and regret. End this, Chi Mu. Shen He slowly stood up. Immediately after he finished speaking, Chi Mu Nangxiang appeared next to Thor and stretched out his palm. All the firearms flew up, gathered above him and were rolled into iron balls, and the muzzle of the tank also came. Distorted 180 degrees, within less than 2 seconds before and after, the intensive gunfire like firecrackers stopped. The special forces that had already been ready outside the village rushed in and killed the dazed terrorists. When Thor slowly opened his eyes from his tinnitus and dizziness, he saw Shen He walking by and his girlfriend who rushed towards him. I'm sorry. This was Thor's first sentence. You don't have to be sorry, no one is okay. Chi Mu saved everyone, including the little girl and her parents. Shen He sat directly on the ground next to Thor. Now, I think you should understand why I say you are not capable of becoming a king. I'm just remorse. Thor tightly held his girlfriend's palm. Remorse failed to kneel beside my father, asking him to forgive my ignorance and recklessness. Chapter 26, Thor growing up. I think that you can become a king like Odin and protect Asgard. It is the best apology to him. Shen He patted Thor on the shoulder. Get up, there is no time to regret now, there is still a lot to learn. Thank you, Shen He. Thor stood up from the ground, took Jane's hand and walked 2 steps to follow Shen He. I have disappointed many people, my father, my mother, my brother, and with my friends. Thank you for trusting me. Now he really has nothing left except his new girlfriend, and he is about to lose confidence in himself. You don't have to thank you. Shen He sighed in his heart, I have never doubted your future. I just hope that Thor, the powerful Thor, can arrive sooner. By the way, why don't you have short hair, that looks more energetic? Point. No one can move my hair. A few people are drifting away, and there is naturally shield to clean up the mess. In this place, massacres like this happen every day, and sometimes it's not for profit at all, but simply to vent the atrocities. Similarly, the miracle that atrocities are prevented happens occasionally, for example, when someone likes to fight and run away. Billionaire, so Collison is comfortable with such things. Sir, come and see this. A special fighter suddenly called Collison over. That was a terrorist who was shot dead. He looked like the boss, and there was a tattoo on his arm. That is 10 intertwined rings forming a circle, with 2 crossed long knives in the center of the circle. That night, a group of people did not go back, but continued to stay in this place, sleeping on the Shield military base. Tor, do you know the true power of your father, Odin? Shen He sat in front of Thor, and they were also surrounded by a large group of people. Collison would not give up any opportunity to obtain more information. I don't know. Thor thought for a while, and finally shook his head. Father is very strong, and has always been like this since I was a kid, even though I am already one of the strongest fighters in Asgard, still in the hands of the father. Can't resist. This point seemed natural to him before, but now that he thinks his father is dead, Thor also has to consider how far he is from his father. This is the problem. Not only do you have no king's disposition, but also the king's strength, but according to our Caleb. Shen He suddenly stopped and looked at the two rituals next to him. As far as we know, your true strength will never be lower than your father Odin. This is a powerful bloodline handed down from your family. Is this real? Thor's eyes rounded, and the smile on his face was like a big kid who got praise. He now believes in Shen He very much, including the Chaldeans mentioned by Shen He, and even thinks that they know many secrets that even Asgard does not know. Of course it is true. Shen He nodded seriously. You are the of thunder, and the hammer is only used to help you adapt to your own strength, but obviously, you regard yourself as the of hammer, so you are receiving in the next time. Forget your hammer and work hard to realize your own strength. The battle similar to today will continue. I will work hard. Thor clenched his fists, and nothing else. His arrogance that he could not listen to before has disappeared. Before you learn how to become a god, you must first learn how to become a person. I believe that Huaxia has many philosophies worthy of your study. In addition, you have to think for yourself how to protect the people and make the people believe that you can protect them. Shen He simply said all the suggestions he wanted to Thor at once. Whether he is deceiving or not, at least he is serious about helping Thor. While Thor is seizing the time to grow up, his friends in Asgard are also preparing to save Thor. Odin fell into a deep sleep, and Loki became king. Although he was smart, he was not as popular as the silly Thor. So, after hesitating many times, Sif and others found Heimdall, who was guarding the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, we must find Thor. Thor is fine now. Someone is helping him, and what you plan to do includes defying the king's edict and betraying the vow of being a soldier. Heimdall was unmoved. His eyes could see every corner of the 9 planets, including Thor's current situation. He believed that Thor was getting better. But we don't know what Loki is planning. Sif took a step forward. He was afraid of Thor's return. The king fell asleep. Only Thor can stop him. Heimdall thought of Loki going to the world of the frost giant, and blocked his gaze. I can't help you open the Rainbow Bridge. He said this, then turned and left, but the sword that opened the Rainbow Bridge remained. Damn, don't run over there, come back. Thor rushed over and picked up the 2 children and ran back. A shell landed where they had just left. Here is a rugged hill. A few hours ago, a team from nowhere surrounded them, along with a group of ordinary people who seemed to be migrating. www.readaloud.com. Flames and artillery were intertwined everywhere. Gunfire and people screaming in horror. Thor, you take them to hide. Shen He shouted in the command channel. He hid in a pothole and carefully observed the enemy's situation. Master. Violet next to held Shen He's sleeve tightly. The meaning was obvious. It's not the time yet, waiting for the order. Shen He didn't look back. This group of people didn't know where they came from. There were still 4 armed helicopters, occupying a high-altitude advantage. The SHIELD Special Forces had no anti-air weapons and were not prepared. Most of them were crushed too much. Kin look around for cover. Kimu, can you get rid of the gunship? No, the distance is too far, and as soon as I leave, there will be casualties immediately. Chi Mu has been in charge of defense. Then you cover Hawkeye, are you still alive? Hawkeye. Hawkeye, an elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., is also here. Of course, I was stared at by them. Hawkeye's voice came from the command system. He and a large group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents became the main targets of attack. The defensive bunkers here are so pitiful that they have been avoiding, and there is no breathing time for counterattack. Now you can rush. I wish you were joking. Even though he said so, Hawkeye took a deep breath, took out the high-explosive arrow he had prepared, and threw it on Xian, and rushed out. At that time, all the firepower was concentrated on him, but whether it was bullets, rockets, or even artillery, all the attacks slid to both sides as if hitting an air barrier. Kimu's motivation is that the closer the distance, the higher the intensity. Chapter 27, The Destroyer Comes. This is amazing. Hawkeye felt that his pace was like wind, and there was absolutely no attack that could hurt him. You can't go any further. Chi Munangxiang's voice suddenly appeared in Hawkeye's mind. It's okay, it's enough here. Hawkeye raised his wrist, pulled and took aim, making 4 bursts in one go. The 4 roars that broke out almost at the same time sounded, and all the gunships in the sky turned into fireballs. The power of the high-explosive arrows was no joke. The pressure on everyone in that room suddenly dropped. It's now, Violet. Shen He decisively ordered. Violet rushed out with the gun in her hand, her quick and swift posture like an elegant cheetah. Is basically done. Chi Mu, who has reduced defensive pressure, can also help. After all, ordinary troops have always been just cannon fodder in the Marvel world. Are you not going to make a move? I don't know when the 2 ceremonies came to Shen He's side. In this case, the 2 of us are more likely to be unhelpful. Shen He shook his head helplessly. The battlefield is Violet's home field, and Shen He, who has no mirage, and the 2 ceremonies that are better at close combat, cannot guarantee that he will not be hit by stray bullets, and Chi Munangxiang has to be distracted to protect them. Is there anything I can do? You seem to be a little impatient. Shen He turned his head and looked at the 2 ceremonies. Since the last time, the conversation between Shen He and the 2 ceremonies has become more direct. For example, now. You said it's useful to get my strength. The 2 rituals were a bit dissatisfied, but now, it just makes me run around. Your power should be used for things that we can't destroy. Shen He turned his head and continued to watch Violet's battle, and you still have no way to control your abilities well, so don't be too messy. Formula. You should be the one who made trouble, really, let such a small the battlefield. The 2 ceremonies followed his line of sight, looking at the girl who was killing wantonly not far away. I really don't like this kind of scene. Shen He couldn't answer these words. Although he didn't use Violet as a weapon, he didn't protect her as an ordinary girl. At this moment, a beam of light descending from the sky came to the ground not far away. That is the light of Rainbow Bridge. Is finally here? Style, get ready for battle. Shen He walked out of the bunker. This bizarre and spectacular sight broke through the enemy's last psychological defense. They were already defeated, and Violet was stopped by Shen He. I don't know if the education finally has effect. This time Violet took care not to let blood on her body, and she was not injured. Thor, who was not far away, ran over when the beam had already appeared. My friend! Ha ha ha! Thor threw away his guns and body armor, and walked over to hug the 4 people who appeared in the beam. Oh, Thor, you've never looked as shabby as you are now. The barrel-like beard patted Thor the shoulder. But it's all over. We're here to take you back. No. Thor had a bitter smile on his face, and then shook his head. My friend, although I am glad to see you, I can't go back, my father. Before I meet his requirements, I must be banished. Your father is not dead. Shen He walked over from a distance. What did you say? Thor's smile gradually disappeared. I haven't told you, because I think it will help you. Shen He looked at the four people in front of him. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Although it is not the same as the actors in the movie, the image is basically the same. The trio of Goddess Sif and the warriors is the partner who has been with Thor since childhood. It's true. Sif looked at Thor. Your father just fell asleep. He is still alive, and Loki has taken the throne. He wants to prevent you from going back. We don't know what he is planning. So, everything is Loki's conspiracy? He deceived me. Thor seemed unbelievable. Why would he do this? You should understand now. Shen He said lightly. He told Thor a lot of stories about Chinese emperors these days. In fact, including Thor's sister behind, Hela, the goddess of death, wanted to sit in that position. But Loki actually wanted Odin's approval more. I want to go back. Thor clenched his fists. If he wants to be the king, I can compete with him, but I want to ask why he hates me so much. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Shen He looked at the sky, where a new vortex was slowly forming. Has finally come, Odin's armor, the destroyer. This is a good battlefield. Violet, this is an order, retreat to a safe place. Shen He patted the top of the little girl's head. Violet hesitated for a moment, and chose to obey. And Chi Munangxiang also instantly appeared beside Shen He. Long before he came here, Shen He introduced them to this possible enemy. Tor, its goal is you, so you should step back. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Shen He said. He didn't intend to let Thor be killed directly like the original, and then regain his supernatural power. This method of restoring strength is too low-end, it is rare to be sealed once, how can it be done without upgrading? Okay. I won't drag you down anymore. Thor nodded, and his friends looked at him in shock. If it were the former Thor, it would be impossible to say such a thing. When the light of Rainbow City faded, what appeared in front of everyone was a steel creation that was nearly 3 meters high and glowing with red light. It was slightly different from the image in the movie. On the surface, you can clearly see the light. The mysterious runes flowed slowly, standing there alone, a powerful aura emerged spontaneously. Hey, friend, we are going to fight together, I don't know your names yet. The beard came to Shen He holding the axe. I will tell you after the battle is over. Do you know how to use a knife? A long knife appeared in Shen He's hand. Name, Qnu, imitation. From, Jean Crimson Eye. Evaluation, although it is an imitation, it also has the ability to kill with one hit. This was obtained by Shen He in a low-level lottery. It was considered a relatively high-quality cold weapon in his hand. The only dagger was given to Violet. And he himself took out an exaggerated long spear, which was a magic weapon from Coffin Jijiaka. Although it needs to consume magic power, Shen He's magic power is enough to use. Next, is to see what kind of strength this Marvel must-sweep boss has. Chi Mu, you can try to limit its actions. Shen He didn't care about the Asgard quartet on the other side, all his attention had been focused on the destroyer in front of him. Chapter 28, War Destroyer. Although the destroyer in the movie does not look strong. But things like movies are, after all, limited by special effects technology and imagination. Whoever really treats it as a textbook would be too stupid. Kimukujuo raised his palm, enough to block the rocket's thought force and covered the destroyer's body, trying to twist it. However, accompanied by the harsh metal sound, the destroyer's huge body creaked as if it was completely unresponsive, making a starting movement, crushing the ground and rushing over. The flexibility of the joints and the fierce strength were shocking. It's a bit troublesome. Shen Hebao raised the gun in his hand and withdrew back. He didn't have much close combat skills, so he could only attack from a distance. And the two rituals waved the long knife they had just received, piercing the air and making a harsh sound. Their body leaped lightly and rushed up, and the world in front of them was suddenly covered with dark brown dead lines. Chi Mu, take care to protect her. Shen He found a high place and used the sight on the magic gun to try to locate the destroyer. He knows very well that although Chi Mu Nangxiang said that he has powerful superpowers, it is because he is too powerful and has no combat experience, so that he does not know much about the skills of force and the flexible use of abilities. When the opponent is suppressed violently, the shortcomings are highlighted. Got it. Kimukujuo's voice appeared in Shen He's mind, and he also appeared from the hiding place. After the two ceremonies rushed to a certain distance, they raised a hand and flew out a card. It was the blast that Shen He drew the first time he drew the card. Suddenly, the wind was raging, and the dust and mud were completely wrapped up in the destroyer. Trying to hide its sight, with a turn, the two rituals bypassed from the side, intending to attack from the back. Boom! A horrible light beam that makes your eyes painful just glanced out from the gust of wind. Chi Mu promptly pulled the two rituals apart with the power of thought. The deadly high temperature made a magma-like scar on the ground, and even the strong wind seemed to be blown away. The exposed hands of the destroyer flashed with surging energy light. The attack just now came out from both hands. The destroyer doesn't aim with his eyes. Thor yelled not far away. Although he has no combat capability, Thor is not willing to just flee like this. He wants to watch his friends fight. It's so strong. Shen He took a sharp breath, input magic power, and moved his fingers. The mysterious magic array suddenly appeared around the destroyer, shrinking, cutting, and leaving several deep marks on the steel body. However, just like the characteristics of the destroyer in the original work, the trace that just appeared is automatically repaired between the two breaths. No, conventional means can't cause harm to it at all. Chi Mu, send me to the back right. The eyes of the two rituals were fixed on the biggest line of death on the back of the destroyer. The dead line on its body is unexpectedly small and narrow, but not without it. Chi Mu Nangxiang rushed over, putting his palms on the shoulders of the two rituals, a teleportation, and the two of them suddenly appeared behind the huge body of the destroyer. Just the moment it appeared, the huge steel fist blasted at the two with fierce speed and strength at an angle that humans could never do. Clang! Metal clang! Chi Mu, who blocked the blow, flew out and hit the ground fiercely. It's crooked. This sentence flashed in the minds of the two rituals. Her long knife also slashed on the body of the destroyer at the same time, but because of the angle of rotation just now, it only drew a series of sparks, but did not hit the death line. But the destroyer is facing her palm, already shining a beam of terrifying energy. Do not! Shen He jumped up abruptly, his eyes were about to split, and his heart collapsed to its limit in an instant. Boom! A devastating ray hit the ground. At the moment, Chi Mu Nangxiang dragged away the two ceremonies with the power of mind. Hey, hey! Shen He gasped, his heart beating extremely fast, and his eyes were full of fear. Stop fighting! Retreat! The blue veins on his fist were violent. If the two ceremonies were to cause trouble in front of his eyes, he was afraid that he would regret it for the rest of his life. What's more, you can fight if you can, and you can run if you can't. Shen He never likes to be a hero. It's you who are going to hit you, and now I call to retreat. The two rituals rolled up from the ground, with obvious dissatisfaction on their faces. Are you not going to complete the Chaldean mission? Chaldea is just a fake, but Shen He couldn't say this last sentence. The two rituals clearly know that Chaldea is fake, but he uses lies to fool others. Humph, this guy is indeed stronger, no wonder you want to run away. A smile suddenly appeared at the corners of the mouths of the two rituals. If this is the case, I must kill this guy. Shen He stared at the familiar smile blankly, and suddenly recalled how he felt when he watched Shizi's sister fighting in the anime. Excited, amazing, as if it comes with BGM. Go! He jerked up the magic spear in his hand again. Although he could use the opportunity to force orders, he didn't want to make Shija look down. At the same time, the other four finally rushed to the destroyer. As the famous fighters of Asgard, their combat effectiveness is far more than the low end of the movie, and their actions are swift and direct. But the destroyer is obviously stronger. An indestructible body, a terrifying ray attack, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Huge strength. Even though Shen He had replaced the magic bullets with auxiliary shock bombs and restraint bombs, within a few minutes of the battle, the only two rituals and Chi Mu Nangxiang who could persist beside the destroyer were left. Enough is enough, enough! Thor suddenly yelled at his friend who was lying on the ground and whose life or death was unknown. Shen He didn't care, all his attention was focused on the battle in front of him, using the shock bomb to accurately shake the destroyer's attack, which was extremely challenging for him. Boom! The destroyer's fist once again collided with Kimukujuo, bringing up circles of dust. This time, Chi Mu was not knocked into the air. Really? Chi Mu Nangxiang clasped the destroyer's fists tightly with both hands, and his always expressionless face even burst into blue veins at this time. I have been cautious for too long, I almost forget how to use my full strength. The sword light of the two rituals passed by. In that instant, the destroyer's arm bounced and dismembered like a tight spring. Asgardri sat on the throne and Rocky stood up abruptly. This is impossible. Try this blow. Kimu Nangxiang wrapped the neon motive force in his fist and hammered it down fiercely. Accompanied by loud noises, the earth collapsed, cracks spreading in circles around the destroyer, and a deep depression clearly appeared in the destroyer's chest. The depression is being repaired quickly. But it has no chance of being repaired. Puff! The sound of a sharp knife entering the body. The two rituals stepped on the destroyer's body with one foot, and the long knife accurately pierced the deadliest line. Chapter 29, Virtual World Corporation. The battle is over. From the two rituals with a long knife across the death line, nothing can save the destroyer. Shen He jumped up from the sniper spot and ran towards the center of the battlefield with all his strength. Are you injured? His worried gaze swept back and forth between Liangri and Nangxiang Kimu. Oh! The two rituals pressed their left shoulder, the shoulder blade seems to be split. The whole arm was completely unable to exert any force, and a slight movement was extremely painful, but her tone was as simple as a fall. It's too messy, style. Shen He calmed down suddenly, took out a bandage that can be used to heal the wound from the system backpack, carefully tore the clothes on her shoulders, and helped her to wrap it up. You must be prepared to be killed. You are too cautious, Shen He. The two ceremonies remained motionless, but looked at him with cold eyes. You will not be weak enough to think that you can do what you want without losing anything. It's just not worth it. Shen He no longer speaks, and concentrates on bandaging. This special bandage has the effect of automatic bone setting, which saves a lot of trouble. In the final analysis, he suddenly came into this world. In fact, there was nothing that had to be done. He just wanted to see the wonderful life he had longed for. Sif. At this moment, the light suddenly appeared. Shen He turned his head and found Thor, who was holding the Valkyrie sieve, was surging with thunder and lightning. He unexpectedly exploded his own divine power at this moment. No, besides this, the armor belonging to Thor is returning to its place a little bit. Odin's seal has been unlocked. Heimdall. Thor didn't seem to care about his regaining his supernatural power. He just snarled up to the sky, did you hear that? Heimdall. Open the Rainbow Bridge. Sif needs treatment. However, nothing happens. According to the plot in the original book, Heimdall should be trying to break out of Rocky's ice at this time. After Shen He bandaged the two ceremonies, he ran over with the remaining bandages. Thor, calm down, she was just injured. Shen He, I can't lose my friend. Thor's face is full of anxiety and regret, and only after the loss will he cherish everything that he takes for granted around him. You will not lose her, and your hammer is back. Shen He used bandages to help Sif bandage. The Thor's hammer on the horizon was already screaming with thunder light, and at the same time, the vortex that the Rainbow Bridge was about to descend finally appeared in the sky. Everything seems to have returned to the original plot without change. But looking at Thor, who picked up Sif and stood up, Shen He was sure that he had changed something. The face of this shining man had a trace of toughness and maturity that would only be available in the future. Please tell Jane for me. Thor stood in the halo of the Rainbow Bridge. I will definitely come back to find her, and it is a great honor to meet you, Shen He. Asgard will always remember the friendship with Chaldea. Go and do what you should do, Thor. Shen He waved goodbye. Thor and Asgard, the of Thunder, disappeared in the colorful light. It's all over now. Shen He turned around and walked back to face the wind and sand. Violet trot to his side. There were 2 ceremonies and Chi Munang Siang. A few people left clear footprints on the battlefield behind him. It has been 3 days since I returned to New York, USA from the land of chaos. Collison has been here several times, and wants to ask Shen He to go to the headquarters of SHIELD to talk about what Chaldea knew. Includes Asgard, other guardians that Shen He once said, and even Chaldeans. When the legendary gods appeared in front of them, when a war was almost about to start on the earth, they wanted to know too much. But Shen He refused all. He seems to have recovered to the state he had when he first came to this world these days, staying in his hotel every day, teaching Violet to speak and read, and doing trivial things. Until this morning, Tony called him. Don't you, a major shareholder, care about your company all of a sudden? Do you really want me, Tony Stark, to work for you? Tony's voice still sounded such a badass. I'm now on the way to yours. Today I have to take you out to have a good chat, that's it. Tony hung up the phone directly. There was no room for Shen He to refuse. Shen He can only stand up helplessly, and throw all the things about the new company to Tony. It feels a bit sorry for Tony to be a slap handler. Violet, I have something to go out and call me if I have something to do. I know. The sound of the 2 ceremonies came from the training room. She seems to pick up kendo again these days, staying in the training room most of the day, and occasionally bringing Violet with her. She seems to like Violet, a little girl who looks like a murderer, but is actually very innocent. So Shen He ran downstairs and got into Tony's luxury sports car. Oh my god, do you know what your eyes look like now? Tony slanted his eyes at Shen He, like a dried salted fish. I heard that you guys did a lot of work in that chaotic place. In a few games, I also taught an alien how to look like the other way around. www.readaloud.com. Have you been fucked? You were by someone. Shen He raised his in an angry manner. I'm just, something that is more distressing. Excellent, I'm here for this. Tony shrugged, twisted the key, and the sports car sped away with the roar. Let's take a look at our new company today, and then take you to have some fun. Believe me, all your troubles will disappear after today. The name of the company jointly established by Shen He and Tony is very simple. It is Virtual World Company, which is clear at a glance. Although all employees of this company are separated from Stark Industries, Shen He does own 90% of the shares. The big boss, Tony Stark, privately owns another 10% of the original shares. Although there are still some places that have not been thoroughly studied. I can already imitate the full immersion virtual reality instrument and make our company's first generation product based on this. I call it New Century 1. Tony patted a huge and cumbersome instrument in front of him. The 3-meter-high machine was densely packed with wires connected to an oval-shaped fully enclosed metal cabinet fixed to the machine. It seemed to be almost 2.5 meters high, enough to stand. Go in alone. This thing looks like a coffin. Shen He looked at the behemoth. How do I feel that you did not upgrade and optimize, but made an original version? The helmet you took out is optimized enough. Tony looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. this is the first generation product we are going to take out. It is going to be sold to the military as a soldier training simulator, so you should be able to understand that the more you do it, the higher the cost will be, and the higher the cost will not arouse the vigilance of traditional chaebols, and it will also sell more expensive. Chapter 30, One Day of Indulgence. Although Tony is a scientist, he is also a businessman. So he knows exactly how to maximize profits, and he is guarded against prying eyes from other competitors, even members of Congress. It sounds like you already have a complete plan. Shen He looked at the newly built factory, then I just need to lie down and count the money. Lying down and counting money. Tony didn't understand this Chinese joke, so he looked disgusted. Do you know how dirty money is? The money in your hand is just a pile of waste paper. Well, I know, you don't know how to be a rich man, so you will stay in your room with your wife and children every day. Perhaps you are right, but I don't have a wife, and I don't have children. Shen He spread his hands together, and he is indeed a little bit depressed recently. That's not important. Tony grabbed Shen He's shoulders. You should be thankful that you know me. I dare say that there is no rich man in the world who I know how to enjoy, so today, I want to teach you how to be a rich man. Shen He looked at Tony, who was beaming, and he admitted that he was indeed moved. Since Thor's plot ended, he found that he really didn't know what else he really wanted to do besides drawing cards. It's only necessary to make money. It takes only 1 hour a day to make a copy. The next plot hasn't started so soon. After all, Shen He was just an office worker in a partial house before. After he planned to abandon the life of ordinary people, he didn't know how to live the life of a non-ordinary person. Perhaps, it's good to experience the feeling of being a rich man first. So the convertible supercar roared again. Tony drove up to 200 yards on the highway. Shen He was like a rich second generation who was not doing business properly, standing on the seat, shouting, laughing, and enjoying the high-speed gallop. Stimulate pleasure. What should it look like to be a top rich man who will enjoy? Tony told Shen He. That is to pull the wind. The most dazzling clothes, the most dazzling sports car, the most dazzling beauty. This is not just a question of how much money is and how little money is. It's the style of life, which is to enjoy screaming. To buy clothes is to pack the entire mall. Buying a sports car is as simple and willful as buying a toy. At the back, Tony even took Shen He to buy a whole new medium-sized independent villa. No matter where they go, the two of them are the focus of everyone. Shen He was a little uncomfortable at first, but soon, he became as tall as Tony and began to enjoy the sight of others, because everyone, even if it is envy, jealousy, or even cursing, in the end, you will be shocked by the arrogance of this dollar. Throughout the whole day, Shen He finally realized the feeling of watching those local tyrants frantically rewarding on the live broadcast before. Just a little bit of money that you don't care about can make a lot of people excited or even crazy, such as the current pool party. Throwing the newly bought watch into the pool, many beautiful girls in bikinis splashed in waves, screaming, tearing, and vying. The white body was about to dazzle the blind's eyes. How do you feel, my friend? Tony walked over with two beauties in the deafening rock music, leaning over to Shen He and shouting. I feel like a super vulgar outburst rich. Shen He also yelled, and then took a sip of champagne and couldn't help laughing, but it's really cool. Yes, it is cool enough, this is something Shen He has never experienced before. You don't have to worry about anything, you don't have to think about anything, as long as you throw a lot of money, there will be a lot of people gathered around you to share the excitement. Ha ha ha. Tony also laughed. Have fun, there will be a surprise for you in a while, I promise you will like it. At this time, night had fallen. Shen He didn't know what time it was, but he subconsciously felt that it shouldn't matter. He just indulged himself occasionally. And in the hotel in Chinatown, the two ceremonies were staring with Violet. Can you release it? Finally, the two rituals couldn't help but speak. Because if she doesn't speak, Violet might hold her sleeves all night. Master, where is it? Violet stared at the two rituals with her head upright. He went out. The two ceremonies couldn't bear to look at the simple eyes. It's useless even if you ask me. Night, it's dark. Violet still has some difficulty speaking, but still conveys the message concisely. Look for the master. Hey? How can I find this? The two ceremonies took out the cell phone Shen He gave her. The phone can't get through, can't you go to bed obediently? You may be able to see him when you wake up. Find. Violet is still holding the sleeves of the two ceremonies tightly with one hand, while the other is pointing in a certain direction. Your bond point is already so high. The two rituals suddenly thought of a possibility. According to the information in their minds, if the followers have a high enough trust in the master, they can even have a mysterious connection between each other. Look for the master, find the master, find the master. Violet repeated in a gentle tone like a repeater. You are eating me? Obviously I am also a victim. The two ceremonies were speechless, and finally I could only stand up. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Well, I'll change it for you first. Body clothes. Looking at this posture, Violet can bother her all night without going out to find Shen He. The two ceremonies will not be naive to think that Violet will be tired like an ordinary little girl. She can only get some cash from the drawer, and then take Violet out of the house, tentatively also in modern times. People who have lived in society can still take a taxi, and the hotel has its own driver and vehicle. Just as they walked out of the hotel, a man in a black suit took out his cell phone in the upper floor of a private house opposite. Target number 3 and target number 4 appeared separately, and they got in the hotel's black Bentley. You continue to stare at the hotel. Yes. At the same time, several vehicles parked around also started up and followed. On the other side, Shen He finally saw the gift Tony had prepared for him. It was a tall young woman wearing a purple bikini, with white skin and a delicate oriental face. Shen He has to admit that this is indeed in line with his aesthetic, mainly the kind of graceful temperament. Let me introduce, this is Dr. Zhao Hailan, this is Shen He, my biggest partner. Tony winked at Shen He. Hello, what Tony said was wrong, I am still only a PhD student. Zhao Hailan generously extended his hand to Shen He. You seem to be very uncomfortable here. Shen He's head was still a little dizzy because of alcohol, and after holding a greasy palm, he was even more dizzy. Actually, Tony said that as long as I go to the party, I can invest in the project I prepared. Zhao Hailan did seem helpless. I didn't want to agree, but my PhD supervisor agreed to it for me. Chapter 31, Tony's Request. That's it, so I like your mentor. Tony didn't feel embarrassed at all. Actually, I can find you because Shen He mentioned your name. Did I mention it? Shen He sat up from the couch. When did I mention it? Oh, just when the girl suddenly appeared on your bed, you said, it would be great if you can find Dr. Helen. Tony waved his hand to let the rest of the girls go further. So, Ms. Zhao, it is your credit to get the investment in your project. In fact, the money invested is also allocated from your company. Wait, you weren't there at that time, you let Jarvis watch me. Shen He also remembered. When the two ceremonies were just summoned, he did think of this famous creature doctor in the Avengers series. But at that time, considering that Dr. Helen's bionano repair technology had not yet been developed, I gave up this idea. Please, we weren't that familiar at the time. Tony shrugged and did not deny the surveillance. What's more, I just rearranged the traces you left after you moved out. Sounds reasonable. Shen He shook his head to sober up his wine, then stared at Tony. You won't be bought by a bitten egghead. Now, he also reacted. Tony seems to have prepared everything for today since he came to him in the morning. Of course also includes Miss Zhao Hailan, whom he called a gift. You seem to have something to talk about. Zhao Hailan looked at the two men thoughtfully, and then politely walked to other places. Look at her. Tony leaned on Shen He's recliner, beautiful, intellectual, and smart. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the type you like. Why don't you try to chase after him? You are now billionaires, and then you won't be depressed, or do you Chaldeans rule that you can't fall in love during the mission? Don't change the subject, Tony, what do you want? Shen He looked at him helplessly. He is now extremely convinced that all of Tony's preparation today has another purpose. I want to know more about our future. Tony finally spoke directly. Do you want to know, or do you want to know? Shen He said in a deep voice. He began to realize that everything he had shown so far may be too conspicuous. It's just me. Tony said categorically, please, do you think I can trust those politicians? No, it's not like you. Shen He slowly shook his head. Tony, what makes you think you can't rely on yourself to protect the world peace? What makes you feel uneasy? Tony, I know, doesn't care about the future like this. What will happen? At least not now. Shen He added inwardly. It was after the New York War that humans were exposed to aliens, and Tony, who was anxious about the threats to himself and humans, tried to do everything possible to protect the safety of the Earth, including the Ultron project. Tony should still be in a period of confidence in everything. Tony was silent for a while before speaking. It's a war, Fury told me everything, just a little bit. 2 alien civilizations will use war to destroy everything on the Earth, and this is just because of some arrogant prince, right? This time, it was Shen He's turn to be silent. He exaggerated the facts and the future in order to make Thor understand his mistakes more deeply. I didn't expect that it was not only Thor but also Tony who was scared. It was also from the story of Thor in the original work that humans on Earth realized that they were not alone or safe, and this anxiety reached its peak after the New York War. Only now, panic is better than the original. Under this circumstance, Shen He and Chaldea, who seem to have a lot of information, have undoubtedly become the center of focus. Dr. Helen's technology is only a rudimentary form, no one even believes in her project. Tony's expression was very serious. He couldn't see the appearance of a playboy, and you knew she would succeed, so I found her. Give her funds to make her technology available earlier. You know how many people it can help, and we can do a lot with preparations like this. Tony is indeed scared. He is confident that he can solve all the crises on the Earth, but it is because he is smart enough that he is more aware of the gap between civilizations. If the crisis comes from outside the Earth, from the complete unknown, he has no confidence in protecting the people he wants to protect. The future is not static, Chaldea. Chaldea cannot guarantee everything. Shen He frowned. Only he and his followers knew that the Chaldeans were untrue, and the Human Rights Protection Agency did not exist. All he has is the plot that is constantly changing, and a heart that is not firm at all and wants to save the future. What does this have to do? Tony lowered his voice and said, didn't you want to change the future? Please tell me, let us also protect our world instead of throwing everything to you, Caleb Bottom. Give me some time, Tony. Shen He sighed. He does need time to think about what he can do and whether he is really ready to pay for it. Well, www.readaloud.com. Tony can only get up in the end. I'll call Dr. Helen over, at least. I hope your suggestion to have a relationship is true, as a friend for. When Dr. Zhao Hailan came over, the two Ceremony and Violet were on their way. Violet sits in the car, her little hand is like a compass constantly pointing in the direction of the master, and the driver looks for a way to go according to this direction, but this is the driver of the hotel, and it is not possible to change to an ordinary taxi. So patient. I don't know how many times after turning around, the vehicle drove into an unmanned road near the sea, with only 7 or 8 vehicles of different models behind. There was something wrong with the two rituals. These cars at the back seem to have been seen many times. Violet turned around and lay on the seat and looked back through the rear window. Compared to the two rituals, she was more sensitive to being tracked. Leave this road and go to a crowded place. The two rituals suddenly spoke, and she stretched out her hand and grasped the long knife by her side. Okay, Miss Lianji. The driver nodded in agreement, and then reached out and pressed a button in his sleeve. Boom! The front chassis of the car suddenly exploded into a ball of flames, and the whole car suddenly flipped forward. The moment flew, the two ritual long swords were unsheathed and crossed the dead line. The ceiling of the car fell to pieces in an instant, and she and Violet jumped out lightly and inertially. If it is not strengthened, it will be severely injured in just one shot. However, several cars following him have arrived. The mission begins, commands, and catches alive. There was a murmur from a man who was as cold as a robot. Chapter 32, Break the Shackles. The burning flames jumped, and the two ceremonies dressed in red kimonos stood there. Gorgeous eyes were shining in the firelight, and the long knife in his hand was raised obliquely. The two rituals subconsciously wanted to confirm Violet's situation, but found that she was already hidden in the shadow of the dim light. The enemy has 8 vehicles, estimated to have more than 40 people, and has heavy weapons. Can you only fight? The two ceremonies ran, but the scene did not give her too many choices. On this road where there is no shelter, once surrounded by the enemy, even this strengthened body cannot escape the airtight fire attack. While running, the long knife in his hand easily crossed the dead line on the ground. The earth shattered in large pieces in an instant, and the hard concrete was easily crushed into scattered pieces like potato chips under the long knife. The chasing vehicles rushed into the destroyed road and had to slow down. And at this moment, another small figure pierced through the window of the first car. In the short instant of passing through, while the dagger in his hand cut the enemy's neck, he had not forgotten to a submachine gun and rushed. When she came out, she moved so quickly that she didn't even catch the blood that gushed out. Boom! The vehicle that lost its driver in an instant flew up on the broken road and hit the ground heavily, just blocking the road of the rest of the vehicles. The light of the two ceremonies is always observing the situation behind him. Can kill. Her body suddenly turned around and jumped horizontally like a catapult to avoid possible bullets. For a distance of more than 10 meters, she only needs one breath. An enemy who had just opened the door of the car with a machine gun, his neck was gently slid by a long knife before he could react. Dead. It seemed that he was deprived of his soul in that instant, and he didn't even struggle for a moment. It's so simple. The eyes of the two ceremonies flashed with joy. There was a figure of a young man in a trance in his mind, but in an instant it fell apart as if the shackles were broken. The two rituals of the first murder put her life in danger of being killed, which made her nervous and thrilled like a trembling. Only this bloodthirsty joy can make her remember from the past. Freed from the imprisonment, at this moment I truly felt that this tiny life belonged to me. Bang bang bang! During the two ceremonies, when the long knives were brandished, there was a lot of gunfire. With the help of her petite figure, Violet jumped flexibly and started her own massacre. Machine guns, daggers, and even fingers and knees. In this dim night with only firelight, ordinary people could hardly capture Violet's actions. They could only open fire blindly, and then be easily killed one by one. However, there were no screams, except for gunshots and broken sounds. The battlefield was quiet and terrifying. These are dead men like Walking Dead, and they have no fear of losing their lives. Something is wrong. This thought flashed through the minds of the two rituals, and the lavender smoke suddenly spread. Just inhaling a little bit, it made the two rituals feel dizzy. This was an attack that had been prepared for a long time. The enemy even knew the strength of the two rituals and Violet, including the easy massacre, but it was just to lure the two into this area covered by unconscious smoke. The real killer move is coming. The long knives in the hands of the two rituals turned and slid lightly across their foreheads, instantly sane. She killed Violet. The two ceremonies shouted loudly. However, there was no response. In this battlefield covered by purple smoke, even the enemy himself was stunned, because they were just bait that was abandoned at the beginning. To find Violet. The two rituals slowly stared at the surroundings. In her sight of the dead eye, everything was flawed, whether it was the concept, the air, and of course the lavender coma smoke. Just a simple swing of the long knife, and the small pieces of smoke around it slowly dissipated. Was killed. The two rituals speeded up the action, and she wanted to find Violet before more enemies arrived. In a moment of trance, a heavy fist pierced the air, hitting the left shoulder of the two ceremonies, and the whole body was spinning and flying like a butterfly, and it fell heavily on the roof of a car. Numbness, unable to move, and then waves of intense pain. The unhealed left shoulder was hit hard again. The new enemy. The two rituals stood up expressionlessly, their left hands drooping naturally. In front of her, walking out of the lavender smoke, was a man with a mask and metal arms. The man's other hand still held Violet, who had passed out of a coma. "Did you specifically stare at us who were alone?" The two rituals waved their long knives with their right hands dissatisfied, and made a piercing sound. This feeling of being underestimated is really unpleasant. Be prepared to be killed, get ready. The long knife that leaped and swung past was like lightning, reflecting the mark of death in the eyes of the man. He dropped Violet and retreated with a sensitivity beyond the limit of human beings. Information from intelligence: this girl, the attack has the characteristics of destroying everything, but I don't know why he didn't fall in the coma smoke. It's really clumsy. One hit was missed, and the two ceremonies started the next hit without any pause. The movement suddenly accelerated, and the long knife swung into a continuous blade of light. A large vacuum appeared in the place where it passed, smoke, dust, and even air, and a whirlwind gradually blew around. The two rituals for breaking the shackles truly blended the kendo strength from painstaking practice in memory, as well as the simplicity and decisiveness of belonging. Under this offensive that can only be avoided, the man has no ability to counterattack at all, and even his metal arms dare not use it to resist. Need help? The man's eyes don't have the slightest feeling in his eyes, but through calculations, he knows that the probability of defeating his opponent is very low. As a result, more car lights gradually appeared on the road in the distance, both front and rear, and support troops that could not be deployed in time were about to arrive. The two rituals adjusted their breathing and took a big breath. The long knife suddenly accelerated in an instant and slanted toward the man's neck. Brush. It feels like splitting tofu. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The metal arm used by the man to block the blow suddenly shattered into parts scattered on the ground. Cut. The two ceremonies made a sound of dissatisfaction, and did not continue to fight. She bit the handle of the long knife in her mouth, picked up the petite Violet with the only right hand that could move, and ran towards the sea not far away. On the other side, Shen He, who was chatting with Dr. Helen, was always a little restless. Helen is very beautiful, sexy, and very good. She is graceful and generous in character. Shen He admits that she is a little excited. If she meets such a girl before crossing, she will try it anyway. But now, he has a faint sense of distance, which makes him unable to fully enjoy the time spent chatting with each other. Sorry. Shen He stood up at last. I want to make a call. Chapter 33, Shen He's determination. I had a good time at first, but when Tony came like that, Shen He couldn't do anything about it. The cell phone showed only 2 ceremonial calls and a text message saying that Violet wanted to come to him. It seems that it is time to go back. Shen He checked the time. It was not too late, it was just after 9 o'clock. He made a phone call to the 2 ceremonies. No one heard. Hit again. Still no one answered. Shen He narrowed his eyes, suddenly a little panicked. Apply for a call. As long as the follower is still alive, no matter where he is, he can be summoned to the master's side. No light appeared, just biting a knife in his mouth. His body was soaked. 2 rituals of holding Violet tightly with one hand appeared in front of him. Yeah, is there another way? The 2 rituals spit out the knife, shook his body, and fell directly into Shen He's arms. She is exhausted. Tony! Shen He shouted from a distance. He doesn't know what kind of mood he is now, guilt, self-blame, but more anger. Was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. He fully understood Tony's mood when he was in the villa. Has nothing to do with heroes, nothing to stand on, just revenge. Oh my god! Dr. Helen followed Tony over. They need immediate treatment. Tony, do you have medicine here? Yes, follow me to the basement, Jarvis. The party has been cancelled, and call some of the best surgeons from my private hospital. Tony is not ambiguous. This is originally his new villa, and the emergency medicine is very complete. There is even an operating room. Shen He picked up the 2 ceremonies. Helen helped to pick up Violet, who was in a coma. The last treatment bandage had been used up. This time he could only use conventional treatment methods. After the doctors and nurses arrived, they began treatment in the treatment room of the villa. The equipment here was complete. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with both of them. Violet was just stunned by a highly effective drug. The left shoulder was seriously injured during the 2 rituals, but after being strengthened, his physical fitness was excellent, but he fainted after exhaustion. I looked into it. There is a suspected explosion on the road 15 kilometers away from here. Tony walked over with the tablet. Except for the serious damage to the ground, the scene has been cleaned up and there is no trace left. Do you have any idea who the attacker was? Have. Shen He simply spit out a word. He looked through the glass at the 2 girls in the treatment room who were in a coma. They were trying to find themselves, but they were attacked on the way. All of this was because of their confusion and the lies of Chaldeans observing the future. At this moment, Shen Hexen finally understood what he should do. He wants to establish Chaldea. A true, powerful Chaldean that belongs to him and his followers, not just the false organization that he said before. Tony. Shen He turned his head and looked at Tony, his eyes gleaming with a different calmness. We Chaldeans will not easily accept outsiders to join, but if you want, I can apply for the establishment of a peripheral organization on the earth. Investigate, an organization that belongs to the Chaldeans and also belongs to your earth. Will you join? It sounds like it's much more reliable than Fairy's Superboy. Tony was naturally delighted. Of course I will join. He originally wanted to know from Chaldea what he would encounter in the future, and then he could prepare in advance instead of giving everything to others. This matter will be kept secret from S.H.I.E.L.D. for the time being. Shen He turned his gaze to the front again. I can tell you first, even if the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. is changed, it will not be a problem to say that it is Hydra. Go, they were also the ones who attacked your villa this time, so now, we have the first common goal. The real horror of Hydra lies in taking advantage of the situation. As far as Shen He knows, one of the highest-ranking ministers of S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra. The US government, and even governments, businessmen, and gangs around the world, do not know how many people are Hydra. This origin can be traced back to the villain organization more than 1,400 years ago. Like an undead cockroach, it spreads in almost all the parallel worlds of the Marvel series. Every time you think you destroy it, it can always jump. Coming out disgusted you, so the reason why Shen He didn't deal with them last time was because of his lack of strength, and second, he didn't want to stun them. But now, even if it is grass, he wants to cut it off with a sharp knife. So, what are we going to do first? Tony is already a little eager to try, or, based on the future observed by Chaldea, what do you suggest? We are going to find someone. Shen He patted his shoulder, turned and walked towards the laboratory of the villa. Find some heroes who will try to save the world in the future. Some of them have already appeared, some have not, but in any case, we will take the lead. just like Dr. Helen Yu said. This sounds a bit cool. I think I have begun to like predicting the future. Tony followed Shen He behind www.readaloud.com. After deciding what to do, Shen He took the quality of concentration that belonged to the social elite. Come out. He knew very well that his strongest hole card was the slave summoning system in his mind, which was the greatest confidence in building Chaldeans. However, since the last draw of the card, Shen He has actually accumulated almost 15 summoning stones, but he did not draw the card. The reason is very simple. He found that the 3 followers alone already felt a little unbearable. The 4-star 2 ceremonies and Violet were better, and the 5-star Kimunang Siang was simply an experienced expert. Although Shen He has accumulated a large amount of dog food because of Chi Mu's horror brushing efficiency, the daily enhancement limit of the follower is subject to his magic content, which is the level of his master. At this point, the setup of this system is a bit slow to terribly slow. After brushing a copy for almost a month and a half, he turned out to be only level 16. And the upgrade is getting slower and slower. Judging from his years of game experience, the dungeon is used to farm dog food, and the experience acquisition is seriously inconsistent with the difficulty of farming monsters. There should be other copies. After studying the system for a while, he couldn't find out anything. Shen He could only put this aside for the time being and do other things first. Tony, before we find someone, we first need a base. Shen He decided the first thing after the Chaldeans was built. I've had enough that the enemy can come and attack at any time, and we want to build an indestructible fortress, a stronghold. The new company factory I took you to see during the day is good. Tony stretched out his hands and drew a big circle. There are already some basic buildings there, and I bought the land for a radius of 5 kilometers. It's okay to want to build an underground castle. Chapter 34, 9-Head Snake Game. That factory during the day. He pondered for a while. It was in the suburbs of New York, which was indeed convenient. I plan to move over tomorrow. Hydra is already watching me. It would be too stupid to give them a chance to attack. Shen He already had a general direction in his mind. Jarvis, help me collect World War II. It's best to simulate the approximate location of Captain America's last crash during the period. Wait, Captain America? Are you talking about the Captain America I thought? Tony still didn't react. Of course, he is your father's friend. Shen He watched the message projected by Jarvis. If you want to deal with Hydra, you can find their old rivals better. Tony, can help me get Director Fury, shall we call? We still need some allies who can help us meet and cooperate with each other. In fact, I hope you can tell me about the future. Tony walked over with a water glass. Look, since we are an organization, do we have to share a bit of information? He wouldn't be willing to follow other people's instructions to do this without knowing anything. Tony is more concerned about future crises. Okay. Shen He turned around and organized the language. Next, as you feared, there will be an invasion of alien troops. The battlefield is in New York, and the US government will lose one. A nuclear bomb is going to destroy the entire New York and aliens. Of course, in the future we observe, it was stopped by you. The New York War is almost a watershed in the entire Marvel movie world. Before this was just a story of some superheroes. After this, the hero's mission is no longer just to defeat the bad guys, but to truly save the world, so that even if it fails once, the world will be destroyed. Tony couldn't imagine what kind of scene it was. He looked at Shen He. Can we stop it? Of course. Shen He turned around again. It was a huge crisis, but it was also a huge opportunity, so Tony, we must prepare in advance, at least not let Hydra be at a critical time. Disgusting people suddenly appeared again. Well, I'll find Fury. I hope you can tell me more specific things when you have time. Tony also started to make his own preparations. If war is inevitable, he needs an army that can protect the Earth. Director Fury seems to have been waiting for this moment, because he appeared outside the door only half an hour after the news was sent. Collison, Natasha, and Hawkeye came together. It looks like you called all your trusted subordinates. Shen He and Tony received them in the living room. I'm sorry for what happened tonight. Fury still maintained the ugly face that seemed to have just returned from the funeral home. But if you can tell us some information in advance, I think such a thing might not happen. Will happen. You don't know everything, and you can't do everything well. Shen He leaned forward slightly, staring at his one-eyed. How much do you know about Hydra? I only know that they are like cockroaches in the sewer. They may hide in all dark corners, including S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury also stared at Shen He closely. With the investigation during this period, he had already begun to faintly have some very bad guesses in his heart, but he hoped that his guesses were unnecessary. Including S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a pity that Shen He directly tore through Fury's last bit of fantasy. To be precise, S.H.I.E.L.D. is the Hydra, because the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander Pierce, is a leader of Hydra. Fairy, you have been in the den of thieves but you don't know anything about it. But it's impossible. Coulson spoke first. Director Fury was promoted by Minister Alexander. If Alexander Pierce is the undercover agent of Hydra, does that mean that even Director Fury himself may not be credible? Shen He didn't reply, he just looked at Fury. Fury has not spoken since the beginning. But his eyes and expressions are enough to prove that he is not completely sure that his old boss is definitely not Hydra. I don't know which Hydra arranged for the attack tonight, but Shen He slowly leaned back on the back cushion of the sofa, and said in a deep voice, what happened in New York, you can't go wrong with Alexander, our Chaldeans are not a charity organization. What's more, this is also an opportunity for your SHI. Shen He wants to deal with Alexander, naturally it is impossible to find him rudely and get him out and kill him. This will not only cause trouble, but it will also not be able to beat Hydra. Fry, as the head of the agent, naturally understood what Shen He meant. Do you want us to act as an undercover agent for SHIELD in the Hydra Bureau, and then kill the Hydra Bureau together? That's what I mean. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Shen He shrugged. According to the original plot development, SHIELD will be defeated by the Hydra that sneaked into them after the New York War, torn apart, and then reborn. But Shen He waited until that time. SHIELD Bureau had become one of the largest bases for Hydra, and he was about to cut down this base now. Come to avenge the attack that happened tonight. I will investigate what you said first. It is naturally impossible for Fury to believe every word Shen He said in such a simple way. Shen He didn't care. The current situation of SHIELD, and reconstruction after the collapse was the only hope. As long as he pointed out Alexander's identity in advance, with Fairy's cleverness and decisiveness, he would understand what should be done. What else do you want to tell me? Fry continued to stare at Shen He wanted to know more. One more thing, we Chaldeans have decided to build a perimeter organization on the Earth. Shen He pointed to Tony. Tony has already joined, as well as Captain America, Hulk Banner, Thor, and mine. The relationship is also good, so you can give up your Superboy plan, or you can transfer Natasha and Hawkeye to me, and Collison will leave it to you to rebuild SHIELD. Fry's face is very dark, even darker than black. This is the first time he hates the Prophet very much. Tony. Fury looked at Tony, who had been sitting aside. Your father, but one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, you didn't tell me that, I almost forgot. Tony seemed to realize it suddenly. You manage the S.H.I.E.L.D. created by my father like this, should I ask you to settle the account? Chapter 35, Clever Way of Obtaining Props. I am indeed sorry to your father. Fry, who was choked, was unexpectedly lifeless. He just stood up and took a deep look at Shen He. So, I won't let S.H.I.E.L.D. down. After leaving this sentence, Fury turned around to leave. He also understood, because of hydras lurking, neither Shen He nor Tony could trust them, and he would not get any useful information if he continued to stay here. We are like this, are we kind of, bullying the elderly? Tony seems to be a little bit embarrassed. After all, he can find his father to leave new elements and also has the help of SHIELD Bureau. Come on. Shen He glanced at him slantingly, and stood up. Are you not bullying the elderly? Let's go, we still have a lot to be busy in the early days of the business. Makes sense. Tony drank the last sip of champagne in the glass and followed. Two people really have too much to do. Shen He needs to sort out the plot information in his mind, think about how to find Captain America and how to convince them, and also plan how to deal with the New York War to maximize the benefits. If it is not from the perspective of God to know many things, it is really true. Can't cope with it. When Helen, who had been helping in the treatment room, came to inform the two rituals of waking up, the sky was already bright. I almost drowned in the sea. The two rituals were still pale, and they moved slightly, seeming to want to get up. Shen He stretched out his hand to help her, but was pushed away by disgustingly. The two rituals didn't like how weak he looked. Remember some characteristics of the enemy, style. Shen He's throat rolled, and the last thing he said was just such a thing. In the beginning, they were all ordinary soldiers. They were just weird, like puppets with no emotions. The eyebrows of the two rituals were twisted. A powerful enemy appeared behind him, but if the opponent had not supported him, I should be able to kill him. You killed someone. Shen He seemed surprised, and the two rituals stared at him dissatisfied. Shen He, shouldn't you have to say something like you can't kill no matter what? How is it possible? Shen He dumbly, kill, type. Yesterday's attack was all my fault, but I will not apologize. I want to put this guilt and self-blame to death. In my heart, because it makes me aware of the meaning of the word master. Apologize and be forgiven will not reduce the consequences of negligence. The greatest effect it can play is to relieve the guilt of the wrongdoer. What's more, Shen He knew very well that the two ceremonies did not need such an apology. In this case, let me confess one thing too. The two ceremonies suddenly laughed, matching their pale faces, and they looked very beautiful. At first I promised to help you, just because I had no goal and nothing to do, but after this battle, I think I understand my own way of living, and what I want, so I will continue to help you. What I want? What Shizi's sister wants, isn't that the pursuit of reality through hobbies like killing people? But, what does it matter? Shizi's sister's hobby is just the impulse to kill, not the process of killing. It just so happened that I also found what I wanted to do. Shen He also laughed, this time it is official, welcome to join Chaldea, style. Within a few days after this, Shen He completely lost his leisurely days, and began to get busy completely. He and Tony moved all the instruments and facilities in the villa to the Virtual World Company's factory in the suburbs of New York. Tony began to plan the construction of this base, and at the same time began to sell the first generation of Virtual World products to the military in exchange for funds. What he will be prepared to do requires a lot of supplies and money. And Shen He continued to search for Captain America and the Hidden Hulk banner. Even if Jarvis has the ability to collect information on the world's network, frankly speaking, there is no complete intelligence system like SHIELD, and even if you know the plot, it is difficult to find it. In addition, the level of the two rituals has also been strengthened to level 10. As expected, her further upgrade requires the Heart of Chimera, which is also a monster in the deeper layers of the dungeon. 10th level strength, for the two rituals, and Violet, whose body strength was just ordinary people, is probably only equivalent to 1 to 1.5 Captain America's level. But this is hard to come by. Shen He. On the 5th day of the dungeon cleaning time, Shen He took all the servants, including Chi Munang Siang, to the 18th floor of the dungeon. This is the first safe floor in the dungeon. Although it should be underground that cannot be reached by sunlight, it is as bright as day, and there are lush woods, green grass, and even crooked streams. The reason is Tianhuading Mountain. The shining crystal makes this place feel like a small world, mysterious and amazing. Here is a small town built by adventurers. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com has everything including taverns. Shen He and others are now in a tavern. They have finished cleaning the monsters for today, and they came here with 10 minutes left. Many of the surrounding orcs, fairies, and dwarves focused their attention on them. Killer Squad. This is the title passed by Shen He and others among adventurers. Because they always mercilessly kill massive monsters far below their own level, and also because some adventurers have witnessed Violet's shocking art of killing. Shen He doesn't care about the opinions of these adventurers, he just keeps his sight at the door. Coming. This is a team composed of a villain, an elf, and a young human girl. The villain headed by walked directly towards Shen He. Sorry, I've been waiting, this is the drop item you want. The little human race put a big bag on the table. Thank you, Finn, this is the remaining reward. Shen He also passed a bag of magic spar. The three people in front of them are Fen, the leader of the Loki family, 9 Demon G Livalaya, and the young sword G Isai. As early as 3 days ago, after encountering these familiar plot characters by chance, Shen He thought about whether he could hire them to enter deeper layers that he could not reach temporarily, and brush up the special props needed for upgrading. Under the circumstance of reasonable price, Finn readily agreed that the adventurer would have done some employment tasks. I have a question. Finn put away the magic crystal, but did not leave directly. These level monsters, based on the strength of your squad, should not be difficult to defeat, and the number required is not large. Why do they hire us? Chapter 36, a new copy opens. When he first accepted the employment, Finn didn't know who the people in front of him were, but only regarded them as ordinary adventurers. But I was told by other adventurers later that this was a mysterious team that didn't know the family members to which it belonged. It was very powerful but had been frantically spamming monsters at the lower levels. The current labyrinth city, Euler, is in a special period of war between family members. The family members of Loki are preparing to expel the family members of Zeus who have lost their main combat power after defeating Land King Behemoth and Sea King Leviathan. At this point, as the head of the Loki family, Finn had to be cautious. Shen He doesn't know all of this, and the plot he is familiar with will take several years to happen. So he just responded with a smile, we can't go deeper for a reason, so there may be similar employment tasks that need to be entrusted to you in the future. As long as the remuneration is reasonable, we will naturally accept employment. Seeing that Finn couldn't ask anything, he could only give up. Before leaving, Shen He glanced at the 11 or 12-year-old future sword girl Isai, a little bit envious. After all, he is strong, has a well-behaved personality, and is naturally cute. It would be great if he could be summoned. This eye was caught by Finn, his gaze seemed thoughtful. They suspect that we are the family of the of Death Hades. After leaving, Chi Munangsiyang suddenly said to Shen He, if you contact them again, it seems that you will be involved in something very troublesome. Hades, the of Death. Shen He was taken aback, and then a little helpless. It's all because Chi Mu, you're too cool, and you can't do a low-key mob. I can leave it alone. Chi Munangsiyang glanced at him with dark purple eyes. Okay, please keep pulling the wind, who makes me inseparable from you? Shen He said jokingly. He didn't care about Finn's suspicion. After all, this is just a monster spawning instance, and he can only come in for an hour a day, and he can give up and quit at any time. Speaking of, Chi Mu, I haven't asked you yet, how do you feel about my plan to build a real Chaldean? Shen He looked at Chi Munangsiyang seriously. Anything is fine. Chi Munangsiyang also thought about it seriously. In this world, it will not affect my life, and the use of superpowers will not be too eye-catching. The last time I fought with all my strength, I was unexpectedly comfortable. On the contrary, some don't like the feeling of being cautious after going back. Generally speaking, it is lightness and freshness. Although Kimukujuo still prefers the life of ordinary people, the feeling of occasional adjustments is not annoying. That's good, let's go back. Shen He nodded. The time was almost up. They left the instance directly. Up to now, Shen He has accumulated 20 summoning stones in his hands. He plans to wait until Kimu's ranks rise to the point where he can no longer rise, and then try to summon the servants. After all, compared to the initial excitement, the current he gradually understood that calling out followers does not only mean increasing partners. Ding! It is detected that you have accumulated 50 summoning stones. A new instance will be opened, and a limited time double instance time event will be activated. At the moment when the summoning stone was obtained, the long-lost system prompt appeared in Shen He's mind. We'll open a new copy? Shen He showed joy on his face and quickly opened the system interface. In the dungeon center, below the dungeon, a new dungeon named God Eater appeared. And there is a 5-day double dungeon time, that is to say, you can spend 2 hours in the dungeon every day during these 5 days. But there will be activities, which makes Shen He even more looking forward to it. Daily salted fish and liver activities are the game life of old players. After all, who knows whether there will be real plot events in the future. For example, the activities of the Magic Band book catalog, the card pool of the Gun Sister is up, and the customs clearance activities send small yellow books and so on. Walk around, let's go to the new copy to see. Type, you stay. Why should I stay? The two rituals stared at Shen He dissatisfied. Your shoulder injury isn't healed, so you can't fight. Shen He sternly, no discussion about this. Forget the mobs in the dungeon, if you guessed correctly, this God Eater should be the world full of wild gods. Desolate gods are a group of single-celled creatures, oracle cells that can pray. Each desolate is a collection of tens of trillions or even hundreds of billions. It cannot be destroyed without breaking the core. The entire civilization has been swallowed by the gods, and it is a truly high-risk doomsday world. If it weren't for Chi Mu, only relying on Liang Ritual and Violet, Shen He wouldn't dare to go. It's great to be able to summon Chi God. The two rituals were naturally very dissatisfied, but Shen He decided who to take to the dungeon, so he took Violet directly and brought Chi Shen into the new dungeon. This is an extremely desolate world at a glance. The dilapidated city, the collapsed high-rise buildings, are like a grey sky full of dust, with yellow sand flying everywhere. There are huge monsters crawling slowly. This copy, won't it be a difficult book? Shen He couldn't help swallowing. Because the three of them only appeared, they were completely trapped in the center of the monster. There is no time to have extra reaction. www.readaloud.com because of roaring loudly. Along with the loud noise of trampling on the ruins, a large number of huge beasts of 4 or 5 meters high rushed towards several people. Their huge bodies drove the wind and sand to dance, and the small stones hit their faces and made it hurt. Shen He even had too late. Think more, just take out the mirage from your backpack and jump in. Luminous, absolutely guarding the realm. Accompanied by subconscious shouts, countless knocks sounded dully. After Tony's transformation, the position that could only protect him turned into a cylindrical shape around him, blocking the monster's offensive, but the rapidly declining energy mark on the control interface described the power of the monster's assault. Chi Mu, take Violet out of the encirclement circle. Shen He shouted. Just when his words fell, Chi Mu Nangxiang, who knew what he was going to, teleport into the air with Violet. Shen He directly pressed the big move button, and the energy diffuser with the tail flame ejected from the position of his chest, and then the hot beam of light hit it, and the devastating light instantly swept a large area in front of him. Even the desolate god was torn apart under such an offensive, but then, under the stunned gaze of Shen He, the desolate god who was torn in half squirmed as if to gather again. Snapped. A few crisp noises. Kimukujuo's thought power crushed all the black spheres exposed in the wounds of the gods. This time, Huangshan's body finally dissipated like fog, and then, a huge cool air rushed towards Shen He. He upgraded. I got stuck at level 16 for almost a week and finally rose to level 17. This is really an experience book. Chapter 37, Strengthening and Drawing Cards. What Shen He lacks most now is his own level. His level seriously slowed down the enhancement speed of the followers, and even to obtain enhancement materials, he had to resort to the tricky method of hiring a copy of the natives. It seems that the new copy of this system seems to be gradually opened according to the total number of summon stones obtained. As expected, it was because Kishan was too fierce, that his level was stuck before the experience copy appeared. This kind of monster called Desolate God only needs to solve the core. Shen He looked at the huge monsters in front of him, as if he saw a group of experienced babies. My thought motivation cannot directly attack the inside. Kimu Nangxiang is a little bit difficult. He has a lot of superpowers, but there are not many that can be used in combat. Among them, the power of mind is the most useful. For example, when spawning monsters in a dungeon, the easiest way is to use the head of the monster as a support point to rotate the axis once, and solve it all at once. I remember you also have the ability to harden objects. Shen He flew up to avoid the monster's further impact, and picked up a sharp giant glass from the ruins of the building on one side. The setting of origami originally meant that ordinary weapons didn't work, but they just couldn't easily destroy the core. If they could cut their bodies with something, Kimukujuo could easily crush the core. The roar on the battlefield became louder and louder, one after another. This place seems to be the gathering place of this type of gods. Let's fight! Shen He brandished a glass knife and rushed towards the roaring monster. Under the desire to upgrade, his heart was full of enthusiasm, and his fighting spirit was high. Even after the 1 hour copy time is over, there is still some meaning left. What surprised him was that after returning, he received a new summoning stone. This event not only doubled the instance time, but also doubled the summoning stone. Tony, help me make some melee weapons. Shen He rushed directly into the laboratory and took out the damaged Mirage Mecha. There is also a big trick to refill and repair the shell. Where did you go to participate in a large-scale battle? Tony stared blankly at the marks left by the sharp teeth on the mecha. Shen He nodded, a world has encountered a monster frenzy. I was called to help. Don't worry, no dangerous things have been brought here. Tony has long known that Shen He disappears for an hour every day. In Shen He's words, it is to help colleagues so that colleagues can bring some good things over from time to time. Well, Mr. Savior. Tony was a little envious, can't you take me with you? Now I am also a member of your organization. Yes, peripheral organizations. Shen He stretched out his hands helplessly, maybe there will be such a day, but we are demanding, so come on, this matter is not my final say. The system has the final say, Shen He can't even go to the world of the servants now. Although this event only added an hour of fighting time, Shen He seemed to pay special attention to it, which caused him to spend a lot of the remaining time to prepare, for example, to explore what kind of weapon can kill the enemy more efficiently. He even gave Violet prepared a 3-meter-long weapon, like Guan Yu's Azure Dragon Yenyu sword. She can also be used as powerful as a tiger. After breaking through the limit of the first enhancement level, Violet and the two rituals have developed in different directions. Violet prefers balanced strengthening, while the two rituals prefer agility strengthening. After frantically brushing the experience dungeon for 5 days in this way, Shen He's level was successfully raised to the 21st level, and his daily magic points doubled to 125 points. This directly increased the level of all followers, especially Nangxiang Kimu, who successfully reached level 14 on the last day. It was also on this day that Shen He and Tony received gifts from Colasan. This is the information we collected. Collison stared affectionately at this little storage disk. It also includes the possible frozen location of Captain America. It's a pity that I can't bring him back with my own hands. This may become me. The regret of a lifetime, Mr. Shen. Promise me that you will bring him back safely, right? Of course. Shen he nodded seriously. This is nothing ridiculous. Captain America is almost the spiritual pillar of a generation here. He represents the qualities that everyone aspires to in that era, that is courage, persistence, and sacrifice. Let's put it this way. Tony looked at the storage disk thoughtfully. Fry is planning to accept our suggestion. Yes. Collison nodded, his expression looked heavy. We did an investigation, Mr. Shen is right, now SHIELD, no one can be trusted. Destroying it is the only chance to rebuild. So we are now the undercover agent of the new shield arranged by the old shield. Yu.Yukansha.com. This has to be said, it is a great irony. As the world's largest spy intelligence organization, more than half of them are undercover agents of other organizations. So, what are your plans? Shen he looked at Collison. There is no plan. Collison shook his head. SHIELD is an organization funded by the World Security Council. What's more, we don't know which ones around us can be trusted, and there are not enough manpower available. Director Fury wants to know. Does Chaldea have any plans? In fact, it is impossible for Fury to be powerless, but he wants to see the power of Chaldea. Shen he pondered for a while. He knew that he couldn't persuade him, but he could only say, we need some time. According to the normal plot development, when SHIELD was destroyed, Alexander had already finished in Captain America Part 2. Hydra took the initiative to attack SHIELD and succeeded before being killed by Collison. Now, it is a bit difficult to give Hydra a heavy blow with the power in Shen He's hands. After all, he can't directly attack violently. That would soon become the most wanted criminal in the world. However, there is a way. Shen He is very patient, this is his only small goal at the moment. Collison didn't stay here long, he just came to express Director Fury's attitude. Tony also went busy quickly, pondered for a while, looked at the 30 summoning stones he had accumulated, and decided to draw cards. With his current level and upgrade speed, 1 or 2 followers can completely afford it. 30 summoning stones, there are always 1 or 2 followers. Shen he summoned all the servants to the room. After all the preparations were done, it was the most exciting part of drawing cards. Chapter 38, New Follower. This kind of card drawing cannot be described by normal probability science at all. Because according to Shen He's previous experience, in most cases there are only 2 possibilities, OU and Fei. So Shen He has stopped deliberately looking forward to it. Click the Shillian summoning button, and then immediately close the summoning interface. Close your eyes and wait for the prompt sound when the slave is drawn. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes. There was nothing. Shen He, who was breathing quickly, opened the summoning interface. Sure enough, although there was a 5-star equipment and a 4-star equipment, there was no follower other than that. Normal operation, normal operation. Shen He gritted his teeth and pressed the button a second time, continue. Still close the summoning interface, he can't stand the excitement. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes. Shen He's body has turned pale. Master. Violet's little hand patted Shen He's back lightly, her big cute eyes barely written the word comfort. Isn't there another 10 consecutive summons? The 2 rituals couldn't help but speak. It's useless. Don't say 3 times when you get up. 30 times are useless. Shen He cried and pressed the button for the last 10 consecutive times. Probably because I really didn't report any hope, so this time I just watched the flow of the summoning array on the summoning interface with my eyes. The first one, there is no. The second one, there is no. The third one, 4-star guaranteed equipment. It's over, the guarantee is out, this time it is really charcoal black. Just when Shen Hefei was desperate. In that instant, the golden light filled the entire interface, and the sound of the celestial voice was pleasing to the ear. Ding, congratulations, successfully summoned the 5-star super rare servant, Jean. At this moment, Shen He almost thought he had hallucinations. Jan of Arc. It turned out to be Joan. He jumped up directly, hugged the two ceremonies, and was so excited that he was incoherent. Was then hit the ground hard by Shishi sister over the shoulder. Have you calmed down yet? The eyes of the two rituals revealed a hint of danger. Calm down. Shen He lay on the ground and gasped, with an expression of excitement still remaining on his face. He rolled to his feet, his palms were about to dance like a phantom and sorted out his image. If the two rituals are just the characters in the plot that he simply liked before, then Joan can be said to be a belief in the game. Even the first time he made more than 1,000 yuan, it was for Joan. So Shen He has thought about any servants he might get, but Du has never thought about Jean, because he dare not think about it. Unlike the general slave call, Joan does not appear directly. Instead, a golden magic circle slowly emerged on the ground, very similar to the system interface. A blonde girl holding a flag, wearing silver-white armor and a purple robe with a cross, slowly appeared. Slave Joan, it's great to see you, Master. The girl smiled and stared at Shen He. It's great to see you. Shen He suddenly felt surrounded by happiness. As a current hero, Jean naturally knows the meaning of the Master, so there is no need to worry that she will refuse to call, and in terms of her personality, there is no need to worry about being difficult to get along with. Actually now, Joan seems to be digesting the information transmitted to her mind after being summoned this time. Ding, congratulations, successfully summoned the 3-star follower, Lelich Lampaluki. There is also a follower, and it is the great demon king Lelich. Shen He's head froze for a moment, but he quickly determined from the 3-dimensional images that this man was the black-haired boy who was the Lelich who destroyed and created the world. Unbelievable. Joan looked at her palm blankly. It turned out not to be summoned for the Holy Grail War, but to follow a permanent contract and become a slave to you alone? Master. That's it, Jean. Shen He immediately threw Lelich aside, and stretched out his hand to the girl in front of him a little nervously, so, I hope you can help me in the future. The girl held her fingertips with Shen He. I am indeed your follower. It is my duty to guard you and guide you to the extent that I can do it. Therefore, please also each other in the future. Try harder. Shen He was so moved that he was about to cry. This is the style of an orthodox follower, and finally there is a follower who doesn't need to worry about him. At this time, a slightly hesitant boy suddenly appeared in Shen He's mind. If I accept the call, what can I get? Is Lelich? Shen He smiled apologetically at Joan, and began to think about it. When he watched anime before, he still admired Lelich very much, but if he was to be summoned as a slave. This is a goalist who has outstanding wisdom but believes in there is no result in the end, it is meaningless. He can do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Everyone except his sister may become his pawn, even in the end, even the beloved sister can be ruthless to use power control. You seem to have something to worry about. www.readaloud.com. Jan of Arc noticed the hesitation on Shen He's face. Can you give me some trivial advice? Of course I can. Shen He was indeed a little distressed. I still have a summoned servant here, but I am hesitant to establish a contract, because that person doesn't have much sense of companionship, and because the suffering he has experienced is full of hatred and hatred for his world. Throughout Lelich's brief and brilliant life, CC is the only one who can be trusted by him. Shen He was almost certain that even if he was called, Lelich would not regard them as his true companions. You can't think like this, Master. Jean shook her head lightly, her long blonde hair swaying. the relationship between the slave and the master is not just a simple master and envoy. We are getting along. Contains their own personalities, ideas, or persistence. If you abandon followers just because of different ideas, that is an unqualified master. If He hesitantly looked at the girl in front of him, if my philosophy is different from yours, or if I am not as honest as you, what would you do? That way, I won't abandon you and fight for you. Joan's smile was as healed as an angel, and her eyes were as clear as running water. But if the master's behavior is serious enough that I can't accept it, please do it well. It is the responsibility of the follower to be prepared to receive a very strict education, because it is the duty of the follower to correct the mistakes of the master. All right, I got it. He nodded. He has made a decision. Lelich. He called Lelich's name in his heart. If you promise to call, I will promise to heal your sister and help you change your world. Chapter 39, New Partners and New Weather. Change my world. Lelich sat in a luxurious chair, looking at the nobleman with an incredible expression on the opposite side. What I want to do is not just change. I think this chess game is over. Lulu Xiu stood up, picked up his backpack, and walked out the door without looking back. He has hesitated in his heart, but for Nanali, even if it is the call of the devil, he has to try. As if blinking, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The first reaction was the contract content that suddenly appeared in my mind. There will be a compulsory order once a day, up to 3 times accumulatively. This contract is much looser than expected. He was also observing the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was tall and thin, and his face looked a little immature. This is Lelich, who has not yet encountered a turning point in his fate. Hello, I am He, your master. He smiled and stretched out his hand, also your future companion. Lelich Lampalui. Lelich also stretched out his hand. His gaze glanced roughly around the faces of the 4 people around him. In addition to his amazing beauty, everyone has their own distinctive characteristics. Speaking of it, the most ordinary person here is the man in front of him, who is obviously the leader. I know you, the 11th Prince of the Sacred Britannia Empire. I know many things about you, including your character, your purpose, and even your original future. He motioned to Lelich to sit on a side chair. But these are not important, because from this moment, your future has been changed, and this is not even your world. Lulu Xiu was trying to digest what the other party said. At least, he can suddenly come to such a strange place, which is not something ordinary people can do. And if what the other person says is true, then a very important question arises. What do you need me to do? Lelich looked at the man in front of him. Except for the identity of the prince, he is just an ordinary student, and there is obviously no ordinary person in front of him. Of course he would not naively think that such a group of people from another world pulled him over just to help him. He, I don't like him. The brows of the 2 rituals have been wrung. The 2 servants summoned today, one exudes a holy breath that she doesn't like, the other is complicated, and both are types she hates. In fact, the feelings of the 2 rituals are very animalistic, and have nothing to do with likes and dislikes. First of all, they are divided into people who can be together and people who don't want to be together. If Joan of Arc, maybe even if you hate it, it doesn't matter if you are together. Lelich is true. Belongs to people who don't want to get along. Let me introduce it. He is also helpless. After more followers, there will definitely be differences between each other. In fact, the 2 rituals and Kimunang Siang have no contact. This is 2 rituals. Although the words are a bit rude, but they are very reliable. This is Chi Munang Siang, an almost omnipotent superpower. This is Violet. She doesn't speak much, and then Joan. She is a saint who has left legends in countless worlds. She exists in this world with the help of heroic spirits. Lelich, we have newly established an organization called Chaldea, so you can also regard what you are doing as a job. Shen He is also only now thinking of the other benefits of establishing a formal organization. That is to allow all followers to perform their duties and get along as colleagues, so that even if there is a slight disagreement, it does not affect the collective. Lelich looked at these people again. He is not a person who is not good at communication. It is better to say that on the contrary, but he also realized that here, those communication methods may only be counterproductive, because everyone here bits are the existence beyond the common sense of ordinary people. Let me tell you a little bit about the world. Taking advantage of the time now, Shen He told Joan of Arc and Lelich about the world of Marvel and the current situation. Lelich is still a student, plus his younger sister, obviously cannot stay here for a long time, not to mention that he has not yet met CC. This is a turning point in his destiny. Such a world is really beautiful. Lelich's expression does not know whether it is ironic or yearning. Darkness and light are distinct. The strong who protects the weak are the heroes praised by others. Power is no longer justice. Politics. There is a sincere part in it. As long as the light finally defeats the darkness, it will be as beautiful as a fairy tale. Compared with his cruel and world, it is really beautiful here. In any world, there are beautiful things. Joan did not agree with the pessimism displayed in Lelich's words, but she was just looking at Shen He at this time, with the goal of saving and protecting the world, although you claim to be not firm enough, but still working hard for this. Joan is very, very honored to be summoned by you. I think no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, as long as you are with you reading www.yuyuganshu.com will surely be able to overcome it. Shen He was said to have a reddish complexion, but Joan really can give people courage and motivation to fight. Just looking at that kind of eyes, he feels that he is going to boil with enthusiasm. He also realized that his small team finally had a new atmosphere and began to lively. After all, whether it was the two ceremonies or Chi Mu Nangxiang before, they were not very good at expressing their opinions. Lelich. Shen He, who felt passion all of a sudden, looked at Lelich. Our current goal is to eliminate the Hydra in Shield, and I want to give you the planning of this matter. For your first job assignment, I will bring some information back for you to analyze slowly. In addition, if you encounter the woman who calls herself CC, please protect her. She can give you the strength you need most. Shen He has already briefly talked about the power of CC and Geese to Lelich. Command others' power. Lelich nodded. Although he doesn't like the destiny thing very much, if he regards this as a kind of information, he knows how to use it. Then, now. Shen He stood up, let's go and dig out Captain America first. After Lelich gets Geese, it's time for battle. Lelich, who possesses the power of Geese, is the complete Lelich, and such power is also very useful against hidden secret agents like Hydra. Coupled with Lelich's ability to precisely designate a strategic plan, and a more powerful follower combat power, Shen He can't wait to get revenge. With the information sent by Collison earlier, on the same night, Shen He took a group of followers and took Tony's luxurious private plane to the North Pole. Chapter 40, Joan of Arc on a plane. Although there is no adequate equipment and personnel like Shield, there is Seiki Kujuo in Chaldea. Therefore, Shen He is not worried that he will not find Captain America. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. has narrowed the scope, so Chi Mu should be able to find it soon with clairvoyance. Everyone, you can reach your destination in 3 hours. Shen He set up autopilot and walked out of the cockpit of the plane. Kimu Nangxiang and Lulu Xiu both returned to their own world first, so this luxury private jet only has 3 beautiful girls, big and small, which looks even more luxurious. Jan of Arc, are you praying? Shen He took a bottle of iced wine out of the wine cabinet, and found that Joan of Arc's hands had been staggered on his chest. Well, I'm praying for a safe journey. Joan looked a little nervous, although he was endowed with some modern knowledge when he was summoned. But this is still incredible. Why can such an iron block be used? Flying in the air? Yes. I almost forgot. At this time, Shen He remembered that Joan was a little afraid of flying. He walked over with wine and a few crystal glasses, and then sat next to Jean. Speaking of which, I am embarrassed to start a long journey without giving you a good rest. Can I ask a few questions? Shen He's eyes sparkled with curiosity. There are also several versions of Joan. Naturally, the one in front of him cannot be the black or the young woman, but I don't know if it is the same as the ruler. Master, please. Joan nodded slightly. She also wanted to know more about the master who summoned herself. Are you summoned in the form of a spirit body, or are you presenting in the form of possessed? If the summoned is Joan from the novel, it should be possessed by a French country girl named Laetitia. Naturally, it is in the form of heroic spirits. Most possessions are abnormal results after the failure of the summoning. Jean looked at Shen He with some puzzlement. Isn't it possessed? Shen He was a little disappointed. If you are not possessed, you will have a lot less cuteness, such as foodies, high school girls, poor math, and can't get pregnant. To say good things, it is probably that the body of the heroic spirit has some advantages in battle. So, what about the treasure? Shen He couldn't help but continue to ask. Although the two rituals were also heroicized in previous games, the one summoned by him is a human girl with no treasures. There seem to be two treasures. Joan replied truthfully, one is used to give shelter to his comrades, and the other is used to burn opponents. If the second is used, Joan will disappear in about a day. Shen He's expression was a bit joyful. This means that both the My Lord is on the top in the game and the Saint of Red Lotus in the novel, Joan of Arc in front of him has both. He immediately decided to focus on strengthening for a period of time to catch up with Jean's level. Although the 5-star is a big food, but with the opening of the experience copy, he can still afford it. Master. At this time, Violet came over with a book of fairy tales and looked up at Shen He. She already speaks a lot and knows a lot of words, but she still doesn't like to say more. Shen He understands what she means. Okay, I will teach you more words while I have time. Shen He held Violet on his lap and opened the album. Because he is a Chinese, Shen He first taught Violet Chinese and then English. The textbooks used were all Chinese stories. Joan looked at the picture of the literacy of the royal bishop, her hearing suddenly became concentrated, her eyes were also placed on the picture album, and she unknowingly moved her body closer. Jan of Arc. Shen He didn't know what to do. He looked at Jean, who was about to stick, but he didn't know how to put his hand. Ah, it's really rude, master. Jean suddenly rushed back to her seat. Jan of Arc, do you want to learn Chinese characters too? Shen He suddenly thought of this possibility. If it were not possessed, it would mean that, except for a small amount of modern common sense, the knowledge reserve of Joan of Arc is still the former village girl. That, probably. Jean blushed and lowered her head. No, illiteracy is not acceptable. Violet blinked, and suddenly moved half of her picture book to Joan of Arc, and her little hand patted her palm. Together. Really? Yes, will it be too much trouble? Although she said that, Joan stared at Shen He expectantly. Teaching two people is almost the same as teaching one. Shen He can only smile gently at this. The excitement of summoning Joan in the first place has slowly subsided, replaced by a step-by-step familiarity. It's still a long time to get to know each other in the future, but it's great to be able to summon Joan. Tony's luxury private jet is different from ordinary rich people. After his modification, reading www.youcanshu.com speed can reach supersonic speed steadily, so it only took 4 or 5 hours for everyone to cross half of the Earth directly to the Arctic ice sheet. For Shen He, this is the first time in his life that he has reached the North Pole. The low temperature and snow of tens of degrees below zero are enough to threaten the lives of ordinary people, but there is no ordinary person here. Even Violet just changed into a cute quilted jacket, ready to follow into the storm. Almost the location is in this area. We don't seem very lucky. You stay and see the house. He looked helplessly at the blizzard outside the plane. If it weren't for Tony's plane, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to land. Even so, we still have to leave one person to watch the plane. If there is no plane, a few people will not be able to go back. Well, yes. The two rituals nodded. She came with her originally to facilitate participating in the dungeon search. After all, she didn't know how many days to search here. After several escalations, her injury is almost healed. So He and his party brought their gear and went out in the snowstorm. The two ceremonies looked at the empty space, took a bottle of mineral water and sat back to their place. Except for fighting and training, there always seems to be nothing to do when alone. In other words, I don't know what I want to do or what I don't want to do. This sitting state continued until an obvious impact sound came from the top of the plane, as if it had been hit by something. The two rituals immediately picked up their own long swords, looked at the communicator on the table, hesitated, but only picked it up and put it on the body, then opened the hatch, and the fiery red figure swept out. This is a huge dog? Chapter 41, Inhumans. Looks like an ordinary bulldog in appearance. It's just about the size of a small car. At this time, he was lying weakly on the plane. Judging from the depression of the plane's shell, it was very likely that he was stunned. Wait, there is one more person. The long swords of the two rituals were unsheathed, watching the blonde girl behind the giant dog with vigilant eyes. Who are you? The blonde girl exclaimed first, her expression nervous. Why is there a plane here? The two rituals did not speak, but they approached each step by step with a long knife. The other party doesn't seem to be the person she wants to kill, so she won't kill, but it has to be stopped. Stop! Don't come over! The blonde girl looked even more nervous, her palms raised up as if she wanted to attack. As the two rituals approached further, the surrounding wind roared towards her as if under some control, but the moment before being touched, she jumped around the wind at an incredible angle, as if the fiery red phantom rushed to the girl's face, and the long knife was already on her neck. Don't move if you don't want to die. How can that be? The blonde girl looked incredible. This was her home court, but it was stopped in an instant. You, who are you? The girl asked in a trembling voice. The two rituals did not reply, but they twisted the blonde girl's hand with the other hand, with incredible strength. In this way, the blonde girl was brought into the plane simply and rudely, and tied tightly with ropes. Considering that the other party seemed to use some supernatural power just now, even the long knife never left the girl's neck for a moment. Please, I have no malice, I just accidentally sent it here. You can't leave the tetanus outside, it will freeze to death. The aggrieved blonde girl was about to cry. She just came to the earth to train her abilities as usual. The tetanus responsible for the transmission suddenly hit the plane and fainted. She was caught again, feeling like a disaster. The door is too small for it to get in. The two ceremonies were also the first time she encountered such a situation. She raised her eyes to look at the girl. Don't worry, that dog's fat and fur are very thick, and the aircraft's shell has a heating designed to prevent frost, and it won't die if you lie on it, but if you are cut by my knife, you will undoubtedly die. Well, the blonde girl wailed. The person in front of him clearly has a woman's voice, but he is talking about what a man said. When has the earth been so terrible? The communicator on her wrist is still usable. My sister should be able to hear the voice here. If the big dog wakes up, she might be able to go back to rescue soldiers. Well, do you want to keep your knife like this forever? The blonde girl shuddered, feeling the long knife that was in contact with her skin. She was afraid that she would be finished before the rescuers came. Well, because I don't know what abilities you have, if you let you run away, I might have to be trained. The two rituals spoke for granted in a natural tone. Can't you assume that I haven't been here? The blonde girl finally couldn't help but shouted. Hey? How is this possible? The two rituals looked at her with your foolish eyes. Then we will keep doing this until when? The blonde girl felt her neck a little sore. Until they come back. Can I change my position? No, shut up. The simple conversation between the two people ended in this way, and then there was a long silence. For the two ceremonies, maintaining the sword-holding movement can be regarded as a kind of spiritual practice. For the blonde girl, it is very difficult, but there is no alternative. This state has continued for more than 3 hours. The sky of the North Pole has been kept in a dim state. There is no day and night here, and occasionally there will be brilliant aurora, but few people can enjoy such a beautiful scenery. When he found a big dog lying on the top of the plain, he really froze for at least 10 seconds. We are back, did anything happen? Returning from the cold wind and snow to the soft air-conditioned cabin, although it has no effect on the body, it is still very comfortable in the senses. Well, caught an intruder. The two rituals took back their long swords. I'm not an intruder. The blonde girl protested, I just accidentally ran into your plane. You are the kidnapper, man. The two rituals glanced at her with unsentimental eyes and said nothing, but the blonde girl suddenly felt a chill and honestly shut her mouth. All right, let me guess who you are. He took off his jacket with wind and snow, walked in front of the girl, and stared at her. Crystal, member of the royal family of the alien race, the sister of Queen Medusa, the big dog outside, should be tetanus with super long-distance teleportation ability, right? The Marvel series of Inhumans www.readaloud.com. He just watched it not long before crossing. In fact, the big dog alone is a landmark thing, but he didn't expect that this movie shouldn't be in harmony with the comic. The TV series connected with the way film universe, but also appeared in this world. Although I didn't find Captain America today, it was a surprise to find such a windfall. Why did you know? Crystal's face was full of disbelief. All of their alien races, the entire Adalan city is hidden on the moon, and has never been exposed to the people on Earth. How to put it, the Earth is not as simple as you think. He shrugged, bent over to loosen the crystal, and his eyes spotted the communicator on her wrist, which was still flashing red. Well, it seems that the two rituals are not very good at modern electronic tools, and it is indeed a problem. They do not search the prisoners. Who is on the communicator? Queen Medusa, or the Black Bat King? He took the communicator off. We are all here, who are you? Why do you know about us so clearly? The voice of a mature woman came from the communicator. Although she didn't say her name directly, it was obvious that it was the wife of the Black Bat King, the Queen of Medusa in the Inhuman Kingdom. Dear Queen Medusa, please send my regards to His Majesty the Black Bat King. What happened today is just a misunderstanding, and the crystal will return safely soon. He quickly recalled the plot of the alien race in his mind, and the entire setting of the alien race. In fact, it was still the old-fashioned battle for the throne, and he had no idea when the plot started. Wang said, please explain our question first. Medusa translated the Black Bat King's sign language. Chapter 42, The Black Bat King's Decision. The Black Bat can be regarded as a tragic hero. Possesses the ability to use vocal cords to make terrorist attacks, but because of an inadvertent mumbling, he killed his parents. To be honest, it's Shenhe, I can't imagine the life of someone who can kill his wife by whispering in his sleep. Because of this subjective impression, Shenhe still has a little sympathy for the king of alien races. Queen Medusa, there are many guardians of the earth, we are just one of them, so we know many things that ordinary people don't know. Shenhe didn't give a detailed explanation. He paused, and then said, we understand the behavior of the Inhumans who migrated to the moon to avoid war, and we have no intention of interfering, but the Inhumans cannot hide forever. If one day you are willing to stand on the earth again in the sight of the people, I think we are happy to help you build a bridge to communicate with the earth. After deciding to establish Chaldea, Shen He would not easily assume a superior attitude like before. Wouldn't it be the same as Shield Bureau, Ancient Wizards Association, and even Asgard? It is the best way to shape the status of an organization by showing that the enemy is in a strong army. The other side of the communicator seemed to be silent for a while, and then Medusa's voice came. Wang said, "He is very grateful for your kindness, and hopes to leave a contact way. If you want to find us, you only need to find a businessman named Tony Stark on the earth. He is very famous and can be found easily." Shen He returned the communicator to Crystal. If he could get the friendship of the Black Bat King, then he would have more confidence in the future New York war plan. After all, the Black Bat King has the powerful destructive power that can destroy a city, and he will value friendship. The king is a rare species, and a person who knows how to be grateful will make Shen He have a desire to help. Crystal and his sister Medusa whispered a few words, and then took a provocative look at the ceremony before leaving in a salute to Shen He. Shen He asked Joan to help treat the big dog, and then looked at the two ceremonies with a smile. "It looks like you are getting along well. Did you have a problem with your eyes?" The two ceremonies were a little uncomfortable with such ridicule, so she responded in a somewhat harsh tone, "And you still returned without success. When you go out, you are not confident that you will find it. No matter how well you prepare for this kind of thing, it depends on God's intentions." Shen He spread his hands together. "Although we have Joan, God seems to have not responded to her prayer today. Instead, it is you. Stay here. You can be smashed to the door. Sure enough, you should go find someone with us tomorrow." "No, that's boring." The two rituals turned directly and walked to their sofa. At the same time, on the moon, the crystal that returned to the city of Adalan, the alien race, was also called to the palace by his sister. Her sister Medusa, her brother-in-law Black Bat King, and Karl Nucky, the planner of the Inhumans, gathered here. "Crystal, tell me more about the people you met." Medusa has long fiery red hair. Her ability is to be able to control her long hair freely. Inhumans will accept the transformation of Terrigan's fog when they are adults. Most people will change their genes and awaken their abilities. After all the crystal was finished, the people on the scene fell into silence. The ability of the crystal is not weak in the entire Inhuman race, but it is easily restrained, and it is recognized at a glance. The Black Bat King looked like a traditional gentleman. He held his hands in front of each other and suddenly raised his hands to sign. "The other party knows who we are and where we are, but they didn't tell the humans on Earth. Medusa has always acted as the interpreter for the Black Bat King. Wang thinks we can try to contact the other party, because the other party is right. The Earth is always changing, they will find us sooner or later, and we must prepare for that day. The Black Bat King has long discovered that some of the bloodlines of the Inhumans left on the Earth seem to have gradually activated their genes in recent years. But the people on Earth have always been afraid and horrified about the incomprehensible, and they are arresting those of the same race. This made him feel pressured. But, who should we let go? Karl Neck asked his king. The Black Bat King thought for a while, and finally pointed to the crystal standing aside. The alien race is changing for this unexpected encounter, and Shen He quickly left the alien race aside, preparing to spend the first night in the North Pole. Although this is a luxury plane, it is only a medium-sized plane and has no beds. So, except for Kimukujuo who went back to his own world to rest, the remaining few people could only stay on the sofa for one night. In fact, it's not enough. The luxurious sofa can make people feel like they are sinking. Coupled with the warm air conditioning, and the smell in the air, Shen He can rest comfortably at night. After waking up, the blizzard outside finally stopped. www.readaloud.com. Jan of Arc, woke up so early? Shen He yawned, looked at his watch, and found that it was only 5 or 6 in the morning. Yes, because the bed is too soft. Joan was a little embarrassed. It's like sleeping on the clouds. I always feel like sleeping on the clouds. I always feel that I will fall when I relax. It will not affect the spirit, after all, it is the body of the heroic spirit, even if you don't sleep, it's nothing. While she was talking, she was secretly observing Shen He with her eyes. It was great that she hadn't been laughed at. Could not fall asleep because the bed was so good, Jean felt a little too useless. But when I used to be the most comfortable, I just slept on a haystack. There was no way to do that. I can only adapt slowly. Shen He has nothing to do with this, he can't really find some haystacks for Joan. Summoned Chi Mu Nangxiang, left a note for the 2 ceremonies that were still resting, and several people set off again. Although the sky is still dim, there is no blizzard, and the line of sight is much better. Then yesterday, he searched from a deeper place. After all, Shen He didn't know how deep the Captain America was buried in the original work. But before starting the search, a big dog and a blonde girl suddenly appeared in front of them. Crystal. Shen He was taken aback for a moment. It seemed that the Black Bat King seemed more anxious than he thought. Hi, are you looking for something? Crystal greeted a little nervously. Well, we are looking for a hero who was frozen over 70 years ago. Shen He nodded. In that case, maybe I can help you. Crystal breathed a sigh of relief. I often come here to practice abilities. I think I know what you are referring to. Chapter 43, The U.S. Team's Awakening. So, do you know where he is? Shen He looked at the crystal thoughtfully. Of course, if you need it, I can take you there. Crystal is a little bit at a loss. Although she is respected in the alien race, it is only because of her ability and identity. Now suddenly being ordered by the Black Bat King to come into contact with this group of mysterious characters, I still feel a little hairy in my heart. Let's go then. Shen He smiled and nodded. Although given enough time, they will be able to dig out Captain America sooner or later, but some alien races, or the attitude of the Black Bat King, can be seen in the crystal. Shen He began to seriously think about how to place this race where most people have different superpowers. Thinking about it this way, there seems to be a Wakanda. After Crystal led everyone to an iceberg cliff, Chi Mu Nangxiang's clairvoyance finally found Captain America. He is indeed still alive. Kimu Nangxiang flew directly down, looked around, raised his hand, and a hot breath appeared in circles. There are many types of his superpowers, and he has the ability to directly control high temperatures like this, but it is very dangerous. Shen Hexian didn't pay attention to the excavation work below, he looked at the crystal. You live on the moon. Are food and resources okay? This. Suddenly Jing didn't expect that Shen He would ask this question. After hesitating for a while, he answered truthfully, the resources are very tight, and the people at the bottom are not enough. The Inhumans adopts a rigid caste system. The social status of the people is determined by their ability to contact the fog of Terrigen. Once designated, any alien, no matter how great or powerful it is, will never be allowed. Change your position in this hierarchical society. This is also the fundamental reason why the younger brother of the Black Bat King succeeded in launching a coup. If you have anything to trade, I think I can provide you with some resources. This is the result of contemplation. Since the Black Bat King has the mind to contact, let's do it. His current wealth is enough to do a lot of things. Crystal nodded. As a member of the royal family who has no worries about food and clothing, she doesn't understand the meaning of Shen He's words very much. She just looked at Chi Mu Nangxiang below in amazement. As a person with the ability to control the elements, the strength of the other party makes her so powerful. Ashamed, even faintly worshipped. In less than 10 minutes, Chi Munang flew up with Captain America still on the ice. Go, return journey. Shen He looked at this man who was still wearing that iconic uniform, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. His strength can only be regarded as a unit of measurement in the entire Marvel, but it is a spiritual representative. So in this story, his role should not be missing. Crystal. Before leaving, Shen He turned around to look at the little princess of the alien race. If you want to find me, go to New York to find Tony Stark, remember to tell the Black Bat King what I just said, goodbye. As soon as the voice fell, the figures of several of them disappeared. There was a specially prepared freezer on the plane. Captain America needed to send back to the virtual reality company base in the shortest time. There was already a doctor and a virtual reality machine ready. Of the machine. That's right, compared to Fury's setting up a studio and being seen through such a low end in seconds, Shen He is going to use virtual reality to let Captain America gradually accept the fact that he has slept for 70 years, and let him understand Chaldea, and then let's go to trouble with Hydra. After learning that Captain America Steve Rogers was successfully excavated, Fury and Coulson came secretly to the virtual reality company. Steve is currently undergoing thawing treatment, and Helen is in charge. This excellent doctor of biology has now joined the company. Oh my god! Collison's nose was almost touching the glass. He looks exactly like in the documentary. Of course, Superman serum and ice seal completely preserved his body. Physically speaking, Collison, you can even be his father. Shen He patted Collison's shoulder jokingly. The middle-aged agent now has red eyes. Seeing Captain America is as excited as seeing his wife, no, even more excited than that. What are you going to do? Fury put his hands around his chest. He is the best soldier in this country, no matter the past or the present. I still think that Shield is his best belonging. No one will be a lifetime soldier, Fury. Shen He shook his head and turned to leave. When he decided to dig out Captain America, he had already figured out what to do. Captain America's rehabilitation seems to be very successful, and he should wake up soon. Shen He is also patiently waiting and preparing for the response. Tony is still busy building his steel army, developing and managing a new company, and virtual reality technology. It produces turbulence within a small number of people in the world, and it can quickly train elite soldiers one after another through continuous real training. It can even greatly reduce the fund consumption of the exercise and greatly enhance the effect of the exercise, not to mention the future prospects of the further development of this technology. For a while, the virtual reality company attracted the attention of people at the top of the pyramid all over the world, but Tony is in charge of all this. Reading www.yunshu.com. Shen He only does his own business. Brush the experience book, consume dog food inventory, strengthen Joan of Arc, and even Lelich has been strengthened to level 5, finally getting rid of the physical disability setting. It was almost the same day that Lelich met CC. Captain America finally woke up. Ferry and Collison, who got the news, ran over again. Did I say you are all okay? Shen He was quite speechless. There are a lot of things in Shield now. I want to know how you plan to arrange the best soldiers in our country. Fury still did not give up the idea of bringing Captain America to S.H.I.E.L.D. If you want to know so, then come in and watch it yourself. Helen, prepare 2 virtual cabin beds for the guests. Shen He lay down on a bed by himself. Fix the position of the helmet, activate the machine, and enter the virtual world that has already been designed. Here is a simulation, New York 70 years ago. And Captain America, Steve Rogers has woken up. Shen He was wearing a white coat, opened the door and walked in. Good morning, Mr. Rogers, didn't our nurse tell you not to get up? Here, where is it? Rogers was a little dazed, looking at the ward around him. The white walls, the scent of fresheners, and the flower baskets and greeting cards that filled the room with various blessings. A civilian hospital in New York. We found you from the ice sheet and brought you back for treatment. Shen He put his hands in the pockets of his white coat and looked at him with a smile. You were in a coma for a long time. The war has ended. And the people of the whole country are very grateful to you. You are now a hero. Chapter 44, Let's start testing. So. Rogers raised his head, we won. That's right. Shen He nodded, although I am not an American, in terms of the outcome of the war, the anti-Phasian countries all over the world have been victorious. How do you feel now? I mean the spiritual, is there any dizziness, nausea, or other discomforts? I'm fine. Rogers shook his head slightly. The quality of being a soldier quickly wakes him up from a long-term drowsiness, but after waking up in a strange place, it still makes him a little uncomfortable. In this case, come with me and do some simple tests. Shen He smiled and pointed out the door. After making sure everything is okay, you can be discharged. Okay. Rogers stood up, thank you. Outside the door is a corridor, the air is filled with the smell of disinfectant, and you can see many nurses walking around, people of all skin colors. We are an international private enterprise called Chaldea. You may not have heard of it, but we are strong. Shen He took the lead. The commission we received was to search for the remains of the hero, but we accidentally found you still while alive. Many people were very happy, especially your fans, so we decided to bear all your treatment costs and treat you for free. Thank you. Rogers followed Shen He out of the building and found that it seemed to be a fairly large unit with many buildings inside the wall. And the front of the building was facing the gate of the wall, and the door was full of traffic, which looked similar to New York as he knew it. There were many people holding signs and squeezing outside the door, and they suddenly became excited when they saw him. Those are your fans. Shen He seemed helpless. There are many people crowding there almost every day. To be honest, it's very unsafe, and it will also noisy other patients, so we only allow them to the representative comes in. Look, he is here, you should say a few words to him. As Shen He said, a middle-aged man wearing a shirt with the Captain America logo came over, looking excited. Hello, Captain, this is Collison. Collison squeezed Rogers's hand tightly. I really didn't expect to be able to meet you on such an occasion. Can I give you a hug? To thank you what you have done for this country and for us. Of course, thank you for not letting you down. Although Rogers was a little uncomfortable, he still hugged Collison. You will never let us down. Collison looked content. Well, Collison, you will soon see your idol discharged from the hospital. Shen He blinked at Collison. Mr. Rogers, this way. That, doctor. Rogers followed 2 steps and walked to Shen He, not knowing what to call him for a while. Shen He, a native of China, I am in charge of the company's branch in the United States. If you find it difficult to pronounce, call me Shen or He. Shen He briefly introduced himself. Okay, Mr. Shen. I don't know if I can contact some people. Rogers looked nervous. I have another date. Shen He stopped, turned his head to look at him, and suddenly sighed. If you mean Ms. Carter, then she is married. Rogers seemed to be shocked by the sudden news, and opened his mouth, unable to say anything. I've heard your story, it's very touching. Shen He stretched out his hand and patted Rogers on the shoulder. But you can't blame her, because all of us thought you were dead in battle. Ms. Carter spent a lot of time. It took a long time to recover from the grief. Actually, we didn't tell her that you were still alive. Her recent physical condition was not very good. I just... Rogers backed a few steps, and his mind suddenly became a mess. Are you okay? Mr. Rogers. Shen He looked at him with concern. I'm fine, let's go test. Rogers began to realize that he might have saved his life, but he also lost a lot of things, many things that were very important to him. After you are discharged from the hospital, you can decide for yourself whether or not to go to her. Shen He nodded lightly and came to another building. The thick gate was marked with a straw-wrapped crescent moon. From time to time, the sound of gunshots came from inside. This made Rogers come back from his memories. Be vigilant. This is our training ground in Chaldea. Shen He opened the door. As he said, inside is a huge training ground where many people practice shooting, fighting, and various weapons. Rogers watched these people and found that what they were training was real killing skills, not just exercise or interest. The war, isn't it over? Rogers smelled the breath of war only from the cold eyes of these people. For ordinary people, this is indeed the case. Shen He nodded, and then shook his head. Most countries and regions in the world have entered a period of peace, but although the war is over, the fighting is still going on. There will be some people trying to destroy this hard-won peace. www.readaloud.com. They are hidden in the dark corners of the world. Our main job in Chaldea is to find and solve them. So, you are actually mercenaries. Rogers looked around. Are they all soldiers? No one here is a soldier, Mr. Rogers. Shen He smiled and handed over 2 gloves. Neither are you. You have retired. In fact, our company's full name is the Human Resources Protection Agency, so we prefer the Guardian. This title, do you think about it? What do you want to do in your future life? I mean the life of ordinary people after retirement. Rogers took the glove and seemed to have been asked this question, but finally shook his head. I don't know. In the past, Rogers was just driven by patriotism and wanted to help others. He participated in the war. The things that needed to be done were very simple. All he had to do was beat the enemy with his fists and shields. Now, the war is over. The former lover Carter has also been married, and even the best comrade in arms has been sacrificed. He doesn't know what else he can do. Well, there is nothing wrong with ordinary people's life, not to mention that you are still a hero, enjoying honor and people's respect. Shen He shrugged, then, let's start the test. Boom. The moment when the voice fell, the huge sound and vibration swallowed them. The highest alert state. The highest alert state. Enemy invasion. Enemy invasion. Everyone receives weapons and equipment, free to fight back. The cold female voice spread from the radio to every corner. All the people around suddenly found their own affairs and ran in an orderly manner. The walls of the training ground suddenly opened, revealing all kinds of weapons neatly arranged inside, and the sound of dense loading rang throughout the training ground. Chapter 45, Battle in Virtual Reality. Don't use mass destruction weapons as much as possible, and give priority to the transfer of civilians and patients. Shen He shouted loudly. Everyone around prepared weapons and obeyed orders in an orderly manner. Block all entrances and call Violet out, clear the invaders, let Joan to defend the hospital building, a team will follow me, and the rest will fight back freely in teams. Yes. Almost responded at the same time, and everyone filed out from the training ground. The sound of gunfire made Rogers almost think he was back on the battlefield. No, this is the battlefield. What can I do to help? Rogers asked. Yes, follow me and don't walk around, you are a civilian, not a soldier. Shen He greeted an 8-man team around him, escorting them to the outside of the training ground. This originally peaceful and quiet place has now become a battlefield. There are people pouring out of every building. Many of them are even ladies in nurse uniforms, but they carry weapons and fire mercilessly. The enemies one after another turning in from outside the fence, they dressed like maintenance workers, but behaved like the most elite troops. The gunfire was deafening, and people fell to the ground almost every second, and the air began to be filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Rogers is completely speechless. Is this peaceful? We walked around to the hospital building from here. Shen He said, leading the crowd cautiously forward against the wall. There is Joan of Arc defending, and the enemy can't get in. Mr. Shen, if you want to go to the hospital building, you will pass a narrow road here, and you may be besieged by fire. Rogers arched his body and moved cautiously. Can you give me a weapon? I think I can help. Mr. Rogers. Shen He still walked forward, and didn't even turn his head. You understand the meaning of protecting civilians better than we do. Unless we all die in battle, there will be no chance for you to go to the battlefield. Besides, I don't want to talk about the 4th. Every time, you are no longer a soldier, what reason do you want to fight now? Rogers was stopped by Shen He's words. The war that belonged to him has ended. This is not his battle. He who took off his uniform does not seem to have a reason to continue fighting. A few people quickly came to a narrow road, where they left the wall, and there were half-human shrubs on the left and right sides, and the left was a fierce battlefield. Just after walking a few meters, Rogers suddenly caught a glimpse of the fence not far to the right. Some men in maintenance clothes turned over and raised their machine guns to aim at them. Danger! Rogers subconsciously threw Shen He to the ground. But someone reacted faster than him. The 3 fighters stood in front of them and blocked the machine gun shooting with their bodies. The moment they fell, the remaining fighters made up for it, and the fierce firefight suddenly broke out. Even a warrior fell directly in front of Rogers. The diffusing pupils made his heart beat slightly, which was a sign of adrenaline secretion. His body is ready for battle. Shen He stood up and backhanded him to retreat. His strength was incredible. But more and more enemies turned out from the wall on the right. This seemed to be a vacuum area for defensive forces, and there was no place to hide. The soldiers used their bodies to cover them, without the slightest hesitation and weakness, until they were shot. After falling down without saying a word, Rogers clenched his fist and picked up a gun from the ground to rush up. I was just pulled back by Shen He. You are not a Superman, you don't have a shield in your hand, and you are only a living target when you rush up. Do you want them to die in battle without meaning? Rogers stopped. The meaning in Shen He's words was very clear. He is now a protected civilian. If he falls before the soldiers who protected him are all killed, it would be an insult to their lives to protect. Rogers, who was once a soldier, understood this feeling very well, but he had never experienced it as a protected person. Shen He snatched the weapon from his hand and started shooting. The marksmanship was accurate, but the enemy became more and more. In the end, the remaining 2 soldiers fell. The last one was shot in the leg. When he leaned back and fell, Rogers supported him and stretched out his hand to take the weapon. Now, it's the civilians' turn to fight. But at this time, a petite body rushed into the enemy camp with a round of silver moon, and the screams of screams continued to be heard. The enemy's body was mercilessly divided, and the blood splashed like a waterfall, with an extremely strong smell. Dispersed in a short period of time, and in the end only a girl bathed in blood stood there, holding a huge long-handled sickle, looking like the incarnation of death. Rogers was completely speechless. What shocked him more than the scene was that the girl looked only 11 or 12 years old at most. Shen He put down the weapon in his hand and waved, "Violet." Like a gust of wind, Violet's body appeared in front of them, looking up at Shen He's big eyes revealing behaved, as if the blood on her body was just Halloween makeup. "She is your fighter too." Roger's throat was a bit dry, and he thought of many things at this moment. Biological weapon experiment, training, or something else. She was found by my colleague from the battlefield. Before that, she had been used as a weapon. Shen He wiped the blood on her face with a sleeve and whispered, "I treat her as a relative, but the battle has become her instinct, and she has a reason to fight, so you can indeed regard Violet as our companion." Although the Violet in front of him is just a virtual NPC based on Violet's appearance and personality, the same appearance and the same expression still make Shen He involuntarily show a little love and pity. Rogers didn't know what to say. He could see that Shen He's concern for the little girl came from the heart. Go to the hospital building." Shen He didn't waste too much time. Rogers carried the last wounded warrior on his back. www.readaloud.com. It was not far from here to the hospital building. After arriving at the door, Rogers found another girl in medieval white armor holding a banner standing under the steps. A large number of fighters stayed here, and at the moment they appeared, the enemy seemed to have a common goal and generally attacked frantically here. Jan of Arc, use the treasure. Shen He commanded. Yes, Master. Joan nodded, and took a few steps forward, putting one hand on her chest like a prayer, and then holding the flag high. Treasures, my lord is here. My banner, protect my compatriots. Bring the Lord's royal destiny here. Accompanied by a pious whisper, a golden halo emanated from the banner, enclosing the entire hospital building. All the enemy's attacks hit the halo and burst into waves, but there was no damage. Facing Rogers's incredible gaze, Shen He just shrugged. I don't have the ability to look after family, why should we be guardians? The fighting continued, and more civilians trapped in the battlefield were protected and entered the hospital building, but the enemy's attacks became more and more fierce. They were clearly prepared and rushing towards a certain clear purpose. It wasn't until Rogers found the skull and snake feet on the arm of an enemy that he suddenly realized. They are Hydra. Their goal is me. Finally found out, Shen He narrowed his eyes slightly. Let me see, Rogers, your heart. The fundamental purpose of this test is not only to familiarize Captain America with Chaldea, but also to make him understand what he wants. Captain America may not be a soldier who must obey orders, but he must be a hero who fights for his faith. Chapter 46, Rogers' Test. Actually, after Captain America discovered that the enemy was Hydra, and the target was likely to be him, there was no hesitation at all. Please let me join the battle. Rogers made a request to Shen He. Mr. Rogers. Shen He looked at him seriously. You know what it takes, the reason for the fight, and the identity of the fight. Mr. Shen, they are Hydra. Rogers found the answer this time. I am familiar with them, and I can help you deal with them. I can reduce your sacrifices. Is this not enough reason to fight? For Captain America, everything can change, but only one thing is certain, that is, never show weakness to the enemy, otherwise it will be a victory for the enemy, so he still can't let himself hide behind. What about the fighting identity? Shen He continued to ask. I can join you. Rogers answered without hesitation, I have retired. I know that many veterans will join mercenary companies after retirement. As long as you are fighting to protect civilians, then I can be your soldier. He has this confidence and believes that no mercenary company will refuse him to join. However, contrary to Captain America's expectation, Shen He shook his head without even the slightest hesitation. Mr. Rogers, I am very grateful for your importance, but we can't let you join now. Why? Rogers couldn't understand at all. But Shen He didn't reply, he just frowned and looked towards the sky. The army is here. Just after the voice fell, Rogers also heard the sound of the airplane engine. Several familiar American fighter planes hovering at low altitude appeared in the sky. It looked like the battle was about to end, Rogers thought. However, Shen He took a deep breath. Everyone, get ready to break through. This will be a real fierce battle. What? Rogers thought he had heard it wrong. But he quickly knew the answer. The American fighter planes above began to drop bombs, and violent fireballs blasted on the golden halo. Even after the heavily armed army broke through the wall and rushed in, the muzzle ignored the Hydra unit, and aimed at them defending in the hospital building, and attacked frantically. Jean's body swayed slightly, and a labored expression appeared on his face. Rogers was stunned by this change. Issuing weapons to civilians, we can't protect them. Shen He threw a machine gun to Rogers. Why, don't you understand? Rogers held the weapon in his hand and looked at the enemy in the US soldier uniform in front of him. All he could do was ask Shen He, why? The times have changed, Mr. Rogers. Shen He raised his hand and loaded the gun. Your war is an era of black and white, but today's world is shades of grey. There is no place where there is absolute justice. We investigated a senior official of the US government a month ago as the leader of Hydra. We don't know how many spies are still in the government, let alone how many officials have joined them. Are American soldiers obeying orders fighting? After Shen He finished speaking these words, he strode to the front, raised the machine gun in his hand and fired wildly. One by one American soldiers fell in his muzzle. The changes in the world over the past 70 years have caused a monster named reality to swallow that naive and just world, but Captain America has been left out of this change. Until this time, Rogers finally understood why Shen He kept emphasizing that they are not soldiers and do not need soldiers. Team leader. A voice suddenly appeared beside Rogers. He turned his head and found that it was his fan Collison. Captain. Coulson also held a weapon in his hand. His eyes on Rogers were full of sincerity and trust. You can lead us to victory, right? Of course. Rogers took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. Even if he no longer fights for the US government, even if he is no longer Captain America, he is still the thin young man who wants to help others. And now, he has a group of people who need his help. Mr. Shen, the offensive force at 3 o'clock is the weakest. We need an elite force to tear a hole. The gun in Rogers's hand also ejected bullets. Also, can you give me a shield? Give it to him. Shen He waved to the rear. Are you ready to face this grey world? I don't know. Rogers is still precisely harvesting the enemy's life, but I know who to fight for. Even if this makes you a war criminal, accused of treason by this country you love and dedicated your life to. As long as that can protect people. Rogers held the new shield, and he was ready to charge. Then, lead them to rush out, and you will pass the Chaldean test. Shen He pushed hard. Test. Rogers did not understand the meaning of this last word, but the situation no longer allowed him to think. He brought his comrades in arms, holding a shield high, and guarding the civilians to charge in the rain of bullets. Only when fighting, he will not have the slightest hesitation and weakness in his heart, because he can't let the enemy in front of him win. Command, defend, fight, avoid. All of these are extremely familiar to Rogers. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com, the captain of the United States who was once stunned on the battlefield, has returned to the battlefield. Finally, he successfully tore a hole in the enemy. When Rogers' feet stepped out of the wall, the world has changed. Just for a moment, all the gunfire, shouting, even the smell of burnt meat in the air, and the smell of iron from the blood flowing under the solace, all disappeared. His surroundings turned into a serene and tranquil lake, and all the weapons in his hands and clothes on his body had changed. He turned around blankly and found that Shen He and Collison were behind him. There is also a bald black man with a blindfold. Very wonderful, Mr. Rogers. Shen He gently clapped his palms and walked up. This is... Rogers is really stunned now, and also stunned in his heart. This is virtual reality. Shen He waved his hand gently, and the front of the group of people was immediately surrounded by a huge light screen, which slowly played the development of the real world over the past 70 years. In the end, frozen in the scene of the virtual reality company, Rogers saw that he was lying on a cabin bed, and the three people in front of him were the same. So, Rogers looked at the explanation of virtual reality on the subtitles. Everything just now is fake? It's just a test. No, except that the world is fake, everything else is true. Shen He waved his hand again, and new information appeared on the light screen. About us, the Chaldeans, about the Hydra, and about your own choices are all true. Yes, even Collison is indeed your #1 fan. Chapter 47, Revenge begins. 70 years. Rogers tried to digest the information, and he just remembered. He never asked how long he had been asleep. I want to, go to the real world first. Rogers looked at Shen He. Actually, as early as when he woke up, he felt something wrong in his body, but thought it was just a sequelae of long-term lethargy. After all, such things as virtual reality are indeed a bit unimaginable for a veteran of a time when computers have not yet appeared. No problem. Shen He nodded. In an instant, the consciousness of several people returned to darkness, and then they opened their eyes in a daze as if waking up from a coma. As soon as Shen He took off his helmet, he found Violet lying on the edge of the bed, looking at him with big eyes. Hey, wait a moment. Shen He knew why Violet came to him for. At this time, Rogers on the other side also sat up from the bed, observing where he was. Tidy room, sophisticated equipment, everything is so unfamiliar, the only familiarity is the feeling brought by my body. Welcome to the world 70 years later, Mr. Rogers. Shen He led Violet over. She. Rogers looked at the little girl who impressed him deeply in the virtual world. She is, as you know, our partners, including Joan of Arc. Shen He affectionately rubbed Violet's hair before looking at Rogers. I have already introduced it. This is from New York. A private company, also a Chaldean branch in the United States. What I say to you in virtual reality is true, including Ms. Carter. Carter. Rogers also remembered, you said that her body is not very good, can I go see her? After being buffered in virtual reality, he can almost accept this change and the fact that he has been asleep for a long time. The actual age of Captain America is, after all, only a young man in his 20s, and his receptivity is not weak, or even relatively strong. No one here will restrict your freedom. Shen He paused, and then said, however, be careful of the Hydra outside. It sounds like I still have a lot to know. Rogers got up from the bed. How should I call you, sir, or boss? Just call me Shen or He directly. Shen He smiled and said, I have something else. Someone will arrange your residence and what you need to know. There may also be a welcome party, but it will help you adapt to the new time is running out, Steve. The future battle with the enemy will be more complicated and difficult than you have ever experienced. I think I will work hard. There was no expression on Rogers's face. Shen He just smiled and didn't continue to say anything. He took Violet and turned and left the room, and then found that Fury had followed too. Why, don't you want to say something to the soldier in your eyes? Shen He didn't stop his footsteps. You have finished what you can say. Fury stared at Shen He. You know us better than I thought, so now, you have the best soldier in the world, I want to know. Do you want to form a team of heroes, or form a team that belongs only to your Chaldeans? You are always like this. Shen He slowly shook his head. He keeps talking about threats and threats, just like a persecutor of delusional psychosis, but in fact, the most threatening surrounding is such a mental patient. It's just a question of identity and position. Fury doesn't seem to want to let Shen He go just like that. I believe in Rogers, in Tony, and even in the Hulk, because they are all Earthlings. When the Earth is in danger, you will definitely stand up to protect it, and you are not only protecting the Earth, you are still intervening in other worlds. It has been nearly 2 months since Shen He came into this world. From the first day, they gathered Fury's attention. Until now, the entire Chaldeans can have a rough outline appearing in Fury's heart. It is an extraterrestrial, mysterious, and huge organization, whose mission is to protect people, but in fact it is behind the scenes. Observe everything, even the Earth is just one of the worlds they observe. If you have this time to worry about this, it's better to go back and think about how to deal with your old boss. Shen He directly issued the eviction order. To gain Fury's trust is to put a hot face on a cold buttocks, even if you think from the perspective of an organization, SHIELD is not a trustworthy organization at all. So even if he was ready to take action on the Hydra, Shen He was not ready to pull in Fury and the others. God knows if they will disrupt it on a whim. Violet came here to discuss the plan with Shen He. Lelich, who had acquired the geese ability, had already been summoned. Shen He walked to his room and opened the door. All his followers are here. It's too slow, Shen He. The two ceremonies leaned against the wall beside the door. Sorry, the test took longer than expected. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Shen He walked to his bed, picked up a metal box and handed it to Lelich. Before starting, Lelich, this inside is a gift from me to Nanali. Lu Luxiu took the metal box and opened it. Inside were two delicate leg sleeves. I asked Tony to help design a power prosthesis. Listen to what he says that can sense neurons. After wearing it, Nana should be able to walk on her own. Don't forget to tell her that it was given by a big brother named Shen He. Shen He joked. Said. Although he cannot go to the world of the followers, or even allow them to bring some special items from his own world, he can send some things to the followers, for example, for Chi Mu Nang Siang. There is no problem with pudding. Thank you. Lelich put away the prosthesis. If Nanali knew that she could stand up, she would be very happy. Besides, Shen He hesitated and asked, did you still kill your brother, Clovis? Shen He did not tell him the entire plot, including the fact that Lelich's mother had not really died yet, but he said that the third prince Clovis, who was shot and killed by Lelich in the third episode, was actually to find him in the 11th district where Nanali only went to be the governor. The prince was really wronged. No. Lelich shook his head, I didn't let him see my face. It would be better to let an idiot be the governor. That's good. Shen He heaved a sigh of relief. We will not be kind to the enemy, but that is just to make the people we care about and those who care about ourselves live better, otherwise all battles will be meaningless. Lu Shu, talk about your strategy. There is no doubt that Hydra is the enemy. Chapter 48, Shocked, Plan. Shen He speaking to his followers as the Chaldean master is equivalent to a declaration of war. However, the only orthodox follower here is Joan, so when the expressions of the others did not change, Joan became a little serious. Hydra and Shield have merged. Just when he opened his mouth, Lelich pointed out the real goal of the war, and this is a high-sounding reason, and it is still a powerful lackey in essence. Organization, so it's very easy to win this game. For Lelich, war is just a game of life. To win a strange game, mastering the rules is the first step, and the second step is to use the rules. Now, the rules of this world have been mastered by him. Go on. Shen He straightened up slightly. An organization like this has been weaving countless lies since its inception. Their purpose is a lie, and their behavior is a lie. What we have to do is to expose this lie to everyone. Lu Shu sneered slightly. In the rules of this world, losing the whitewash of lies is equivalent to losing the trust of rights. If Lu Luxiu didn't say the following words, Shen He also understood. Having lost the trust of power, an intelligence organization like SHIELD naturally has no need to exist, and it will inevitably be liquidated. The specific plan, you should already have a specific plan. Shen He is also a little curious, how easy is the easy in Lelich's mouth? Lu Shu handed a white report book in his backpack to Shen He's face. Although he has gained power now, the world has stronger power. Therefore, gaining the trust of the man in front of him is an important step in his revenge against the Holy Britannia Empire. Shen He opened the report book and looked at it seriously. This is just a basic project report, so it is not long. It only took 20 minutes before Shen He put it down and exhaled. Chi Mu, what do you think of this plan? Shen He looked at Chi Mu Nang Siang. Knowingly asked, you would not let me do such a thing. Chi Mu Nang Siang's voice appeared in everyone's mind. In this plan of Lelich, everyone's things to be done are accurately marked, one after another, but it is filled with a sense of sight of the boss behind the scenes, and even a little disregard for the lives of the people. For example, one of the links is to use the death of innocent civilians involved in the incident to push public opinion to a climax. It is Kimunangxian who is responsible for this step. I have to say, this is very Lelich's style. I think it's not bad. Shen He handed back the plan with a smile. It's just that you need to know more about us and the world for Lelich. Acting on innocent civilians, let's not say whether he can accept it or whether Joan can accept it. Once such a thing is revealed, the Chaldeans will become the target of public criticism. At that time, all the heroes may come together to attack them, even if it's Iron Man Tony who has a very good relationship. Benevolence, justice, and morality. Lelich said in a low voice, without expression. In short, I read your plan. I will command the next battle. Lelich will assist me. Shen He still just smiled. Besides, keep your plan so that Jean won't know about it, otherwise. You are ready to receive the education of the saint. What is it, master? Joan puffed up her cheeks with dissatisfaction. Did you say this to your face? Ha ha ha. Shen He laughed happily, then stood up and clapped his hands. Then, let's work together, and when the Hydra is resolved, we can go out shopping, and eat a big meal with confidence. If Hydra is not solved, the current Shenhe people will be under surveillance as long as they leave here. There may even be enemy spies in the company, and they have been completely targeted. The early executors of the entire plan were only Shenhe, plus a Tony. The rest are untrustworthy. In fact, Tony can only provide some help. He has been busy with the development of the virtual reality company during this period, the establishment of the Stark Tower, and the production of the Steel Core. And I'm busy living with Little Pepper in the Duo world. Sir, the information has been sorted out. On this day, while Shen He was teaching Violet and Joan to read in the room, Jarvis's voice suddenly came. Really, then, the Zero Plan is officially launched? Shen He said in a casual tone. Yes, sir. Jarvis's voice disappeared again. Is it about to start? Master. Joan of Arc, who was copying the Chinese characters carefully, raised her head. Yes, everything is ready. Shen He nodded, and then suddenly laughed out. www.readaloud.com. Why did you write all the words on your face? Hey, is it true? Joan hurriedly picked up the mirror in the drawer, and found that a long handwriting on the side of her nose drew a large circle along her cheek to the edge of her lips. Well, this pen is too difficult to control. The girl's cheeks suddenly turned red, especially after noticing that Violet was also staring at her face. Your posture holding the pen is a bit wrong, haven't I taught it? Shen He patiently taught. Really, I'm so sorry, master. Joan apologized a little shyly when she found that she had mistaken her pen-holding posture again. Of course, it was not a big deal for Shen He. He was willing no matter how many times she taught him. The three people present seemed to have thrown aside the startup that was just planned, as if it were just a trivial matter. But for some people, it seems as if the worldview has been subverted. God, my God! A woman who has been sitting in front of the computer stared at the email that popped up on the computer in shock. There are incredible pictures and videos on the email, as well as information, mainly about the alien information hidden by a certain organization called SHIELD, about Mexico, about Asgard, and more about the legend. Gods. At the bottom of the email, there is a zero signature and a short sentence. They cover up the truth. They use their power to fabricate lies. They want to make the people ignorant to the moment when disaster strikes. If there are really aliens threatening our safety, then we have the right to know all this. Sky, do the truth about what the Rising Tide organization should do cannot be hidden. Chapter 49, The Shocking World. Sky didn't know what language should be used to express his feelings at this time. Since joining the Rising Tide organization, she has been trying to find her own life experience using hacking techniques, but to no avail. And now, she finally came into contact with the truth of a part of the world. Sky began to try to trace the source of this email, but was surprised to find no trace. The other party is a hacker whose strength far exceeds her. After realizing this, Sky immediately began to verify the authenticity of the content of this email. Although there was an invisible behind-the-scenes man who deleted the information on the internet, she still found clues. The hammer that was present in Mexico that day was seen by many people, and it was confirmed that they could not be lifted, and the address of the place of chaos, and indeed there are still conspicuous battle traces. The things on this email are true. She was excited to send a message to her introductory tutor on the computer and her ex-boyfriend. Myers, I think I found a clue about my life experience. Really? How did you find it? You can't believe all this. Sky sent this email to his ex-boyfriend through the encryption algorithm of the Influx organization. I think this is the truth that our organization has been looking for, SHIELD, they have concealed too much. Many things, we have to make them public. Although the Rising Tide organization is a relatively lax hacking organization, their purpose is to equal information. They believe that knowing the truth is the right and freedom of every citizen in the world. Oh my God! Miles called Sky directly, even incoherent. How did you find this? Who is this person called Zero? Have aliens invaded the Earth? It doesn't matter. Sky shouted, no matter who Zero is, I think he is right. We have the right to know the truth, and if everyone is united, they must tell us the truth. Calm down first, and I will tell the rest of the organization the news first. Miles knew what Sky wanted to do, but he thought of another thing, and that was that he was too poor to jingle. After hanging up the phone, he walked around the house, and finally sat down in front of the computer. He hacked the editor-in-chief of dozens of well-known newspapers and magazines to reveal a little bit. He had to rush to Sky to announce the matter directly. Earn a fortune before. The rapid development of the matter still exceeded Shen He's expectations. Because at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, he was woken up by the continuous phone calls from Fury. Did you do these? Expose SHIELD and the Asgardians to the world. Did you know that I was almost fired by the World Council? Fury almost yelled. Tone. Fired is not better. Shen He rubbed his sleepy eyes. SHIELD is already a Hydra bureau anyway, so that it won't be destroyed in your hands. You should at least notify me in advance. Fury was very angry, very angry. Director Fury. Shen He increased his tone. I don't know if you have heard a word. Trust is mutual. You have never trusted us, then why should we trust you? If you are unwilling to help, then please don't hold back. Without you, the Earth will still be fine. The other end of the phone clearly fell into a long silence. The old and cunning fairy, naturally, can't be easily influenced by emotions, put on such a posture, just want to gain an advantage in the negotiation. But it is obvious that now they cannot turn their faces with Shen He, but Shen He can easily abandon them, which is not fair. What's your next plan? Fury said in a low voice. Now the global newspapers, magazines, the internet, and even TV, all the media are reporting on aliens and our SHIELD. Where did you find it? Such a group of hackers even left Tony's relationship out. Fury has every reason to believe that Tony is involved, and even the first suspect of the World Council just now is Tony. Because of his ability to easily break through the information control of S.H.I.E.L.D., after investigation, it was discovered that the information was spread by a group of elite hackers from all over the world. How could I cheat my friends? As for the next plan, Shen He looked at the alarm clock on the bedside. My next plan is to continue to sleep. Director Fury, the news of the aliens won't be kept for long. The second Asgard can be said to be a friendly, but not necessarily the next time. What do you know? Fury took a deep breath. Tony is building a steel armor production factory. Who is our enemy? I only know what I should know. Hang up, I will shut down before I wake up naturally. After Shen He finished speaking, he didn't give Fairy time to continue speaking. He hung up the phone, and then told Jarvis to block all information, put on a quilt and continue to sleep. Waking people up in the middle of the night, they would have gotten better without cursing them. www.readaloud.com. Finally, Shen He still didn't get his wish and woke up naturally. Was awakened by Joan's soft whisper, but after opening his eyes and seeing the face of the saint, Shen He suddenly felt that the world is so beautiful, and today will be another lucky day. Good morning, Joan of Arc. Good morning, Master. Jean gave Shen He a smiling face in the morning. Some guests have been waiting for a long time, so the master should sort it out quickly. Guest. Shen He sat up and yawned. Jarvis, who is here? Sir, it's Agent Coulson. He has been waiting for you for 42 minutes. Coulson, Fry is really smart. Although he is also an agent, Coulson is the head of the novice village, long-sleeved dance, and roams among many heroes. The most important thing is that every day is a smiling face, which is much more cute than Fairy's braised egg head. That, Jan of Arc. Shen He whispered to the girl. Hey? Do you have any orders? Although we have a very good relationship, you shouldn't go out at this time. Shen He said directly, and added, I don't have any problem, I'm just worried that you will be shy about Joan, after all. After all, as a healthy young man, he will always be a little bit energetic when he gets up early in the morning. Jean was silent for a while, then stood up with blushing face, and ran out like an escape. Is really a nice expression. Shen He got up and dressed contentedly, asked Jarvis to save the picture just now and send it to his mobile phone. If he could return to the original world, I don't know how many people would be envious of death. Chapter 50, Safety and Freedom. Although this base was built very broadly, the place used to live for Shen He and his followers is not too big. Even their rooms are basically adjacent. So when Shen He came to the reception room, Violet and the resident servants of the two ceremonies were all here. And Captain America Steve Rogers. Steve, it looks like you are getting used to it well. Shen He brought 3 cups of milk and some cakes and walked over and sat on the sofa opposite Coulson and Steve. You said, there is not much time for me to adapt, Shen. Steve Rogers stopped talking with Coulson, and turned to look at Shen He. You seem to have done something to Coulson and the others last night. What's going to be too much? This is a war for us, so it doesn't matter too much. Shen He handed the milk to Joan of Arc and the two ceremony, and cut a slice of strawberry cake for Violet. He seemed to have no desire to talk at all. Mr. Shen. Coulson could only take the initiative to speak. Director Fury sent me over to see if you need our help. In fact, although the public opinion outside seems to be serious now, there are parades, but this is only a trivial matter for SHIELD. Yes, little things. Shen He nodded as if he had expected it. Although I am not a person who advocates free will, I also know that since the terrorist attack, the term national security has been used here as a signboard for all restrictions on personal freedom. People have compromised, and this kind of thing, as long as you compromise the first time, it will be easier to succumb the second time. He looked at the time on his phone. Jarvis, the official press conference should have already started, turn on the virtual light screen. Okay, sir. Jarvis's voice arrived as expected, and a virtual light screen was opened in the middle of the meeting room. As Shen He said above, it is the official live broadcast of the press conference on this alien event sweeping the world. No comment. The spokesperson said categorically, the occurrence of this incident has seriously threatened national security. Our confidential information has been leaked and disseminated, and our soldiers have been exposed to the enemy's sight. Anyone who contributes to the flames is just helping our enemies. They want us to fall into chaos. We have begun investigating the people behind this incident. Is what he said is true? Shen He looked at Coulson. You have already started investigating. Yes, Mr. Shen. Coulson nodded. Who is investigating? They call themselves the Rising Tide Organization, and the investigation is very difficult because they are all master hackers. Coulson paused, then increased his tone, but we are also masters, so just before I came over, the clue has been found and the arrest is being prepared. It seems that not all of these hackers are for the freedom of information. Someone is also for personal gain. It is much easier to track the whereabouts of certain money than to track the address of an elite hacker. Jarvis, how is the certain lady I have you follow? Shen He asked. She's still safe, sir. Okay. Shen He groaned, his eyes suddenly shifted to Captain America. Steve, what do you think of this? What? Steve was taken aback for a moment. You should have read the information about Asgardians, about S.H.I.E.L.D.D. Shen He seemed to just ask casually, do you think it is correct to restrict personal freedom on the grounds of national security? Steve was silent for a long time, and finally shook his head, I don't know. Is that so? Shen He was a little disappointed. The same problem was experienced by Captain America in the original book, but at that time he did not hesitate to stand up as an opponent. What about you, Shen? Steve suddenly asked, what do you think? Me? Shen He laughed as if he heard something funny, and turned his head. Tell them what you think. It's boring. The two ceremonies said coolly, it's okay to do anything like this. Have you heard? Shen He spread his hands, this is also my opinion. For Huaxia people, this kind of discussion is really boring. What freedom and national security are nothing more than a question of position. Now his position requires him to stand on the opposite side of SHIELD, then he is free for the people. Guardian, as for the future, then look at the future position, there are benefits. After all, Shen He's belief lies only in people, not things. Well, Steve, everyone has their own ideas that they think are correct, and we often find that in the end we can only solve problems with fists. Shen He stood up and stretched, if you have ready, I need you to fight. If you are fighting to protect the people, I think I am ready at any time. Steve Rogers also stood up. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Since waking up, or from the beginning of the test in virtual reality, Steve has been wandering in confusion and determination. What is firm is the belief in fighting for people, and who is confused to represent people. But anyway, Captain America never hesitates before the war begins. Then, everything will begin. Shen He sat down again, contacting Lulu Xiu who had returned to his own world in his mind. Fortunately, the plot of Lelich's world is now in a peaceful daily period, and I have time to come and help here. So it was just a blink of an eye, and the tall and thin young man suddenly appeared among the people. Let me introduce, this is Lelich, Steve. It seems that there is no time to explain too much now, but the things he is responsible for are separated from the things you are responsible for. You can just listen to my arrangements, Lulu Xiu, everything on my side has already started. Shen He briefly introduced the situation. Leave it to me. Lelich nodded. His initial strategic plan has been revised by Shen He, but he is also clear about the specific revisions. Steve didn't say anything, just nodded in the same way. He needs to find the answers he needs in further battles. Mr. Shen, can I stay here? Collison asked after Steve and Lelich left. Of course. Shen He nodded, I still need your inside information. At the same time, Sky on the other side was also watching the official press conference, which made her very, very angry. Because what she did not threaten national security at all, she just wanted the truth. Why was she so labeled? Chapter 51, Hero's Stage Play. Sky vented himself for a while. But she didn't give up so easily. She decided to continue to do some things, such as finding more truths concealed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Then announce it. Ding dong. The sound of cell phone messages. Sky, you were discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky stared at the text message sign 0 in shock. She didn't even have time to think about anything, the second message came. They have arrived, you must leave where you are right away. Sky shivered, quickly picked up his computer, and wanted to pack some clothes and accompanying items. Don't take anything except your computer, there is no time. Why does this happen? Sky didn't scream until now. But as a hacker who dared to hack into the government, he had been mentally prepared for such a day. Sky resolutely followed suit and rushed out the door holding his laptop and mobile phone. This is a dilapidated apartment in an alley without even an elevator. Go up the stairs on the left, someone is coming up on the right. Just as Sky saw this message, the three burly men in black suits on the right just turned into the hallway. The target is found. The target is about to escape. The three men rushed over when they saw Sky. Sky turned around and ran to the left. Now he had no doubt about the fact that he was arrested. Go down 2 floors and enter the corridor. Information still continues to give accurate escape plans. In fact, even if there is no text message, Sky can only do that, because there are also several black agents running up the stairs here. Enter the third apartment room and lock the door. Sky did the same, and then found that it was a vacant room and a dead end. Please, what should I do then? Sky held his cell phone tightly for fear that there would be no text messages. She didn't know the consequences of being caught by SHIELD, but she thought that it would be very bad. A single accusation of threatening national security would be enough for her to squat for a lifetime. Open the kitchen window and jump down. What? Sky almost thought he was wrong. This is the 4th floor. Quick! The message sent this time is only one word. At the same time, there were obvious gunshots from the door, and the agents chose the crudest way to break the door. Sky gritted his teeth, rushed into the kitchen with his laptop in his arms, opened the window, and found a garbage truck just parked there below, full of black garbage. This is really the same as in the movie. Almost as Sky jumped down, a group of black-clothed agents broke in with their guns. Sir, the target person may have an accomplice. It seemed that the agent of the team leader quickly locked the position below, but he could only see the back of the garbage truck leaving. Catch her! A brief command came from the command channel. Although it was only arresting a hacker girl, because of the serious nature of this matter, an elite team of more than 10 people was dispatched, and it was also a direct field agent of SHIELD, even without notice to prevent leakage of information. The police department cooperates. Even so, someone can tell the target person one step in advance to escape or even arrange a pickup. Everyone can smell the breath of important clues. Understand? These black agents turned and left. A tall and thin young man is already standing at the door. Order! The young man slowly waved his palm, his left eye flashed with a red bird pattern. Catch your target with all your strength, regardless of life or death, regardless of the cost. Yes. All the agents filed out from the youth. Master, my order has been issued. Lu Luxiu sent a message to Shen He with a headset. Thanks for your hard work, get out of there as soon as possible. Shen He breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xiu's link here is the most difficult, because he has to order as many agents as possible, and even if Qi Munangxiang secretly helps, it is difficult to say that he can find opportunities without leaving a trace. Steve, where are you now? Shen He contacted Captain America again. Already on the street, what is my mission? Steve is just walking down the street in a simple white t-shirt, without a uniform, without a shield, and people around him have no idea that this handsome muscular youth will be the captain of the United States 70 years ago. Your mission is very simple. Shen He said lightly, to prevent a group of crazy agents from harming people, don't worry, Qi Mu will help you secretly. Seiki Kuzuo is a guarantee to avoid innocent casualties and deviations from the repair plan. A crazy agent. It was Collison in front of Shen He who asked this sentence. Our agents will not go crazy. Collison faintly guessed what Shen He wanted to do, but couldn't think of how to do it. Even if they are undercover Hydra, as long as they are still in the incubation period, they are also Aegis. Well-trained agents of the Bureau. But they are crazy now. Shen He spread his hands and looked at Collison seriously. I'll just say it directly, what I want to do is very simple, to put it bluntly. Shield is the big villain in the stage play, and Steve is the protagonist. The protagonist will defeat the villain, and then the whole world will give the hero thunderous applause, and the curtain will come to a perfect end. This idea, in fact, already had it when he decided to take revenge on Hydra. Hydra has been lurking in Shield for so many years. What they have done is not only lurking, but the concepts of the two have even merged unconsciously. In the past, the Red Skull wanted to use the cube of the universe to make weapons to conquer and rule the Earth. www.readaloud.com. Now Director Fury wanted to use the cube of the universe to make weapons and protect the Earth. But in fact, if Fury really succeeds, Shen He thinks that in terms of results, what he did is no different from what Red Skull wanted to do. Those are all pursuing stronger power and rights. So, Collison's voice was a bit bitter. The returning Captain America will represent freedom and justice, once again defeating power and oppression, right? Yes. Shen He nodded lightly. This victory will belong to the stage of freedom has begun. Several black cars were chasing a garbage truck on the road. The garbage truck looked terrified and swayed from side to side along the way, extremely thrilling. When finally passing by an intersection, two cars that were too late to dodge in order to avoid the garbage truck collided and happened to block the path of the pursuer. However, the chasing vehicle did not slow down. Instead, it slammed on the gas pedal and violently smashed the car in the way. The agents in black suits leaned out of the car window and took their pistols at the garbage truck in front of them. What? This sudden gunshot triggered the screams of pedestrians. The panicked vehicles collided continuously. Coupled with the agents who ignored the rampage and shooting, the streets were suddenly chaotic. Everyone was running around, and the garbage truck overturned in one impact. The red bird pattern deep in the driver's eyes disappeared. But the agents carrying guns got off the vehicle that was no longer able to move forward, and rushed towards the garbage truck with expressionless faces. Sky crawled out of the trash with difficulty. Only the last message from Zero was on the phone. Run. Chapter 52, Start cutting grass. My goodness. Sky looked at the chaos around him, listening to the screams and gunfire, and couldn't believe his situation. The group of people didn't want to capture her at all, but wanted to kill her directly. Have to run. Sky just picked up his notebook. Boom. A bullet directly pierced the notebook, and the huge momentum made it escape, hitting the ground hard to pieces. No. Sky didn't even have time to feel distressed for a second, and the continuous gunfire made her crawl and hide behind a car. There is no way to run. The opponent is an elite agent. Please, Zero. Give some more hints. Sky could only hold her mobile phone, but she quickly discovered that, not to mention new information, the original information was quickly deleted. She felt that she had been abandoned by Zero. Bang bang bang. A few bullets directly penetrated the glass of this car, and the civilians in the surrounding cars ran out screaming. But the bullet never stopped. Just when the civilian was about to be shot, a car door flew from a distance, just blocking the front of a few people, followed by a muscular man wearing a white t-shirt rushed over, and directly lifted the car door with one hand to block the shooting of the agents. Go! Get out of here! The man turned his head and shouted. The frightened people all around, including Sky, mixed in to flee wildly. The agents could only see the silhouette of Sky passing by, but they still shot at the people mercilessly. Are you crazy? Steve rushed up with the car door as a shield. Whether this group of people is a national agent or not, no matter what mission they have, they are now firing at ordinary people. This alone is enough for Steve to wave his shield and fist. His body leaped high in the street, slammed an agent out 6 or 7 meters away with the door of the car, and then skillfully avoided the attack. Whether it was a fist or a kick, he was so powerful that he only needed one blow. Can repel the enemy. These well-trained agents are as weak as children in front of Stephen. Police. All hands up. After Steve had knocked down most of the SHIELD agents, the police finally arrived late. SHIELD agent. We are arresting prisoners. While Steve stopped, the remaining 2 agents took out their badges and tried to order the police. Although Lulu Xiu gave them instructions and control, they still have their own reason and even wisdom, so they know what to do when facing the police. These police officers really hesitated. SHIELD has the authority to mobilize ordinary police departments. Suddenly, with 2 dull voices, Steve easily stunned the 2 men, and then dropped the car door. Put your hands behind your head and climb in the car. Right now. Now, all the policemen pointed at Steve at gunpoint, and Steve did so without resisting. Kim Ukuzuo's voice also came into his mind at this time, so that he didn't have to worry about anything. In this way, Captain America was handcuffed by the police, pressed into the car, and taken away. Until the scene seemed to be safer, the people in hiding dared to come out and watch this messy scene. Oh my God, did that man a bit like the one in the World War II memorial? Captain America? I feel a little like it too. Please, Captain America has been dead for 70 years. But did you see it? He tore down the car door directly and defeated more than a dozen people with guns with bare hands. He protected us. Then why did the police take him away? In this age of the internet, people post what they photographed on the internet, and this gunfight that took place on the street spread throughout the internet in just a few minutes. Because of Steve's combat effectiveness, and the appearance exactly like Captain America in the Memorial Hall, people have aroused extensive discussion. But the discussion was more about the group of people who actually shot at ordinary people in the crowd, especially the scene where they called themselves S.H.I.E.L.D. For this reason, Director Fury is losing his temper in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Who's subordinate of those people? Fury yelled at the senior agents in front of him. They shot civilians in the public. Are they still agents? I thought I saw a gangster, or the robbers, terrorists, and anti-government organizations in Chaos Land. Do you want me to be criticized by the World Council twice in one day? Sir. Agent Hill stepped forward, holding his hands behind his back. I think they are probably controlled. Do you have evidence? Yes. Sir, all the agents have no memory of the pursuit process, they only remember that they received the order to hunt down the target person. Agent Hill handed over the preliminary interrogation results. We suspect that this is likely to be a kind that never appeared. It's very dangerous, and it's very likely to be closely related to the information leakage incident. So, your interrogation is just a simple inquiry. Director Fury glanced through the file www.readaloud.com and threw it to the other side. Then, I have a more realistic explanation here. A traitor who betrayed his oath. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Hill still held his hands behind his back. Call Natasha to come in. Director Fury yelled to Transonic's phone, and after a while, Natasha walked in from outside the door. Tell them the results of your investigation. Okay, Director. Natasha imported a storage disk into the computer in the office. We investigated 2 recent crimes of a serious nature in New York and found that some SHIELD personnel were involved in training. Elite agents who are well trained and have worked for SHIELD. For a long time have spent a lot of energy on this investigation. They are also familiar with our investigation methods. How is this possible? Hill seemed unbelievable. The rest of the senior agents are similar. As the world's largest intelligence organization, SHIELD has kept several people lurking in them for several years without knowing it. SHIELD personnel loyalty review is your responsibility. Ferry looked at Hill coldly. The expatriates today are also the subordinates of your department. Before the investigation is clear, Hill, I will suspend your position and block your authority. You yourself need to be interrogated in the confinement room. Yes, sir. Hill was silent for a while, then handed over his badge. None of the other high-level agents stood up to speak for Hill, and many of them were digesting the message that a spy appeared in SHIELD. They are all special agents, so it is clear that in this case, Hill is indeed the most suspicious. Chapter 53, The Hero Returns. You all have to conduct internal inspections on the personnel in charge of your own. I don't want this to happen again. Fry pressed his hands on the table, leaning forward slightly, and his eyes swept across these senior agents one by one. Yes, sir. There is no problem on the surface of all the senior agents. After they all left, only Natasha stayed. Chief, this will definitely arouse the alertness of Hydra. Natasha knew the cause and effect of the whole thing. What we have to do now is to stun the snake. Director Fury's expression at this time does not show the angry look at all. The Chaldeans not only wanted to deal with the Hydra, but also wanted to destroy the belief of SHIELD fame. You know I can't let this happen, so what I can't wait to see now is that Hydra jumps out on its own so that we can push everything to them. Shenhe seems to have his own set of plans, and Fury has every reason to believe that these are just the beginning. So he must also prepare for the reconstruction of SHIELD Bureau now, and take one step to see that 5 steps are a basic ability for him. Agent Hill has her mission. Natasha looked at Fury. What about my mission? The woman who escaped today is a 084 in our SHIELD file. Shenhe will not arbitrarily involve innocent people. In the future observed by Chaldea, she definitely has something special. Fury thinking about it, he ordered, you go find her, gain her trust, do some research, this is what you are good at. The so-called 084 is an internal code name of S.H.I.E.L.D., representing items of unknown origin. When Keith was a baby, a team of SHIELD agents even died to protect her. This is why all her life experiences were completely deleted. Understood. Natasha nodded and turned to leave. At this time, Shenhe, after paying close attention to and secretly promoting the spread of online public opinion, also began to prepare for the next step. He called Tony Stark in front of Coulson. Tony, do you know what just happened? Of course, there are more and more dangerous guys around you. Tony is also paying attention to this matter. Regarding the whole plan, Shenhe didn't hide it from him at all, but knowing the plan and seeing a group of elite agents go crazy calmly are two completely different feelings. Dangerous opponents must be dealt with by dangerous people. Shenhe does not deny the terrifying ability of Lelich. Tony, the next plan may change a little, I may need you to speak out for Steve to prove his identity. Now, there is nothing in this world that people believe more than what you say. Oh, this is the most correct thing you have said in the past half-month. Tony did not directly agree. His tone seemed to be a little dissatisfied. It's just that if you need a hero in your script, why do you have to find a soldier from 70 years ago? You tried to dig him out. In order to try my best to make him a hero, I have to wonder if you are interested in the tonic muscles. Wait, Tony. Shenhe showed a helpless expression. If you have an opinion on this plan, why do you only propose it now? No, I don't have an opinion, I just don't understand. Well, I will help you. After all, Hydra and I have an account to settle. Tony finally agreed, but he added another sentence, however, if his performance cannot afford the title of hero, then I will refuse to cooperate with this plan. Well, what can Shenhe say? Probably established a good relationship with Tony as soon as he came to this world. He almost forgets that Tony is not able to simply recognize the character of others. It is impossible for this guy to cooperate with others to admire others. He prefers to show the limelight by himself. Mr. Stark will definitely recognize the captain. Coulson heard the conversation between the two next to him. My instinct tells me that he will become good friends with the captain. Who knows? Shenhe shrugged. Now that Lulu Xiu was summoned back, Chi Munangxiang followed Steve to make sure he wouldn't have any problems. Next, he will also make some arrangements here. After Tony agreed, he responded quickly and called reporters in the shortest possible time. In fact, there were already a large number of reporters blocked at Tony's door, and wanted to ask him about SHIELD and outsiders. The view of the stars. SHIELD? Of course I know, because my father is one of the founders. When Tony opened his mouth, there was a burst of news. But I have nothing to do with them. They have not inherited the good quality of the Stark family at all. The person who was captured by them today is indeed the Captain America 70 years ago. He is not dead. A partner of mine dug him out of the Arctic ice sheet. Immediately after Tony held a press conference, Yu read www.yuyu. The CEO of the Com virtual reality company also issued an announcement proving that they rescued Captain America. This registration information shows that the research company in the fields of medicine, biology, and internet has appeared in the field of ordinary people for the first time. And when people discovered that Tony Stark turned out to be a shareholder of this company, they finally knew what Tony meant by partner. Our chairman is very angry. The CEO of the virtual reality company wrote in the announcement. We worked so hard and finally found a hero who made outstanding contributions to the United States 70 years ago. We originally only wanted the hero's body to return to the homeland, but God gave us a huge surprise. Captain America is still alive. We can't wait to tell everyone this surprise. Did not expect that before that, the hero would be arrested for standing up to protect the people. This is a fact that every American people cannot accept, and it is also an inexcusable insult to war heroes. We have collected all the video evidence about the daytime incident, and will immediately carry out judicial charges against S.H.I.E.L.D. They must return the hero without incident. In addition to this announcement, the virtual reality company also announced a series of evidence, including the photo taken when Captain America was found in the Arctic ice sheet, the thawing operation performed after returning, and the medical parameters for subsequent recovery, and even after waking up. Rebuild training parameters, and talk to some Captain America about the past videos. Under the iron evidence, everyone believed that the heroes who only existed in history and memorial halls really returned and appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 54, Tribute to the Hero. How prestigious is Captain America in this country? Facts have proved that as the #1 war hero heavily promoted by the government, no one can predict how prestigious Captain America will be. Learning from the history in textbooks, then to the propaganda of memorials in various places, plus that from the weak to the strong, to the heroic sacrifice, it can be called a standard hero legend. These 70 years of peace have allowed Captain America's prestige to truly reach the top. Then, a great momentum spreading across the country began. First, many veterans who were still alive stood up, got into wheelchairs and even lay on hospital beds and were carried to the street. Then more veterans were inspired by them. Then there are the teachers and students of the school. More and more people flocked to the streets. They stood in front of the government with various signs, shouted loudly, or sat silently, and even continued to sing the national anthem. A website called Return the Hero to Us was established and promoted to the world in a short period of time. Countless people found various historical pictures, photo albums, materials, and spontaneously promoted the hero's deeds. More and more people are involved, not just those who have known the story of Captain America. The reason is very simple. A hero is such a desirable existence. Is Tony Stark a hero? In the eyes of more people, he is just a billionaire looking for fun. And in those history, like the light of hope, Captain America, who has ignited the hope of countless people in despair with courage, strength, and sacrifice, is the representative of the hero. He sacrificed once for us, and now it's our turn to do something for him. The sentence was placed in the most conspicuous position of the website, and it pushed more and more people to stand up. I wish the captain could see these. Collison stared at the various things on the light screen, his eyes gleaming with unspeakable emotions. He will see. Shen He rubbed his eyes sleepily. Now the sky has dimmed, and he has been dealing with things on the internet almost all day, because Jarvis is not invincible, so more often he can only push in the dark without leaving a trace. Mr. Shen! Collison yelled, but suddenly he stopped, as if he was hesitant to say it. Just say anything you want. It's... Collison took a deep breath. I don't know what Hydra has been lurking in us for such a long time, and what we have done with our hands, maybe, SHIELD. It is a villain organization, but many colleagues and many people around me firmly believe that we are protecting people and the world, and many people have sacrificed for it, so, their contribution should not be erased, right? Shen He took Collison's words, sighed, and did not continue. This is actually a proposition that is not difficult to answer. Someone has the heart to help others but does things that hurt others. Thinking from the materialist philosophy, the bad things done will not change their nature because of the difference in the mind. I'm sorry, Coelson. Shen He finally shook his head slightly. I have learned about some of the things you have done, not to mention the CH315 drug that was used on your dead agents. Do you think is it the right way? With a good wish to save people, they are pulled back from the abyss of death, but they are left with unbearable pain. This should be the highest level of confidentiality. Cold sweat broke out on Collison's forehead. He once participated in that experiment. 6 deceased agents were selected as experimenters. They were rescued, but they had to experience unbearable torture, and finally their memories were modified. He always thought that what he did was right, because those who should have died, although they have forgotten all the truths of the past, can live the happy lives of ordinary people. I don't agree with this approach. Shen He stared into Collison's eyes. You also know that their own wishes would rather die. If one day someone puts such goodwill on you, how would you feel? In my opinion, if you do a bad thing, you just do it, and you are forgiven because you have a good intention. That is what God can do. Shen He. The 2 ceremonies on the side suddenly called him. Okay. Shen He turned his head and looked at the 2 ceremonies puzzledly. Then he found that Joan, who was sitting next to him, did not know when she started to lower her head, clasping her hands on her legs. It's awful. I completely forgot about the Lady Saint with blood on her hands. Jan of Arc, that. Shen He leaned forward in front of Joan with some confusion. Jan of Arc is completely different, you see, you are a saint who has made great achievements, even Steve. I can't compare with you. Besides, can the blood on the battlefield be called sin? That's honor. Master. Jean suddenly held Shen He's hand lightly, seemingly helpless. I'm not a saint. The master of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is also right. Whether it's with good wishes or not, bad things are done or done. Even if I was burnt at the end, I would not never regretted those things. She didn't think of herself just now, but just thought of Giles, who had killed more than 300 children because of her death. That sin, like herself, could not be forgiven for any reason. But, Joan, how do you put it? When Shen He suddenly realized that he was too poor, he could only look at the beautiful eyes of Joan. In my heart, you are undoubtedly a saint. I am not referring to the Joan in history, but the Joan who appeared in front of me. This, thank you, master. Jean's face flushed, and she saw something in Shen He's eyes that she couldn't understand. What is there to thank you for? Shen He breathed a sigh of relief, not to mention me. I stopped at this point, because he didn't know how to explain it. I couldn't say that when you were still a paper man, I liked that character in the plot. Moreover, what kind of feeling can be regarded as the love for the characters in the plot, Shen He himself still doesn't quite understand. But Joan obviously misunderstood something. Her face flushed red, her palms clenched the corners of her clothes, she was very nervous. Well, Collison, we have to start the next step. Shen He couldn't think of how to explain, and simply sat back to his position. The hero and the audience have already entered the arena, and our villain has to come out quickly. Yes, I want you to invite a few of your colleagues, and then take Lelich to meet them. Chapter 55, The First Experience of Lelouch's Agent. How many colleagues? Collison quickly understood what Shen He meant, and he murmured, I really hope there are no friends of mine. It's a pity. Shen He handed over a note, this is all your friends. Although Shen He is not a diehard Marvel fan, because the serial plots connected together are rare, he can be considered to have watched it several times when he is bored. The one that impressed me the most was John Garrett, Collison's good friend, who didn't look like a good person when he first appeared, but he was actually not a good person. Then there was Pierce's assistant, Sitwell. The senior agents in SHIELD belonged to Hydra, and Shen He only knew the names of these two people. When will I leave? Collison stared at the note, I can't wait to beat him up. Tonight, the sooner the better. I really hope that tomorrow I can get rid of the Hydra by myself. Shen He got up from the sofa, yawned, and turned around after just 2 steps. Coulson, after SHIELD is gone, do you want to come and work for us in Chaldea? We are better at protecting the world. I will consider, Mr. Shen. Collison also stood up and shook hands with Shen He. He really needs to think about his future. Not only he needs it, but all SHIELD members need it. But now, he even wants to ask his old friend why he chose to become a Hydra spy. Luxiu nodded to Shen He, then followed Collison out. Mr. Lelich, we haven't met him officially yet. Collison reached out to Lelich. Just call me Lelich. Lelich smiled and shook hands with Collison. After knowing about you, I have always admired you and guarded the world. It is hard to imagine that ordinary people would choose to give everything for it. The task Shen He gave to Lelich was to not only act according to the plan, but also to shape the image of Chaldea to the outside world. When it comes to acting and flicking, Lelich can definitely do better than Shen He, more natural, and more logical. Are there no ordinary people in Chaldea? Collison seemed to just ask curiously. No. Luxiu slowly shook his head, we select people with abilities in each world to join, we think that protection requires strength. Guardian does need strength. Collison nodded in agreement, and then continued, but you look so young, just like my nephew who is still in high school. It's hard to imagine that you are already protecting the world. The mission that Fury gave Coulson, in addition to communicating with Shen He and the others, there was also an attempt to in-depth contact with the rest of the Chaldean members and to inquire about the Chaldean news. You are wrong, we are not guarding the world. Lelich corrected Collison's statement, we are guarding only human principles, good is human principles, and evil is also true, so when we decide to intervene, the master will also relying on one's own preferences to do things as part of human nature. Even if Hydra rules the world, it will not affect the existence and continuity of human principles. Really? Then we are really grateful that Chaldea has sent us a good lord. Collison felt that some of their doubts were indeed solved. For example, why does Shen He's actions seem to have no organizational style, but more in accordance with personal wishes? To be honest, I can hardly imagine what Chaldea would look like until now. Collison continued to talk. You are not the same type of any organization we know. It seems to be gathered around Mr. Shen. There are many extraordinary people. In my opinion, you are more like a family than an organization. Is the whole Chaldeans like this? This is also something that makes them difficult to understand. It's not that there is a family-like team. But it takes a long time to get along. The situation in Shen He is more like a group of unfamiliar people who have established a close relationship of trust for unknown reasons. It's just because the character of the master is better. Luxiu has been here for so many days, and he has learned some of Shen He's character. Is not a weak person. But you can exchange true feelings for true feelings. So you also have a system. Of course, Chaldeans are not loosely organized. Two smart people each have their own minds, and they talk step by step. Although they are quite different in age, they seem to share common topics. During the period, Collison also officially notified several people on the list to go to a place designated by him, a cafe, and said that there was something very important to talk to. It turned out to be a bit unexpected. The rest of the people seemed to have things. Only Garrett could meet on time. Only one is fine. Lelich thought for a while, and felt that it had little effect on the plan. Because now it only needs Hydra to try to attack the captured Captain America. For me, it's enough for Garrett to come over. www.readaloud.com. Collison stepped on the accelerator to speed up. We are old friends. This is a cafe in the center of New York. It is more famous. Even at this time, there are many people in it. Collison and Lelich went in at different times and sat separately. Lulushiu is the first time he has done such a thing, but Collison just told him a lot of tricks as an agent in the car, such as how to use peripheral observation without being discovered, which is very useful. Lulushiu was even considering whether to conduct special agent training for a period of time, and he was sure that it would be helpful for his revenge. The two waited a while, and Garrett walked in and sat down across from Coulson. Coulson, what's the rush? I still have a lot of things. Garrett is a slightly blessed middle-aged uncle. Even in the current weather, he wears a high-neck sweater to hide the third-degree burns on his neck. It is indeed a very, very important thing. Collison looked at the old friend and said word by word, it is directly related to the life and death of both of us. The two people over there had already started talking. Lelich sipped the coffee in the cup. He doesn't like this kind of thing very much, but it would be too conspicuous if you don't drink anything in the cafe here. The sacred British Empire does not seem to have such a spy intelligence organization, but it seems to be very effective. Lelich tried the newly learned skills, using his peripheral vision to observe others. The secret is to look at other things, and then process the images scanned by the peripheral vision in his mind, so that his eyes would look a little apathetic, as if they were in just like in a daze. And many more. Everyone around me seems to be in a daze. Chapter 56, The Battle Begins. Garrett, do you remember the action on Mallow Island? Collison shook the spoon in the cup, but kept looking at Garrett in front of him. How can I forget that you were strapped to a chair at that time, and a dozen guns were pointed at you? Garrett leaned forward slightly. I saved your life. I was shot twice for this and was sent. When I entered the emergency room, I heard that you were crying, but you never admit it. No, I didn't cry too much, but... Collison said softly, I shed 2 tears. What happened? Old man, look at your eyes, it's not like you. Garrett said, you said it's about our lives. It's about our lives for so many years. There are too many things to go, there is nothing you can't get through, right? Of course, but that's when we are together. Collison stopped his movements and stared into Garrett's eyes. Tell me, Garrett, why did you join Hydra? Hydra? Are you kidding me? Garrett sneered, seemingly speechless. I thought you were going to say something. Did you forget that SHIELD? It was created after the destruction of the head snake, that is to say, who told you such ridiculous information, and you still believe it? Collison, if you are serious, I will think you are old. Collison did not speak, but slowly raised the anesthesia gun in his hand. Aimed at Garrett in front of him. Well, I don't blame you, Collison. Garrett ignored the muzzle and just stared at Collison. Doing what we do, doubt is always right, even if it's right. A companion who has lived and died countless times with him, so be it. If you insist that I am that horrible Hydra spy, I will go back with you and be subject to organizational censorship, so let's do it. Better so. Collison looked into Garrett's eyes, and finally put down the gun slowly. He couldn't believe Shen He's words without any definite evidence, even though Shen He had confirmed his correctness several times. Snapped. The sound of glass being smashed suddenly. Lu Luxiu's heart burst, because only 4 or 5 people looked in his direction. There is no way. Order, obey my order. Lulu Xiu's left eye showed a bird pattern. It looks like you brought an amazing person over here. Garrett sighed, and quickly reached out his palm, twisting Collison's hand that was still holding the gun. Hands. Grab them. At that time, everyone in the entire cafe stood up and took out their pistols and weapons from their bodies or under the table. Everyone here is an agent. Protect me. Lelich quickly gave orders to the few people he had just controlled, and then looked at the few people who were looking at him at this time. Order, obey me. Bang bang bang. The fierce gunfire was almost at the same time, and everyone was looking for cover and shooting. Lu Luxiu rolled over and hid under the table, and all the people he controlled surrounded him to counterattack. A corpse shot in the eye fell in front of him. Vomit. Lulu Xiu covered his mouth. Even though he has seen death many times, his slender nerve still makes him a little uncomfortable. But what makes him more uncomfortable is his fear and timidity at this time. Cover me. Lu Xiu shouted at the people around him, and then he slammed out of the bunker. Command. At the same time, Collison was knocked to the ground with a violent punch when Garrett had a helper. 2 agents pressed his arm tightly to control his struggle. You really made a very wrong decision, Collison. Garrett wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, squatting down and watching Collison's eyes. Why would you rather believe your alien friends? Don't want to believe in a friend who saved your life. Because of them, it's right. Collison stared at him tightly. Yes, of course they are right. Garrett sat on the ground and breathed out slowly, observing the future. This is really a ability, but now it looks like your alien friends. I haven't observed what happened tonight, or do you think you make such a big movement, we will just sit and wait for death? You will lose. Collison is still struggling. Garrett, surrender, you don't know their strength at all. Surrender, and spend my few lives in jail. Garrett chuckled slightly and wanted to say something. Boom. A bullet hit the ground around him. Sir. The more they beat, the more people. Damn it. Garrett arched his body and used the anesthesia gun directly to Collison. Take him away, retreat, and leave that person alone. After all, this group of agents had been prepared. They immediately took Collison to retreat to the car parked outside, destroying the tires of other cars by the way. When Lelich walked out of the cafe with a pale face, he could only see it. Seeing them leaving behind and the horrified people around them. He pressed the green button on the watch he was wearing in his left hand. www.readaloud.com. Lelich? Shen He's voice came from the watch. The situation has changed. Hydra is ready to take action. Collison was taken away by them. I did not order any target person. Are you injured? I call you back first. Shen He's first reaction was Lelich's safety. No, Master, we have also considered this situation, and then we can continue as planned. Lelich's eyes flashed with thoughtful colors. I control a few agents here, and you can lead the way, Master. Try to contact the people inside SHIELD, it looks like the villain has jumped onto the stage by himself. Understood, we come to meet now. I will keep the call application. If there is any problem, you immediately agree to the call. Wherever the follower is, the master can summon them to his side, but the follower can choose whether to accept it without using the opportunity of compulsory command. This can be said to protect the safety of the master as well as the safety of the followers. After hanging up the communication, Shen He breathed out slowly. Violet, go choose your weapon, style. Do you need to change clothes? No, the kimono is very light. The 2 ceremonies shook their heads. Then, Joan, we may be fighting together for the first time. Shen He looked at Joan. If you can't move forward without fighting. Joan smiled, then defeat the enemy together, master. This is my honor. Shen He also responded with a smile. Summoned the mirage armor, let Joan of Arc and the two ceremonies sit on the palm of one hand. After a while, Violet, holding a cool sickle more than 2 meters long, ran over. It seems she still preferred to use cold weapons. Chapter 57, Steve's Battle. The original plan was to let Lelich control the top Hydra and attack Steve. And Steve, with the assistance of Chi Mu Nangxiang, will fight to escape by himself, and then tell everyone the news of the return of Hydra. But now, Hydra seems to realize that he has been exposed. Just as Lelich said, the impact is not big. The truth is always written by the victor, so the Captain America who defeated the Hydra once again will be a hero, and the public opinion of the people will undoubtedly stand on the side of the hero, and the influence of wealth and Tony Si will be added at that time. Tucker and Fury's connections don't have to worry about being listed as criminals by the global government for attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. Can also have the opportunity to dig the corner of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is perfect. Of course, the premise is to defeat the enemy. Jarvis, please contact Fury for me. Shen He flew in the direction of Lu Shiu, while preparing to notify Fury. Sir, the communication of Director Fury cannot be connected. Well, that guy is not so easy to die. Tell Tony, don't say I didn't give him a chance to be a hero. Shen He guessed that there was a problem with Fury. However, he was not very worried. The old cunning man knew in advance that half of SHI agent, because Hawkeye is still studying the secret base of the universe's Rubik's Cube. When Shen He is ready for battle. Steve, who was transferred to a secret prison of SHIELD, is sitting quietly in his cell. There was no questioning or torture, just put him in special handcuffs and toe cuffs, and then left him here. According to the information, you can hear other people's voices. Steve suddenly thought in his mind, is it true? Really? Kimukujuo's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. He stood invisible by Steve's side. At such a close distance, it was too easy for Captain America to detect. Can you tell me what it's like to see through other people's inner thoughts and feelings? Steve seemed to be a little curious. I once hoped that I could have this ability, so that I can know who is a good person and who it's a bad person, who needs help, who needs to be stopped, maybe that can save a lot of people I haven't saved. The thing I was asked to do not include chatting with you. Chi Mu Nangxiang was a little helpless. Sorry, I just... Dr. Abraham Erskine. Nangxiang Kimu interrupted Steve's apology, this name flashes in your mind. Is he one of the people you haven't saved? Yes, it was the first person to die in front of me. It is very important to me. Steve thought. Very troublesome. Kimukujuo listened to the various thoughts in Steve's mind. As long as a person is alone, all kinds of things will come to mind, and the thoughts in Steve's mind will make people feel ashamed. He was worried that he would not be able to respond to the doctor's expectations in this completely unfamiliar world. He was also worried that this war would cause too many innocent casualties, and he was even worried about the true purpose of the Chaldeans. A lot of people are coming. Seimu interrupted Steve's thoughts and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be alone with the hero next time, the hero is terrible. Just as Kimukujuo said, a lot of people came, a whole armed elite team, and it seemed to be in a state of combat readiness. Mr. Rogers, we are here to save you. Took off his mask and put a small plastic bomb on the door lock. With a bang, the cage was opened directly, and several soldiers went in and took Steve's hands and walked outside. What happened? Steve asked. Hydra has rioted. We don't know how long they have been lurking among us. They are seizing control. I am ordered by Chief Fury to rescue you and leave. The person headed by is a tall white young man, a little beard, very handsome, and very strong. He looks like an elite fighter who has experienced many battles. What's your name, Soldier. Steve was framed out of this soundproof prison and found that the guards outside the door had all been killed. This is enough to explain the elite of this force, because these guards seem to have no chance to resist. Ward, Mr. Rogers. Ward carefully observed the front. Well, Ward. Steve nodded, I will remember you as the first Hydra I beat when I wake up. Ward flashed over subconsciously, but the screaming punch still hit him on the shoulder, and he was knocked away several meters away, hit the wall heavily, and fell unconscious. I don't know when the handcuffs and toe cuffs on Steve's body have been unlocked. At such a close distance, this elite force even fired a shot from the future and was easily caught by Captain America's dazzling combination of punches. Stunned. In the melee combat technique, Steve has almost reached the peak, not to mention the physical quality that is far stronger than these people. You should stay awake. Kimukujuo appeared behind Steve, or follow them and see what happens. I'm not very good at torture. Steve walked over and picked up Ward on the ground. But I'm good at catching prisoners. Is there any news from Shen? Or is this part of your plan? You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com. I knew it after I went out, but now someone is coming again. Just as Chi Munangxiang finished speaking, the surrounding doors and windows were all blasted, and a large number of elite troops with the same equipment broke in through the floating ash layer. Captain America rushed forward without fear, and the instant explosive force made him reach the enemy in the blink of an eye, punched a few people down, and then took their bodies to resist the next bullet attack. All this is just done in the light of calcium carbide. They are not Hydra. Seiki Kujuo's voice didn't reach Steve's mind until this time. Mr. Rogers, I am ordered by Director Fury to rescue you and leave. Agent Hill raised his pistol and aimed at Steve. Please calm down. Steve put the person he was carrying on the ground. I'm sorry. He really envied Chi Munangxiang's ability now. The enemy and his own people wear the same clothes, have the same identity, and even speak the same reason. This kind of operation is still too advanced for Steve, a veteran of World War II. Mr. Chi Mu. Hill also put down his gun, and turned to look at Nangxiang Chi Mu. Director Fury knows that you are here. Can you please identify the enemies in our team? It seems to be everywhere. Easy. The moment when Kimukujuo's voice rang in everyone's mind. Some people directly broke out into trouble. But before he could pull the trigger, his body flew up and hit the ceiling heavily. One of Kishin's superpowers, the goodwill detection, is suitable for this kind of scene. Chapter 58, The Wayfinding Saint. The SHIELD commando team brought by Agent Hill has more than 30 people. There are almost 12 people flying now, and it can also be seen how deep the Hydra hides. There was a continuous dull knocking sound. All the flying people fell into the middle of the room and were controlled by the rest of the people. What's the situation outside now? Steve stepped out and asked Agent Hill. In the Hydra riot, Director Fury lost contact after issuing the war announcement. Now the main battlefields are located in the headquarters, center, academy, sandbox, and the aircraft carrier base of the Ocean Department. My task is to follow you to restore the headquarters, and then mobilize reliable manpower to rescue other places. Hill briefly explained the status quo. She should have been locked up in the interrogation room because of suspicion. But that was actually only Fury's preparations, hiding her from others, but he didn't expect the war to come so quickly. Steve stopped suddenly. Did you smell gasoline? The surface building of this SHIELD prison underground prison was faked as a car repair warehouse. Hill did not stop. The smell of gasoline has always been there, Mr. Rogers. We brought your uniform and shield, and put it outside. In the car. Several people and 4 SHIELD soldiers walked into the elevator and went up. Chi Munangxiang's brows frowned slightly. As soon as the elevator door opened, the surging flames burst out like a sea of waves, licking every inch of the world's air, and the hot air wave formed a strong shock wave and surged in all directions. The explosive power formed by the burning of volatile gasoline that permeates the entire warehouse space is no less powerful than a missile air burst. Even if you can survive this burning world, lack of oxygen will kill everyone. However, even greater power gushes out from the hands of Kuzuo Saigi. Time seems to stand still for a short while, and the wanton flames turn into burning dragons hovering and whizzing up. Whether it is the remaining cars, broken glass, even mud and walls, everything is in this power. The bottom was fragmented, and when the dust settled, even the air became extremely clear, and a few people could even see the vast starry sky in the night. Hydra left 3 people outside. You didn't find it. Chi Munangxiang put down his palm flatly. It seemed that the godlike figure just now was just an illusion. But the scorching heat remaining in the air and the scorched ground are all recounting the miracles of just now. R.O., Mr. Rogers' shield. Hill looked blankly at the surrounding area where there was nothing left. Is that? Chi Munangxiang gently moved his fingers, and a pitch-black cauldron flew over in midair and hovered in front of a few people. I haven't seen it in 70 years, I'm almost unable to recognize it. Steve murmured and picked up his shield. Our car was destroyed. Hill took a deep breath and tried to push the picture he just saw from his mind. There is no way to ask for support. We are the support force. There is nowhere to find transportation. And if the headquarters cannot be restored in time, the naval aircraft carrier base can be controlled by the enemy. Agent Hill didn't say what happened, but from her face, it can be seen that the situation is indeed very serious. She has the right to know the aircraft carrier, which can be said to be the big killer of SHIELD, not only equipped with various advanced fighters, but also has the firepower that can easily destroy a small country. I'll take Steve there first. Chi Mu Kuzuo's voice appeared in everyone's minds, his figure slowly hanging in the air, flying. Thank God, fortunately you are a companion. Steve grabbed the black pot in his hand and looked at Hill. Just get to the battlefield and defeat the enemy. Yes. Agent Hill nodded and handed over an electronic map. In Director Fury's final notice, all personnel belonging to SHIELD have been authorized to follow your command during the war. You only need to appear on the battlefield. You can assemble troops, but beware of Hydra pretending to be your own. That way Chi Mu would throw them into the sky. Steve stopped talking, strode up to show that he was ready. Kim Munangxiang used his mind to envelop him and flew towards the night sky. Many confidential addresses of SHIELD were marked on that electronic map, and now they are heading to the SHIELD headquarters building in Washington. At the same time, Shen He also got in touch with Kim Kuzuo through the communicator prepared in advance. Chi Mu is already in place. Shen He looked down, and the auto-search system of the mecha caught Lulu Xiu's vehicle. Lulu Xiu, I'm just 1,200 meters above you, did you ask anything? No. Lelich's voice came. These people are not all Hydras, and they don't know Garrett's plan and purpose. Our current destination is the New York branch of SHIELD, whereas it is already one of the battlefields. The New York branch handed it over to Tony. www.readaloud.com. Shen He quickly made a decision. We should find the right talent for revenge. Our goal is not the battlefield, but the leaders of the Hydra, Garrett and Alexander. At least these two can't let go. The biggest deviation in the plan was probably the failure to control the high levels of these Hydras and gave them a chance to escape. But even if the leader of Hydra kills one and jumps out of two, Shen He intends to chop it all off one by one. Do you know where they might go? Lelich asked. I don't know. Shen He replied without hesitation, Jan of Arc, I leave it to you. Hey! Jean's eyes widened, wondering if she had heard him wrong. Just close your eyes and point in one direction. Shen He said softly, I believe you. In the setting of the system, the ability of the follower does not change because of the world, which means that even if the world has no root, Joan can still receive the revelation of the Lord. Shen He remembers very clearly that the ability called future vision or revelation applies to all things related to the achievement of goals, and of course it also includes finding a way. Yes, but this kind of thing is baseless, okay. Jean pursed her lower lip, and finally agreed. She sat on the palm of the mech and took a deep breath, put down the spear flag on her leg, put her hands on her chest, closed her eyes, her golden ponytail fluttered in the wind. May the Lord guide me to find the way. Over there. Jean raised the banner and pointed in a direction. Jarvis! Shen He shouted. Sir, according to the map provided by Agent Hill, there is a secret SHIELD flight base in that direction. Chapter 59, Personal Matters. Secret Flight Base. Shen He directly turned and flew over. Lelich, you don't have much fighting ability. You can come slowly. Jean, do you see anything? I didn't see anything. Joan shook her head, it's just intuition. That's enough, get ready for battle. Shen He gradually increased his speed. Also, none of the people who hang on the mecha are ordinary people, and this kind of high-speed sailing is not uncomfortable for them. The destination is a bare mountain about 50 kilometers outside of New York. SHIELD always likes to build secret bases in such a place. Jan of Arc. Shen He landed on the ground, and the scanning device that came with the mecha did not find any signs of the existence of the base. In the mountains. As the distance narrowed, Jean's intuition became clearer. Leave it to you. Shen He took Joan and Violet back a few steps. The two rituals pulled out long knives, and the world in their eyes was suddenly covered with dark brown cracks. Accompanied by continuous strengthening and training, her ability to kill the magic eye has become more and more proficient. You can even destroy things more accurately to the results you want. For example, now, when the light of a knife is quickly slashed on the wall, the hard rocks are falling off like powder, and they are blown away by the wind, exposing the metal structure inside. And then the metal door also turned into fragments and fell a little bit, but the rest remained unscathed. The ear-piercing alarm sounded, and Shen He stood in front of him for the first time to prevent attacks from everywhere. But there was nothing, no attack, and no one rushed out, as if this was just an abandoned base. Master. Jean felt a little depressed. Jane's intuition can't go wrong. Shen He said in a deep voice. This is not a word of comfort. As a saint, Joan is her ability to gain revelation, and it is not something to believe or not to believe. In an instant, the control interface in front of Shen He turned into a dazzling red. Alert, sir, there are missiles coming at you. Actually, it doesn't need Jarvis to say more, Shen He has also discovered the flames rushing from the horizon. Almost jumped up and stood in front of the women at the first time, opening the absolute defense field. Boom! The huge flame covered everyone with a majestic impact. This is not an ordinary missile, but a real ultra-long-range high-speed missile that can destroy a building in one shot. Sir, there are 2 more missiles. The launch command comes from S.H.I.E.L.D. Jarvis' warning continued. All jump up! Shen He yelled, and the others jumped into the mechas, and then there were 2 loud noises, and the whole mountain collapsed, even with the base inside. Sir, the energy is insufficient, and the defensive force field can only withstand another missile attack. I know. Shen He flew directly into the sky, detecting the surroundings with maximum power. He has also thought that if Joan's revelation is correct, then it may not be that they have come to the wrong place, but that they are one step ahead of the enemy. There are definitely not many people in SHIELD who are qualified to remotely control missiles for precision strikes. Among them, they are the enemy. Only one can be thought of, Alexander. Sir, a convoy of about 40 vehicles was found to the southeast. Scans showed that they were all civilian vehicles. Civilians don't form such a huge convoy to come here at night. Shen He directly speeded up and flew towards the other side, and fell from the sky onto the road in front of the convoy. All the weapons on the shoulders, arms, legs, and chest of the mecha spread out and aimed at the opponent. At such a short distance, the mecha scanning system can easily detect the various heavy weapons installed in these vehicles. There is no doubt that the only force that will make such a camouflage in this situation is the Hydra. Or shield. Alexander, don't you plan to come out and meet before you die? Shen He's eyes locked on the old man in the middle car. Although he hadn't met him in person, Shen He had already determined the identity of the other party the moment he saw him. Originally wanted to track John Garrett, but he did not expect to catch another biggest target. It's good to have Jean. Alexander slowly got down from the opened car door. He is a kind-looking white old man, wearing a meticulous suit. Anyone who sees him at first glance will think that this is a British gentleman who loves his granddaughter, has a kind heart, and has a successful career. He will not think of him. He is the head of the Hydra that kills without blinking. Shen He. Alexander spit out an unstandard name. I didn't expect that we would meet for the first time on this occasion. I've thought of such a scene countless times. Shen He probed, but didn't find the Winter Soldier here. But he knows the truth that the villain died of talking too much. Without too much nonsense, the individual sniper weapon was aimed at Alexander and the fire would be cut off. A series of large diameter bullets shot from the wrist, enough to smash a boulder into pieces, but all hit an invisible barrier, causing ripples www.readaloud.com and then falling feebly. Sir, that is an unknown defensive force field. Jarvis called up the analysis screen, and the entire force field only wrapped Alexander alone. Shen He can be sure that he has never seen this thing either in a movie or a TV series. Young people just can't keep their breath. Alexander looked calm and unhurried. You should also be patient with your enemies, but we shouldn't be your enemies, should we? We and you are all doing the same thing. To protect all mankind from harm from outsiders, and only order and power can do all of this. Chaldeans should have such a recognition. The purpose of Hydra has always been not simply to spread death and fear, but to build a new world under order. They believe that absolute order can make civilization stronger. Everyone except the ruler has no need for self-thinking. You're right. Shen He slowly put down the palm of the mecha he raised, but he did not deny it. Absolute power can concentrate the resources and energy of civilization and avoid the consumption of internal fighting. It is indeed a path of civilization development, Caleb. The purpose of the bottom is to protect the principles of human beings. We do not care about the form and development of human principles. In that case, why don't we cooperate? Alexander took 2 steps forward. Cooperate with us and rule the world, and then we can do anything that humans can do to deal with the crisis you call. It makes sense, but... All the weapons opened by the mecha's body were blasted out in an instant, and the Hydra team plunged directly into the violent sea of fire, and Shen He's roar even overwhelmed the huge explosion. It has nothing to do with Chaldea to kill you. This is a personal grievance. Chapter 60, Goodbye, Alexander. If Alexander is honest, there are not so many small movements. Shen He may still have a peaceful chat. After all, Hydra can be said to be a major symbol of Marvel. But now that it has been confirmed that it is the enemy, fighting is the only thing Shen He wants to do. The air was full of flames, and the first half of the Hydra caravan was completely covered by the close-range artillery fire from the Mirage in the blink of an eye. Shen He held up an absolute defensive position and used all the weapons that could be used on the mecha to attack frantically. Both people and vehicles were easily torn apart by the storm-like bullets. The spherical hadron cannon under his wrist flickered every time. Will detonate a burning ball of fire. And Violet also rushed into the woods on both sides of the road with the cover of firelight at the moment Shen He attacked. Hydra's rear personnel have begun to counterattack. Basically they are machine guns, rockets, Gatling, and other conventional ground force weapons. In terms of Violet's current level 16 strength, they can be slaughtered easily. Shen He cares more about Alexander, who is still in the flames. Master! In an instant, a dangerous alarm sounded in Jean's heart. But it was too late to say anything. a twisted beam of light passed through the absolute defensive force field of the mirage in the middle of the flame, and the few energy fell to the end at this instant. EES, Emergency Ejection System, is activated. Shen He's ears had only time to hear Jarvis' final notice, and the entire cockpit ejected from the mecha and fell several hundred meters behind him. The mirage burst into pieces at the moment it was hit by the twisted light, turning into pieces of ashes. What the is that? Shen He kicked the cockpit door, jumped out from inside, and then rushed towards the center of the battlefield. He is now at the 24th level. With every step he can rush tens of meters away, the distance of a few hundred meters can only be reached in a flash. Master. Joan stared at the enemy cautiously, and asked a little worried. I'm fine, this thing is 084. Shen He blurted out subconsciously. In the flames, Alexander, who was flashing an unknown defensive force field, was holding a metal product that looked like a camera. The beam of light with terrifying power was shot from this thing. Shen He has recognized it. This is a mysterious weapon listed as 084 that appeared in the TV series SHIELD Agents. It is extremely powerful as a single soldier. You seem to know everything. Alexander did not deny that even if his subordinates are being killed, he still looks unchanging. So you were prepared long ago, one defense, one attack. Shen He narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you think you can escape this way? His whole body slowly surrounds the silver-white suspension liquid, flowing like mercury. This is the 5-star equipment drawn last time for the second 10 consecutive hours, the famous lunar marrow essence. So even if he didn't eject in time, Shen He didn't worry about his safety. In fact, this kind of preparation is sufficient to deal with most crises. Alexander even put a smile on his face. After all, you may have to face a group of people who know the future. I have to be prepared. How about? My promise is always valid. The purpose of Hydra can truly protect all mankind from crisis. Why should we kill each other? The sound of gunfire and artillery fire in the rear has gradually decreased, which means that Violet is about to end the battle. Hey, Shen He. The two rituals squeezed the long swords in their hands with some dissatisfaction. How long do we have to listen to him such nonsense? She has already felt her bloodthirsty heart boiling, and Alexander in front of her is a complete target of murder. I'm tired of listening to. Shen He stretched out his hand, and all the lunar marrow spirits around him poured into the two rituals. Spell, Automatoporchum, automatic defense, ... This kind of thing is not necessary at all. The two rituals laughed boredly, stepped on their steps and suddenly accelerated, rushing past like a red wind. Goodbye, Alexander. Shen He spit out a few words softly. Because the blades of the two rituals touched the force field at the moment, they penetrated without hindrance, and simply stroked Alexander's neck, and blood poured out like a waterfall. The villain who had been hiding for more than half a century just died simply, with incredible eyes. It is the biggest joke of the century to talk about defense in front of the dead eye. Shen He strode over, picked up the weapon on the ground, and fumbled for a pendant from Alexander's neck. This thing is the source of the defensive force field just now. There seems to be mysterious items everywhere on the Marvel world. At the same time, Violet solved all the enemies without any surprise. The battlefield suddenly became quiet, only the sound of flame burning. Finally killed this guy. Shen He put the pendant in his pocket and looked at the corpse on the ground. This should be considered the simplest level boss, but it's a pity that I'm a mirage. However, with the improvement of Shen He's strength and the advancement of Tony's technology, the mirage will be eliminated sooner or later. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is killed on the battlefield. For a weapon, it may be more ashes than staying in a warehouse. Better. Master, I'll check the battlefield. Jean was a little frustrated. There was no chance for her to participate in the whole battle, and even the only warning was not given in time. Yet. Shen He nodded, thanks to Joan this time, or else let this old guy run away. Why, it was clear that the enemy was defeated by Shishi and Violet. Joan shook her head. Protecting the master is the basic responsibility of the follower, but she failed to do this well, almost putting the master in danger. Shen He didn't notice Joan of Arc's self-blame. He contacted Nangxiang Kimu and Tony, and found that they had basically stabilized their battlefield conditions and are now preparing to rush to other battlefields. However, the maritime carrier base seems to be retreating steadily, the distance is too far, even Chi Mu Kuzuo cannot support it in a short time. Tony, you go to Shield Academy to protect those students. Shen He thought for a while and explained, I have killed the leader of Hydra. They will inevitably retreat, and then search for resources and retreat to some places, yes, we also need those resources, especially the elites in the Shield Academy, and many of them regard you as an idol. So it's time to show my heroism. Tony whistled, what about you? Let's go to the sea carrier base, I want to see if I can control it, Shen He said. Aircraft carrier? You have to know, that thing cannot be personally owned. Tony said. I know. Shen He smiled slightly, but the invisible aircraft carrier said otherwise.